Good evening, friends. Tonight, we're stepping quietly into the world of soot, heat, and glowing furnaces. A time when fire never truly died out, because if it did, the entire operation would collapse. So, go ahead, dim your lights, settle under your blanket, and let's drift slowly into the medieval past. And if this quiet little journey helps you unwind, feel free to tap like and subscribe, only if it feels right. Let's begin. Imagine a small village tucked deep in the forested lowlands of what we now call northern France. The year is 1243. The scent of pine hangs thick in the morning mist. But deeper in the woods, another smell rises, sharp, bitter, earthy, the scent of burning ash and molten minerals. That's where the glassmakers live, unlike the bustling heart of the village. These artisans work on the fringes, not just physically, but socially. Fire was dangerous, after all. The kilns they stoked could easily become the source of disaster if mishandled. Their furnaces were kept burning day and night, and the villagers, perhaps wisely, preferred a little distance. Inside one such workshop, a long, timbered structure, half open to the air, the temperature hovers unbearably close to 40 degrees Celsius, even before dawn. In the center, a great clay furnace glows like an orange eye, its interior so hot that it could turn quartz into liquid. This is where Jean, an experienced Matana Verrier, begins his day. Jean is in his early 40s, old by the standards of his trade. Years of inhaling fumes and working in sweltering heat have left his skin leathered, and his hair long faded from its original color. His hands are gnarled, fingers forever dusted with a fine white grit, the mix of sand, potash, and ash that will become glass. Apprentices scurry around him, teenagers mostly, dressed in woolen tunics, some barefoot, others wearing leather, soles worn smooth by soot. They carry long metal rods, their ends glowing with soft, honey-colored blobs of molten glass. The rods spin slowly, rhythmically, to keep the forming shapes from collapsing under their own weight. Jean inspects each piece, rarely saying more than a nod or grunt. Praise is sparse here, but every movement is deliberate. There's little room for flair. This is not the Venice of colored marvels. Not yet. It's France, and these are workmen, not artists. The raw ingredients sit in wooden bins at the back of the workshop. Sand, the base. Ashes, usually from beechwood, sometimes fern. And then the secret ingredient, at least here, animal bones, crushed and burned until they become a white powder. This combination lowers the melting point of the sand and gives the final product a faint, greenish hue. As Jean mixes the batch for the next melt, he pauses to sniff the air, an instinctive act. It's too much ash, and the glass becomes too bubbly. Too much sand, and it won't melt in time. The balance must be exact, though they have no thermometers or scientific scales, only memory, trial. In the smell of hot mineral smoke, the apprentices murmur among themselves about a broken crucible from the night before. Jean doesn't interrupt. That crucible will have to be patched with river clay if the fire holds. The real work begins once the glass is molten. Using blowpipes, the workers roll the red-hot material onto a smooth stone surface, known as a marver, shaping it slowly into spheres or cylinders. Then they blow, gently, expertly, turning breath into form. Every breath matters. It's too much, and it bursts. It's too little, and it collapses. One of the boys, Etienne, barely 15, is clumsy today. His glass bulbs slumps like porridge. Jean sighs and gestures for him to reheat it and try again. They'll lose that piece. It's no choice. Lunch, when it comes, is a quiet affair. Cheese, hard bread, and warm beer served near the furnace. They cannot let it die down. The coals must be fed constantly, even when no glass is being shaped. But the real fascination comes in watching the glass cool. Sheets of flattened, crown-blown panes are laid out on iron frames to settle. Slowly, the color changes, faint green, sometimes pale yellow. Impurities from the ash and bones give it life, and no two batches are quite the same. In time, these sheets will be cut with red-hot irons and carefully scored for use in monastery windows. Not cathedrals, not yet. This is peasant glass, functional, strong, slightly cloudy, meant to keep out wind and rain, not inspire devotion. Still, in the glow of the firelight, there is a strange beauty in it. The greenish ripple, the way light filters through, bending slightly, like water. Jean pauses, looking at a finished pane, with something close to reverence. Even in these simple creations, there's a kind of alchemy. It's an order to the chaos of heat and time. Outside, dusk begins to fall, but the workshop glows ever brighter. Another load of sand is ready, and Jean's eldest apprentice, Luke, will oversee the night shift. The boy is quiet, precise. Jean believes he may one day run this place if the fire holds, and if no one gets careless. And, in a strange way, his life, so blistering, so monotonous, is a form of survival, not just for the men, but for the knowledge of the sacred balance of ash and sand and sweat. Because if this furnace ever went cold, who would remember the recipe? Who would keep the fire burning? Luke, the eldest apprentice, stayed behind while Jean retired to a small wooden hut just beyond the workshops. Sleep, for glassmakers, was always light and segmented. They rested in cycles, always aware of the fire's needs. A slight drop in temperature and an entire batch of glass could turn to brittle waste. Luke had his own way of watching the furnace. It didn't poke and prod the coals as Jean did. He watched the flame's behavior, how it moved inside the dome, whether it flickered unevenly or leaned too far to one side. Over time, he had learned to read fire the way others read handwriting. He wasn't alone during the shift. Two younger apprentices, the twins, Bernard and Corentin, barely 13, stayed to assist. They were fast learners, but still fidgeted when nervous, especially Corentin, who had the habit of tapping his iron rod against his foot. Luke would shoot him a look, and he'd stop briefly. Tonight, they were tasked with preparing the batch, the raw mix of silica, ash, and additives that would go into the crucible at dawn. It was dirty, repetitive work. The boys took turns sifting the fine sand through a stretched cloth, ensuring no large particles remained. They used long-handled wooden spoons to stir ash into the mixture, grinding any clumps into fine powder with small stones. The workshop air was thick with it, a light, chalky fog that settled in the lungs. Some men developed what they called furnace cough, a low, grating rattle that came with years in the trade. Jean had it. His old master had it before him. Luke wondered whether he too would develop it in time. Occasionally, sparks jumped from the firebox. Luke would knock them down with a flat paddle, eyes sharp. Furnace walls were made of hard clay and brick, coated with a rough whitewash to reflect the heat inward. At time wore them thin, and a crack in the wrong spot could spell disaster. Heat never abated, not even in winter. The next morning, Jean returned before the sun cleared the treetops. He always did. Luke reported that the fire had held steady. The coals were bright, and the batch was prepared. Jean nodded once and got to work, his motions silent and practiced. His mind, however, was not entirely on the glass. Word had come the previous week that a master from Paris might be traveling through the region. A royal glazier, some claimed, or at least someone commissioned by a bishop. Jean didn't believe rumors, but he was still uneasy. If such a man arrived and requested a tour, or worse, samples, they would be judged, compared, found lacking, perhaps. His glass was strong, reliable, but not decorative, not like the pieces coming from Venice or the stained glass workshops of Chartres. His windows were for barns, for taverns, for minor chapels. There was no silver stain in his technique, No enamel painting, just ash, sand, and sweat. Still, he doubled the apprentices' training sessions that week. They began shaping thicker sheets, practicing uniformity. Jean insisted they measure paint sizes against a wooden stencil, even though most customers didn't care about exact dimensions. Consistency, he told them, is the only art we can afford. One afternoon, the workshop was visited, not by a royal master, but by a friar. He was young, thin, and dust-covered from the road, wearing a plain brown robe and carrying a travel satchel that hung heavily at his side. His name was Brother Arnold, and he introduced himself with a bow, though his eyes were already scanning the workshop with quiet interest. "I've been tasked," he said, "with assessing artisans for potential service at Saint Benut-sur-Loire. Our abbey seeks new window panes for its cloisters." Jean didn't answer immediately. He looked at the man's boots worn. Yes, but sturdy. This friar had traveled far. Not a royal envoy, but official enough, and certainly not here by accident. "Do you need colored glass?" Jean asked finally. Brother Arnoul smiled faintly. "We seek durability first, clarity second. Decoration is a matter for later days." That was something Jean could deliver. He invited the friar to sit and observe the next shaping session. Luke and Etienne demonstrated, the younger boy managing not to drop the blowpipe this time. Mend. Jean himself flattened a roundel into a sheet before the friar's eyes. Brother Arnold leaned close to inspect it as it cooled, careful not to inhale the steam rising from the surface. "Not clear," he noted, "but uniform. No bubbles. That's rare." Jean shrugged. "It's in the ash. Most burn too hot." Arnold nodded. "It's clean, and the glass grows weak." It was a quiet, nerdish moment of mutual understanding. Jean allowed himself a small smirk. Before leaving, the friar handed Jean a letter sealed with wax. It was not an order, but a formal invitation to submit samples, a rare opportunity. If accepted, it could mean months of work, prestige, reputation. That night, Jean said nothing of the letter to the apprentices. He simply sat by the fire, stirring coals longer than usual, watching the flame dance against the crucible, dreaming, perhaps, of a time when people will look at his glass and see more than just something to keep the wind out. Over the next few days, the workshop shifted into quiet overdrive. Jean selected the best sand from the recent delivery, cleaned the crucibles twice, and remixed the ash with fern fronds instead of bone, believing it might yield a clearer hue. He also let the apprentices attempt decoration, basic tooling, with iron rods to create patterns in the glass while it was still soft. He didn't expect them to succeed. That wasn't the point. They needed to know what it took to fail artfully one evening. Etienne came close, creating a slight, symmetrical swirl in the center of a pane. It was faint, nearly invisible unless the light caught it at the right angle. Jean said nothing, but set the pane aside. Not for sale, not for the friar, just aside. He would study it later. The sample batch for Saint Benut was ready by week's end. 6 panes, uniform in thickness, cut to monastery standards. No flaws, no bubbles. The glass had a faint green tinge, not beautiful, but strong. Jean sealed them in straw-lined boxes and handed them to a courier traveling south. Then they waited. Waiting, in a workshop like this, is hard. There are no days off. The furnace must burn. Orders must be filled. Time is marked not by hours, but by the state of the fire and the color of the glass. Apprentices came and went. Deliveries arrived, but always the question loomed, would Saint Benut respond? When the answer came 2 months later, it was not what Jean expected. A different friar arrived, older this time, with a leaner face and sharper tone. He introduced himself as Brother Gervais and handed Jean a second letter, a tease. One bore a new seal. The abbey had accepted the pains, but They wanted more, twice the amount. And this time, they requested a warmer tint, something closer to amber, for the infirmary wing, apparently, where the light should feel gentle and safe. Jean's brow furrowed. He didn't have a recipe for amber. He had green. He had yellowish gray. But amber, that would require metal oxides, possibly copper shavings. He had never tried it. Still, he didn't say no. Instead, he looked at Luke, then at the furnace, then at the bins of ash. We'll find a way. The next morning, Jean began experimenting. Small batches, minute changes in ash ratios. He tried copper filings, crushed rusted nails, even dried onion skins burned into powder. The smell was terrible. The results were inconsistent. But on the 5th day, something changed. A pane came out with a soft, honey gold hue, just enough to warm the light without darkening it. Jean stared at it for a long time, turning it in the daylight, watching the shadows play across its ripples. He said nothing, just set it down. Luke approached from behind, curious. Did it work? Jean only nodded once. Then, for the first time in weeks, he smiled. And yet, for all the fire and sweat, Jean knew something odd, that no matter how perfect the glass, how subtle the tint, no one would remember who made it. There would be no signature, no mark, no fame dot, only panes in a wall, catching light, windows through which others would look, not at the glass, but beyond it. But what makes a craftsman continue when his work is meant to be invisible? The amber glass was packed carefully, 6 new panes, honey-colored and lightly dappled, just as requested. When light filtered through them, the shadows on the walls resembled soft candlelight, a perfect comfort for the infirm. Jean had never made anything quite like it, and yet, even now, he didn't let the apprentices celebrate. No clapping, no boasting, I simply returned to work. That was the rule in glassmaking. Praise cools slower than glass. Still, something had shifted. There was a new energy in the air. Apprentices were more careful with measurements. Kian stopped dropping the blowpipe as often. Kevin Corinth had gone a full week without burning his sleeve. And Jean, for the first time in years, was experimenting again. He tested new ashes, grapevine, straw, even burnt fish bones which, to everyone's dismay, smelled terrible. He tested clay pots of different thicknesses. He allowed Luke to try, shaping his own free-form panes. Some were ugly, most were unusable, but the furnace kept burning. One evening, Jean sat alone beside it after the apprentices had gone. A thin drizzle tapped the roof. The fire crackled, sending brief sparks upward into the chimney. He held a small pane of failed glass. It had a deep purplish hue, almost black, caused by a mistake in the metal content. It was useless for windows, but it was beautiful. He turned it slowly, watching the firelight dance through its imperfections. No one would buy it. No church would want it. But for a moment, Jean thought about keeping it, not for function, not for sale, just to remind himself that not all beauty needs approval. The next morning, a stranger arrived, not a friar this time, and not from a monastery. He wore traveling clothes and carried a satchel filled with scrolls. A surveyor, he claimed, sent from the county seat to inspect workshops for a new inventory. Jean had heard of this, an effort by local lords to catalog skilled laborers, perhaps for taxation or conscription. The stranger took notes, measured the furnace, counted crucibles, jotted down the number of apprentices and their ages. "What's your primary output?" he asked. "Window panes," Jean replied flatly. "Clear, decorative." Jean hesitated. "Mostly functional, some color now." The man nodded, then added something to the scroll. He left soon after, but the workshop felt different afterward. More watched, less anonymous. Jean didn't like it. That night, he told Luke something he hadn't said aloud in years. "This place may not always be ours." Luke looked at him. You mean they'll shut us down? Gene shook his head. No, but they may claim it, regulate it, assign quotas, demand records. Luke didn't speak, but his jaw tightened. For centuries, glassmakers had operated just outside the edge of formal society. They weren't quite farmers, not quite nobles, too skilled to be peasants, too dirty to be craftsmen. But they had one thing, freedom at least, the freedom to shape fire their own way. Now, that was changing. Winter crept in, and with it came the hardest part of the year, not the cold, but the damp. Moisture threatened the clay walls. Firewood was scarce. Sand arrived, frozen into clumps. The apprentices worked with red, raw hands. Gene's cough worsened. Still, the furnace never stopped. One morning, Etienne arrived late and trembling. His father, a stonemason, had fallen from scaffolding while repairing a church roof. He wouldn't survive the week. Gene gave him the day off. The next day, too, when Etienne returned, he didn't ask for sympathy. He asked to blow glass, and Gene let him. That evening, Etienne crafted a bulb of such perfect symmetry that even Luke stared. Gene said nothing, but later that night, he found the boy alone in the back, sitting beside the cooling panes. Etienne didn't look up, just asked softly, "Will anyone remember we made these?" Gene paused. "Maybe not us," he said, "but they'll remember what the light looked like." By spring, a third letter came. This time, it was from another monastery, one Gene had never heard of. They had seen the work at St. Benoît and wanted a commission of their own. Decorative borders, subtle patterns, possibly even an image of St. Apollonia in colored segments that would require skill beyond their usual capacity. Gene considered rejecting it, but Luke spoke up. "Let us try." Gene looked at him a long time, then nodded. The workshop shifted. Again, now, fine metal tools were introduced: iron scribes, miniature paddles, tweezers for adjusting shapes mid-burn. Luke practiced drawing outlines with powdered ochre before transferring the shapes to the glass. Bernard and Corentin learned to cut lead strips, cames from mounting pieces together. They studied old cathedral windows, practiced tiny swirls, learned how to twist rods to create the illusion of movement in the glass. It was clumsy at first, but slowly, as patterns emerged, color was still limited, but form was possible. Weeks passed, then months, and one day, the first decorative window was completed. Small, barely larger than a hand. It showed a red-haired figure holding a pair of pliers. Saint Apollonia, patron of dentistry, rendered in dull green and iron red. She was crooked, a little cloudy, and unforgettable. Gene didn't send it right away. He placed it on a shelf near the furnace and left it there for weeks, letting it catch the changing light, watching how her shape shifted with every hour of sun. Eventually, packed it, but he didn't make a second one. That one he kept. Years later, Luke would take over the workshop. Gene's cough would silence him at last, and the apprentices would scatter. But one thing never changed: the fire. It never went out, because as long as someone needed a window, not for grandeur, but for shelter, someone would mix ash, sand, and try again, even if no one ever knew their names, even if the light passed right through. But isn't there something noble in being invisible, yet essential? As desk. Good evening, friends. Tonight, we're setting aside the stories of artisans and turning toward the materials themselves, those humble ingredients like sand and ash that held the secret to medieval color. This is the quiet science of the Middle Ages, not lightning bolts and potions, cat, minerals, ground minerals, and the patient work of men who didn't yet know the word chemistry, but practiced it all the same. So, ease into your pillow, close your eyes if you like, and let your mind wander back to a time when the path to color began in the mud. And if this journey into medieval glass alchemy helps you feel calmer tonight, consider liking and subscribing only. If it feels right, let's begin. In the medieval world, color wasn't a matter of taste. It was a question of survival, symbolism, and sacred meaning. When people in the 13th century looked at stained glass windows, they didn't see decoration. They saw code. Blue wasn't just blue. It was the Virgin Mary's robe. Red was not just red. It was blood, martyrdom, sacrifice. Yellow might represent divine light, or sometimes treachery. But how did they make these colors? That's where our story begins, not in a palace or a cathedral, but in a pit, specifically sand pit, because every piece of medieval stained glass started with sand. Sand was the primary ingredient, silica, but not just any sand. It needed to be clean, fine, and free of too much iron, which would darken the glass. The best sand was river sand, often from ancient stream beds, sifted by apprentices through linen cloths to remove twigs, pebbles, and anything too coarse. Some workshops even sent scouts to distant regions to collect the right kind. In Normandy, glassmakers prized the sand from the river Seine. In Venice, they used sand from the islands of Murano, carefully guarded and transported in sealed barrels. But sand alone couldn't make glass. It needed help to melt. And that's where the ash came in. The ash called flux was what lowered the melting point of silica, turning it from grainy dust into flowing, glowing liquid. Medieval glassmakers used all sorts of organic materials for ash, beechwood, oak, fern, and even seaweed in some coastal regions. Each gave a different quality to the glass. Fern ash, for example, added a green tint. Beech ash produced a more yellowish hue. The combinations were endless. It was never precise. They didn't have modern measuring tools. Instead, they relied on instinct, memory, and generations of passed down practice. Too much ash. The glass might melt quickly, but become too soft when cooled. Too little. It would remain gritty, fragile, or worse, unusable. Glassmakers mixed these materials in enormous ceramic crucibles, pots the size of small barrels, coated on the inside with clay and sand to resist the heat. These crucibles were buried in furnaces that burned day and night. Fed by charcoal or wood, temperatures reached over 1,100 degrees Celsius, and yet there were no thermometers. Instead, glassmakers judged heat by color. A dull red glow meant warming. A bright orange hue meant working. White hot. Dangerous, but sometimes necessary. Once the sand and ash were melted into a thick, honey-like liquid, it could be shaped into sheets, vessels, or beads. But to color it, had to add something extra. Coloring agents were almost always metal-based, a fascinating quirk of medieval alchemy. Copper produced green or red, depending on the conditions. Iron gave green or brown. Manganese, often called glassmaker's soap, could turn glass purple or clear away unwanted green tints to make blue. Well, they added cobalt, a mineral mined in Saxony, traded secretly and at great cost. Blue was rare, sacred, and powerful. Even a handful of cobalt could turn a whole batch of glass a deep oceanic hue. Red, however, was the hardest to produce, not because of rarity, but because of volatility. Red glass, often called ruby glass, relied on gold. Yes, actual gold. Not in nuggets, but in microscopic particles, dissolved into the mix. It's too much, and the glass would become cloudy. Too little, and it would stay clear. Even then, conditions had to be perfect. A reducing atmosphere in the furnace, meaning very little oxygen, precise timing, and nerve. If the red didn't develop, it could ruin an entire day's work. So, why bother? Because red was holy, sacred. It was Christ's blood. It was fire and power and martyrdom all in one. Churches paid small fortunes for red glass. Some glazers never mastered it. The trickiest part was that colors didn't appear until the glass cooled. While molten, most glass looked the same, glowing orange or yellow from the heat. The hues only emerged as the temperature dropped. Mint color control was like predicting the future. Glassmakers would often take a small blob, cool it quickly, and test the result. Then, if it was wrong, they had to adjust the batch on the fly. Add more copper, stir in a pinch of manganese, raise the heat. Wait, test again. It was science without science, alchemy without spells, and it worked. Sometimes. The magic was unintentional in the forests of Germany and France. Some workshops produced glass with unplanned hues: olive green, smoke gray, honey brown. These were considered forest glass, made with high ash content from woodland, ferns, and trees. They weren't useless. In fact, they were cheaper, used for secular buildings, taverns, town halls, and farms. These pieces were thicker, cloudier, sometimes bubbled, but they let in light, kept out wind, and in certain slants of sunlight, looked quite beautiful to the modern eye. These accidents are charming to medieval glassmakers. They were just a different tier of product. Not every window needed to be divine. Some were just meant to survive. The final twist in the tale of color is this: medieval glassmakers didn't always know why their methods worked. They knew how, but not why. They didn't know that different metal oxides changed the electron behavior inside the glass. They didn't understand molecular bonding, but they observed, adjusted, perfected techniques through trial and error over centuries. They kept notebooks, sometimes encrypted. To protect trade secrets, they shared knowledge only within guilds, and they swore oaths to keep recipes secret from outsiders. In Venice, leaking a color formula could get you exiled, or worse. And yet, despite all these efforts at secrecy, the knowledge traveled slowly through trade, marriage, war, and wandering monks. Bits of alchemical wisdom spread from Germany to England, from Syria to Italy, until the patchwork of global trial and error created the medieval color palette we now admire. Today, those windows, blue, red, gold, and green, still cast a light in ancient cathedrals. They shimmer not just because of sunlight, but because of crushed bones, burned ferns, powdered metals, and centuries of forgotten hands. Isn't it strange? Something so beautiful came from such mess. The color was never guaranteed. A batch of glass, once cooled, could emerge with a flawless deep green, or a murky sludge that no one would buy. This uncertainty was the curse and gift of the medieval glazer. The only way to avoid disaster: record every variable. And so, glassmakers wrote. They kept receipt books, early manuals that detailed their mixtures, firing conditions, additives, and methods. In them, you might find lines like, to make the glass blue, place 1 measure of sand and 1 measure of beech ash, then a small measure of cobalt powder, no larger than the head of a nail. These weren't scientific documents in the modern sense, but they were meticulous. Some were encrypted, written in symbolic code or reversed Latin. To keep guild secrets, hidden guilds, especially in Italy, France, and the German principalities, controlled the flow of this knowledge tightly, and nowhere more so than in Venice. In Venice, the glassmakers of Murano were forbidden to leave the island, literally, by law. Any master glazer who left Murano with trade secrets risked imprisonment. Or worse, the Venetian Republic relied heavily on the prestige and income of its glass industry, especially colored glass, which was among the finest in Europe. The colors weren't just brighter, they were cleaner, deeper, more consistent. That was no accident. Murano glassmakers used imported ingredients: purified soda ash from Syria, fine silica from the Istrian coast, and metals shipped from as far as North Africa and Spain. They refined their crucibles, too, using a blend of fire-resistant clay and ground tile. These pots could survive longer firings and higher temperatures, allowing better control of the melt. They also worked with cristallo, nearly colorless glass developed in the 15th century, centuries ahead of its time, by removing iron, impurities, and adding manganese dioxide, which neutralized greenish tints. They achieved stunning clarity. This clarity, paradoxically, helped their colors shine brighter because the base glass was so pure. The added colors, cobalt, blue, ruby, red, emerald green, glowed with exceptional vibrancy. Meanwhile, in other parts of Europe, glassmakers were trying their own methods, often with wildly different results. In England, ash was made primarily from seaweed or bracken fern, resulting in darker, cloudier glass. Some English cathedrals used windows so thick and green that from outside, they looked almost like walls of moss. In Germany, forest glass ruled. This glass had high levels of potash and lime, leading to hues of smoky, olive, honey, amber, and murky. Green was imperfect, but beautiful in its own way, like fossilized sap. French glassmakers, especially in the Loire Valley, often experimented with layering, applying colored coatings onto clearer sheets of glass, then etching designs into the top layer. This allowed intricate patterns, even if the base glass wasn't ideal. Every region had its strengths and its weaknesses, but one thing united them. The desire to make color last. Color permanence was no small feat. Many early colorants faded over time. Gold ruby might turn brown. Manganese could wash out. Copper-based greens could grow brittle in sunlight. So glassmakers began tinkering with stabilizers, ingredients that wouldn't change the color, but would hold it in place. Some added lime, others added boron. Some experimented with animal bones. Yes, actual charred bones, which added phosphate, increasing structural integrity. And through trial, error, and a bit of stubbornness, medieval glass began to last centuries. Back in the workshops, apprentices were not just learning craft, they were learning control. Each morning, they were expected to test the fire. A single coal misplaced could alter the day's temperature. Pot cracked could leak glass across the furnace floor. More than once, entire week's work was lost to a flawed crucible. Apprentices also had to learn to identify additives by smell and color. Cobalt gave off a bitter metallic scent. Copper oxide smelled faintly of sour earth. Iron oxide turned orange before darkening. Sometimes masters would test their students. A pinch of powder would be placed on the table. The student had to guess not just what it was, but how much to add and when. It was part science, part memory, and part intuition. Only after years of this ritual, and after creating consistent color, could an apprentice be allowed to record their own formulas. In that formula, it stayed in the guild. In some rare cases, these records survive. One of the most famous examples is the Mappai Clavicula, a Latin technical manuscript from around the 9th to 12th century. It's a treasure trove of early recipes, not just for glass, but for pigments, inks, and metalworks. Among its entries, take copper filings and soak them in vinegar until a green mold appears. Dry it. Add to glass for the hue of river water. It sounds almost magical, but it worked. Modern scientists have analyzed medieval glass using spectroscopy and electron microscopes. What they find often confirms what medieval glazers already knew by touch and instinct. Some red glass, they discovered, contains gold particles as small as 5 nanometers. Some green glass includes calcium from burnt snail shells. Others still contain traces of volcanic sand, suggesting trade routes that spanned oceans. What this tells us is simple. The medieval glassmaker was not just an artisan. He was a geologist, chemist, an alchemist, and perhaps, most of all, a patient observer. He worked with no labs, no lenses, and no theories. And yet, through smoke and failure and endless fire, he captured the sky and windows. Isn't it strange that without trying to invent science, they practiced it better than they knew? Asterisk, the finished glass was not always beautiful. Some sheets were warped. Some came out with bubbles the size of peas. Some shattered as they cooled too quickly. Some simply had the wrong hue, a pale yellow when a warm amber was promised. But that was part of the process. No batch was perfect, no formula permanent. Every glassmaker, from the hills of Bohemia to the canals of Venice, knew that the true craft lay not in making perfection, but in knowing what to salvage from failure. The failures were not always thrown away. Sometimes they were cut into smaller pieces, slivers to patch another window. Sometimes they were melted down and tried again. And occasionally, a flawed pane would be kept as a lesson. Apprentices studied these misfires like monks studied scripture. Here, too much soda ash. Here, a touch too much iron. Here, a perfect batch, but cooled unevenly on a windy day. They became a reference library of mistakes. Word count, 300, and within those mistakes, new discoveries sometimes emerged. One glassmaker in Brabant, experimenting with reused crucibles, noticed a strange red-pink hue developing where copper and gold residues overlapped. Another in Lyon, dealing with ash contaminated by herbs, created a window that glowed faint green by candlelight, quite by accident. These accidents led to new styles, to new commissions, to new arguments in the guild. For if a color had no name, no formula, and no precedent, could it be trusted? Or worse, was it repeatable? Sphere of inconsistency became central to the craft. Guilds across Europe developed reference boards, wooden panels with dozens of tiny squares of colored glass, each labeled with its composition and firing conditions. These were the medieval equivalent of a color wheel. New apprentices were drilled in their use. Match the blue from Chartres, match the green from the Saxon bishop's window, match the red from Saint Denis. And they tried. Sometimes they got close. Sometimes not at all. The masters would shake their heads. Okay. Too warm, too cold, too brittle, too dull. And so the cycle continued. Word count, 600, but outside the workshops. Something else was happening. Cathedrals were rising, one by one, from England to Spain. Towers stretched toward the sky, and in those towers, more and more windows, bigger ones, more colorful ones. The demand for stained glass soared. In some cities, entire streets were dedicated to glassmakers. Horses pulled carts of sand. Barrels of ash were stored in damp basements. The smell of smoke clung to everything. Even the monks began noticing. A Benedictine chronicler in the 1200s wrote, "The sun does not shine through the glass. The glass teaches the sun how to shine." It was poetic and strangely accurate because the glass no longer served only to cover holes in stone walls. It told stories. It shaped light. It made color feel sacred. And the men who made it so often nameless became, for a moment, the authors of heaven. Word count, 900, but there were limits. As churches demanded more elaborate scenes, the need for clarity and precision grew. Suddenly, raw colored glass was not enough. Detail was required, and so began the use of paint. Glass painting involved tracing black or brown pigment, usually iron or copper oxide, mixed with vinegar and urine directly onto colored glass. Artists painted faces, folds of robes, and even architectural details. Then, the painted pieces were fired again, fusing the image into the surface. This allowed incredible precision. Eyes, fingers, halos, all now possible in glass, but not every glazer approved. Some said painting was cheating, that true color came from the furnace, not the brush. Others embraced it. Good evening once more, friends. Tonight, we slip behind the guarded walls of a quiet island in the Venetian lagoon, a place where the glassmakers were not just artisans, but state secrets. Okay? This is a story of isolation, invention, quiet rivalry, and fire that never stopped glowing, even when no one outside was allowed to see it. So take a deep breath. Let the weight of your blanket hold you steady, okay? And drift with me into the flickering world of Murano, where every glow from a furnace might contain both beauty and betrayal. And as always, if this calm story helps you rest, you're welcome to like or subscribe, but only if it feels right. Let's begin. It was not the glittering palaces of Venice that first made its glass famous. It was its sphere in the 13th century. The Venetian Republic was growing wealthy. Its merchant fleet stretched across the Adriatic, and its political reach touched ports from Constantinople to Alexandria, traded spices, silk, dyes, and glass. But the glassmakers of Venice posed a problem. Their furnaces were dangerous. Open flame in a wooden city. Their workshops were hot, crowded, unpredictable. More than once, fires had spread from a glass studio to entire neighborhoods. The solution? Move them in 1291. The Venetian government issued a decree. All glass production must relocate to the island of Murano, just north of the main city, separated by a narrow channel of water. And so began one of the strangest social experiments in medieval Europe. An entire island. Class. Life on Murano was unlike anywhere else in Venice. The island became a world of its own. Rows of low workshops, wide chimneys belching white smoke, carts carrying barrels of ash, and blocks of quartz across narrow alleys. Every building hummed with heat. At the heart of it all were the confraternities, the guilds. These weren't loose associations. They were tightly controlled institutions, with rules written in fine ink and enforced with fines, exile, and, in rare cases, violence. Joining a glass guild required lineage, apprenticeship, and reputation. A master glassmaker could take decades to rise, and once accepted, swore lifelong loyalty in return. He received protection and limits. He could not leave Murano without permission. He could not share techniques with outsiders. He could not open a workshop outside the island. He was free, but fenced in. The reasoning was simple. Venice guarded its secrets like a dragon guards gold. Glass was money, and colored glass, clear, precise, stunningly vibrant glass, was more than craft. It was diplomacy, a royal wedding gift, a bishop's treasure. Letting those recipes fall into foreign hands would weaken the Republic's grip. So Murano became both sanctuary and cage. The guilds operated with surprising structure. Each had ranks: apprentice, assistant, journeyman, and master. Each had dues, ritual oaths, secret recipes, hand tools passed down through families. But beyond the furnaces, something else burned. Rivalry. Workshops competed for commissions from dukes and cardinals. They spied on one another, sometimes bribing apprentices to steal a glance at a new cooling formula or to eavesdrop on a master's firing schedule. There were no factory walls. Every building had vents, chimneys, doorways half open to the canal breeze. Secrets leaked like steam, and yet no one dared go too far. The Council of Ten, Venice's feared ruling body, kept close tabs on Murano. Any glassmaker caught smuggling techniques to other cities, especially to competitors in France or the German states, faced swift punishment. Some were jailed, some were blacklisted. A few simply disappeared. That fear kept the guilds quiet, but it also made them clever. If they couldn't leave, they would bring the world to them. Wealthy patrons from across Europe came to Murano by boat. They stayed in guest houses, sipped wine while viewing glass samples, and ordered chandeliers, goblets, window panes, beads, all in colors never seen before. Red like flame, green like emeralds, blue as deep as the Adriatic. The secret, oxides. Yes, but also purity. Murano's furnaces used white sand imported from Istria, mixed with soda ash refined in clay pots for days. Their crucibles were made of special kaolin clays that could withstand intense heat. Their firing schedules were calculated to the hour, even if they had no clocks. Some workshops specialized in millefiori patterned glass resembling tiny flowers. Others crafted aventurine, glittering glass made by suspending copper crystals. Inside the melt, these were not just techniques. They were magic tricks with recipes known only to a few each night. The masters locked their notebooks in iron chests. Apprentices signed their names to parchment contracts. And still, whispers spread. One story from the 14th century tells of a man named Pietro di Zorzi, a master glazier who invented a method for creating perfectly clear glass, free of bubbles, with just a faint lavender tint. Pietro became famous across Murano. His glass was ordered by the Doge himself, but within a year, Pietro vanished. No body was found. No boat was reported missing. Some said he had sold his recipe to the Genoese and fled under cover of night. Others said the council had taken him quietly. Cleanly, his workshop was boarded up. His tools vanished. The recipe, if it ever existed, was lost. And yet, centuries later, pieces of lavender glass were still found in old palazzos. Pietro's ghost, some say, never left Murano. For all their secrecy, Murano's glassmakers left behind little evidence of their inner lives. Their windows rarely bore signatures. Their goblets were often anonymous, and yet their legacy endures, not in names, but in shimmer, a quell, in the warmth of light passing through centuries old color. Maybe it's fitting that those who guarded their secrets most fiercely are remembered most softly. Morning on Murano did not begin with birdsong. It began with cold shovels, the rattle of tongs, the hiss of steam escaping from crucibles as the day's first batch of glass began to melt. The island stirred early, but slowly. Unlike the fishmongers and merchants of Venice proper, the glassmakers knew they had all day and all night. Time on Murano didn't follow bells or markets. It followed heat, and once the furnaces were hot, everything else, contracts, politics, meals came second. Most workshops were family businesses. The master glazier lived upstairs or next door. His sons were his apprentices. His wife and daughters might help polish finished goods, wrap orders in cloth, or prepare records. The workshops smelled of mineral dust, warm ash, and seawater. Their walls were lined with shelves holding jars of strange materials: copper scale, lead powder, sulfur, powdered animal bones, iron shavings, each labeled with a mark or symbol, not always words. Recipes were guarded, even inside. Families, a father might teach one son the method for red dot, another the method for gold flecked beads. This way, no single person knew everything. It wasn't mistrust. It was insurance. If a recipe was lost to illness, to exile, another family member could still keep the business alive. Some secrets, they said, were too valuable for a single lifetime. And so, generation after generation, the work continued. Crucibles were prepared from a blend of crushed tile, clay, and river mud, molded by hand, fired dry, then baked slowly for days before being exposed to molten glass. The glass itself was mixed, melted for hours, sometimes days. It was washed, mid-firing, with salt or urine to remove impurities. Apprentices took shifts stirring the viscous mass with thick rods wrapped in cloth. Burns were common. So were singed eyebrows, but few complained, because by the time you reached journeyman rank, your sense of pain had changed. What others called scalding, you called warm. What others called dangerous, you called familiar. Outside the workshop, Murano remained eerily quiet. There were no gondoliers calling out prices, no market criers shouting to catch of the day. There was only the crackle of fire and the occasional sound of molten glass being rolled across a stone slab. The hum of centuries in a single note. The politics of Murano were just as delicate. As the glass it produced, workshops competed fiercely for noble contracts. Glassmakers paid for placement in church windows, with the right to produce chandeliers for a senator's banquet hall, for exclusivity with a certain trade family. And yet, outwardly, they showed unity. During festivals, they marched together in matching robes with banners of the guild held high. Their symbols, often a lion or a furnace or a crown of flame, fluttered in the sea breeze, as if to remind Venice that this little island was part of the Republic, but also apart. When plague struck the city, Murano often escaped the worst. Its isolation helped, but more than that, few people came and went without reason. That included illness. Still, every few decades, a fire would break out. A furnace wall would crack, a shipment of imported sand would arrive contaminated, and then the rivalries sharpened. Glassmakers whispered of sabotage, poisoned crucibles, misdirected barges. One infamous workshop, Sampierre's, was said to have collapsed not from accident, but from a bribe to a dock worker who accidentally dropped a barrel of salt into their melt. Inside the guilds, punishments were strict. An apprentice who spoke out of turn, or worse, tried to leave the island, could be publicly flogged. A master who attempted to duplicate another's formula would be fined half a year's earnings. Repeat. Offenders were expelled from the guild, a fate worse than poverty. Without guild protection, no one would sell to you. No one would hire you. You couldn't buy crucibles. You couldn't rent workshop space. You became invisible. And for a glassmaker, being unseen was death. Yet somehow, in this cloistered, fire-lit world, innovation still bloomed. They invented the mirror, a flat, silver-backed pane of glass that shocked Europe. They created Latimo, a milky white glass that mimicked porcelain. They mastered enamel painting, adding intricate scenes to vases and goblets that looked like miniatures on paper. Some began combining colors in the same object: ruby stems on sapphire bowls, gold-flecked scrollwork on green vessels, kaleidoscope trapped in sand and flame dot. And every time a new style was created, it came not with celebration, but with secrecy, because the rule remained. What was discovered on Murano stayed on Murano. Word count 1,200, but even guild walls could not hold back time. By the late 15th century, secrets began to leak. A few glassmakers fled, lured by bribes from French kings or English barons. Some were captured and returned. Others disappeared forever, starting new workshops in Prague, in Lyon, in London. One even turned up in Constantinople, crafting blue windows for a mosque. Venice tried to tighten its grip. It offered pensions too. Loyal masters, married daughters of glassmakers, 2 senators' sons, built tighter registries of formulas, but it was like trying to hold melted glass in your bare hands. Eventually, it slips away. Today, the guilds of Murano still exist in name. The island still makes glass, still glows with heat, smells of ash and copper and brine, but the secrets, many are lost, and those that remain aren't written down. They're in the hands of old men who stir melted silica, not by recipe, but by rhythm. They don't explain. They just say, "You'll know when it's ready." Maybe the greatest secret wasn't the formula, but the patience to wait for it to show itself. The master glassmaker sat alone in the furnace room. The fire had been burning since before dawn, fed in careful increments. Outside, the narrow canals of Murano were silent, just a few gulls and the occasional sound of a barge shifting in its moorings. But inside, the room pulsed with heat. Orange glow danced across the walls. The shelves cast long shadows. The crucibles, round and heavy, radiated softly. In front of him was a new batch. He didn't need to test it, not really. He could smell the temperature in the ash. He could see the thickness of the melt from a single glance at the glowing lip of the pot dot. This was the 5th batch that week, all for one commission, A cathedral in Avignon had requested a full cycle of Saint windows, each with blue backgrounds. Deep, flawless blue. That meant cobalt. That meant extreme precision. That meant everything had to go exactly right. The problem was, he was running out of cobalt. Cobalt was expensive. It had to be mined in Saxony, ground down, purified. It traveled across half of Europe in small packets wrapped in goat leather, each barely the size of a hand. One mistake, one batch ruined by a wrong crucible or a shift in wind, and you could lose it all. There was no second chance with blue. The master took a breath, then dipped a long iron rod into the molten mix. He twisted once, slowly, and lifted. The blob of molten glass stretched and held. No collapsing, no cracking dot. So far, so good. But the real test would be after cooling. He placed the molten piece onto the marver, a flat stone surface, and began shaping. The glow started to dim. The rich orange dulled to brown, then to gray. It would be hours before the color revealed itself. This was always the waiting part, and waiting made masters anxious. Meanwhile, the apprentices worked in the side room, loading finished sheets into padded crates. Each sheet was inspected, stamped with the guild symbol, a lion paw within a ring of flame, and sealed with a strip of wax-soaked linen. One apprentice, Matteo, moved slowly today. He was distracted. He had received a letter that morning. His cousin, also a glassworker, had died in Prague. Some said it was plague. Others said he had been killed for passing secrets to a Bohemian noble family. No one knew for sure, but even in Murano, they had heard stories. Apprentices disappearing. Recipes turning up in foreign cities. Guild secrets that had somehow slipped out of locked chests. The older masters said the walls of the island weren't as solid as they used to be. But Matteo didn't care about that. He only cared that his cousin had gone north, had tried something daring, and now he was gone. And Matteo was still here, still in the heat, still under watch, still reciting the same oaths every month, like the walls could talk. He pressed his fingers gently against a cooled blue pane and asked under his breath, "Is it worth it?" In the next room, the master heard nothing. He was focused now, walking the perimeter of the furnace, checking the support bricks for stress cracks. Every 6 months, the entire furnace had to be rebuilt. The intense heat caused expansion, contraction, and eventual decay. It was normal, but the timing had to be perfect. If it collapsed mid-commission, they would lose everything: clients, orders, credibility. The guild could shield them from ruin, but not forever. He picked up a short mallet and tapped the bricks, listening for change in tone. A hollow echo meant fracture. A sharp ring meant solid clay. Most rang clean. One sounded wrong. He paused. He tapped again. Still wrong. A spiderweb crack had formed beneath the surface, small but growing. He could patch it for now. Mix clay, ash, and salt, then apply it while the wall cooled. But that would mean halting the melt, and that would delay the delivery. He sat down, suddenly aware of his age. He had been here since he was 13, learned to shape by watching his uncle, took over the workshop when his cousin left for Florence, built his own crucibles, mixed his own ash, made his own enemies, and now here he was, deciding whether a crack in the wall would destroy everything. He stood up slowly and got to work. The patch took hours. When it was done, he opened the viewing slot and checked the batch. It had cooled, and the blue. It was there. Not sky blue, not navy, but that strange, holy blue, deep and eternal, like church shadows. He smiled for just a second, then called Matteo to lift it. Later that night, as the fire dimmed, Matteo remained in the workshop. After the others had gone, he touched the blue pane again. It was warm. He turned it slightly, watching the candlelight ripple inside. Then he reached into his satchel and pulled out a piece of paper, folded, smudged, a copied recipe. He looked at it for a long time. The measurements were careful, oxides exact, the ratios flawless. He had memorized it already. The original had been destroyed. He could take it with him, head north, sell it, use it. He folded it again, then threw it into the furnace. It flared once, briefly, then turned to ash the next morning. He showed up early, took his place at the marver, didn't say a word. The master, watching from the corner, nodded. Once, he understood and said nothing, because sometimes loyalty wasn't about silence. It was about choosing the fire when you didn't have to. And maybe that's the secret Murano guarded all along. Not formulas, but the people willing to burn for them. The cathedral is silent, not empty. No, far from it. There are priests, candle bearers, a few scattered pilgrims, the usual creaks of old stone, a flutter of pigeons in the upper eaves. But it is still that peculiar hush that lives only in sacred places. Now look upward. The wall facing east is made not of stone or wood, but glass. Dozens of tall, arched panels, red, gold, blue, green, glitter softly in the morning sun. They stretch as high as rooftops, towering above the altar. This is no decoration. This is a sermon in color. In the 12th and 13th centuries, cathedrals were not just places of worship. They were books, storybooks, history books, prayer books. For a mostly illiterate population, they were the only place to read the past. And the windows, they were chapters. Stained glass in medieval churches wasn't arranged randomly. Every panel, every figure, every tint had meaning. These weren't just pretty windows. They were visual theology. The sequence usually began at the bottom, where the earthly world lived. Farmers, stonemasons, merchants, women at wells, children playing beggars. Shepherds taught above them came the prophets, the apostles, and saints, the heavenly world. And at the top, often in the very center, Christ seated in majesty, or the Virgin Mary surrounded by angels. Or the Last Judgment, a reminder to everyone below of what waited above. It was designed like a cosmic ladder. The closer to the heavens you looked, the closer to salvation you came in Chartres Cathedral, one of the most famous surviving stained glass programs in the world. You'll find over 150 windows, each telling a different story. There's the story of Noah, with tiny animals entering an ark to be two. There's St. Nicholas, saving sailors from a storm. There's Jesus turning water into wine. But also, there's the story of local guilds, the butchers, the shoemakers, the bakers, all paid to have their trades immortalized in glass. In return, they received a panel in the lower windows, showing their tools, their aprons, their work, and above them, saints looked on. It was a kind of medieval sponsorship and a spiritual tax write-off for the viewer. Stained glass was overwhelming. Imagine walking into a vast stone hall, cold and echoing, and suddenly being bathed in red and gold light. The sun moves, the colors shift. The saints seem to flicker, for a peasant seeing this for the first time. It wasn't art, it was a miracle. People wept, children stared, pilgrims prayed, not just to statues, but to the colors themselves, believing the light that passed through the saints. Images might carry their blessings, and perhaps they were right, because the design wasn't just visual, it was emotional. The reds were deep and bloody. The blues were oceanic and calm. The greens were earthy, grounding. The yellows rare, warm, and glowing were often reserved for halos or divine radiance. This color coding allowed even those who couldn't read Latin to understand what they saw. You didn't need a degree to know that red meant sacrifice, or that a circle of gold around someone's head meant you should listen. Or kneel. The stories, too, were often arranged in panels that read like comic strips. The Annunciation, the Visitation, the Nativity, each image framed within its border, with expressions exaggerated, so even someone standing 30 feet below could see who was surprised, who was afraid, who was holy. It was visual literacy, long before schools taught reading. In some cathedrals, windows were arranged by theme. One chapel might focus on the Passion, Christ's betrayal, arrest, crucifixion, and resurrection. Another might feature miracles. Another, Old Testament stories, Abraham, Isaac, Moses, and some focused on local saints, with panels showing familiar towns, clothing, even the cathedral itself. It was a feedback loop. The more the townspeople gave to the church, the more they saw themselves reflected in the sacred space. Some families paid for whole panels to depict themselves as donors, kneeling at the feet of saints. Others were immortalized simply as symbols. A wheel for the Cooper's Guild, a knife for the butchers, a boot for the cobblers. Even the rose windows, those great circular bursts of glass high above the nave, followed logic. They represented the divine order. 12 petals for 12 apostles, 4 outer circles for the Gospels, the center. Almost always Christ, the Lamb of God, or a blazing golden cross. It wasn't random. It was math, sacred geometry, stained in glass. But perhaps the most powerful part of these windows was not what they showed, but when they were seen, they changed with the sun. A panel might be invisible at dawn, but blaze into life at noon. By evening, it might fade to shadow again. Some windows were meant only to be seen in the afternoon, when the light hit them sideways. Others, facing east, caught the first rays of sunrise during morning mass. This shifting light gave the stories movement, made them feel alive, made the stone cathedral feel like it breathed. And then came silence. Over time, many of these windows were destroyed in wars and fires during iconoclastic revolutions. Some were smashed for being too Catholic. Others were melted down to recover lead or gold. The stories darkened. The saints disappeared, but the few that remain, God, they still speak, not with sound, not with words, but with the language of light, patient, flickering, eternal. Today, when you step into an old cathedral and feel that warm band of color fall across your hands, you are reading a page of a medieval storybook, one made not of ink, but flame and mineral and glass. And that story, once meant for peasants and pilgrims, now whispers to you, too. Maybe stained glass was never made to last forever. It's only long enough for the next person to understand the message. Stained glass was never just about holiness. It was also about power, because in the Middle Ages, few things sent a clearer message than placing your name or your likeness in a church window, right alongside the saints. It meant you belonged there. It meant your story mattered, and it meant everyone who walked into the cathedral would see you in the light of heaven. Donors, patrons, noble families, merchant guilds, they all knew the value of being seen in glass. Some gave generously, for spiritual reasons. Others gave because they knew history, once fixed in color, would stay fixed in memory. And so the stories began to shift, not with lies, but with emphasis. Take the Cathedral of Bourges in France. Alongside the usual saints and apostles, you will find windows that show tailors stitching robes, wine merchants unloading barrels, and lawyers signing contracts. Why? Because they paid for it. Each guild funded a different window, and in return, their daily lives were woven into the divine narrative. Above the cobbler's tools, scenes from the life of Saint Crispin, the patron saint of shoemakers. Above the fishmongers, Christ walking on water. Above the bakers, a miracle of loaves and fishes. The sacred and the secular merged. It was subtle, storytelling, grounding heaven in the everyday. In England, it became even more political during the Wars of the Roses. Certain noble families commissioned windows with colors that matched their houses: red for Lancaster, white for York, Some inserted their family crests beneath the feet of saints. A few even slipped themselves into the crowd scenes of biblical stories. One window at York Minster, for example, shows the Last Supper, but look closely. One of the apostles wears the face of a local patron, complete with his 15th century English beard and robes. He gazes reverently at Christ, hands folded, eyes lifted. It was both humble, small, and proud. But what happens when the message changes? When new kings take the throne? When the Reformation sweeps through? The glass had to adapt or disappear. Across Europe, particularly in Protestant regions, stained glass was smashed, melted, or painted over. Saints were declared idolatrous. Stories deemed superstitious. Rich color gave way to clear panes, letting in light but not meaning. Some churches removed windows and stored them in barns. Others sold them to private collectors. A few brave glaziers painted over sacred scenes with gray paste, temporarily erasing the saints in hopes they might be restored later. In some places, worked. In others, the stories were lost forever. But even as churches changed, new kinds of stories emerged. In the 17th and 18th centuries, glass was used to depict allegories, justice, mercy, charity, or even scenes from classical mythology. Pagan gods found their way into chapels, and in the 19th century, stained glass made a comeback, this time as a form of historical nostalgia. Gothic revival swept across Europe. Old cathedrals were restored, new ones built to look medieval. Windows, once again, told biblical tales, but now with Victorian faces, romantic poses, and impossibly rich colors, thanks to industrial dyes. A window from 1250 showed raw emotion. A window from 1850 idealized beauty. The language of glass had changed dialects. Yet even now, even in modern churches, stained glass continues to speak. New windows tell the story of war memorials, civil rights heroes, lost children, and pandemisics in one chapel. In Germany, a window depicts DNA strands in another, the Twin Towers in yet another. The life of a local doctor who treated cholera patients during the 19th century outbreak. The medium stayed the same, but the message grew. The saints now include nurses. The miracles include clean water. The halos belong to those who serve, not just those who preach. It may seem strange to think of stained glass telling contemporary stories, but that was always its role. Too. Freeze light at the moment of history to capture a feeling, grief, awe, survival in something that does not decay. Stone crumbles, paint fades, but glass remembers. And the best part? Even if the story disappears, someone, somewhere will still see beauty. A child, bored during a service, will look up, and for no reason at all, their eyes will stop on a panel showing a man feeding birds, or a woman giving water to a traveler, or a star in a blue sky made of tiny triangles of cut cobalt. They won't know the name, they won't understand the theology, but they'll remember the color. They'll remember the feeling, and in that moment, quiet, brief, meaningless to anyone else, the window speaks again. This is the quiet truth of stained glass. It's not made to be read like a book. It's made to be felt. A glance, a shimmer, a whisper in light. When the world burns or changes or forgets, glass continues shining, not because it resists time, but because it lets time pass through it. And each time the sun returns, so does the story. Maybe that's why stained glass endures, not for what it shows, but for how it keeps showing it. Every piece of stained glass was handmade, cut by hand, colored by hand, painted by hand, fired, framed, installed, all by hands that would never sign the work. This anonymity was not shameful. It was expected because the work belonged to the church, to God, to the people, not the artist. And yet, hidden in the corners of some windows, barely visible, you'll sometimes find small marks, a curled initial, a tiny face, a dog tucked beneath a saint's sandal, a woman's profile in a tree. These were the artist's whispers, not signatures, but fingerprints, proof that someone had been there. It wasn't always a single artist. Most windows were a group effort, designed by one, shaped by another, painted by a third. Some worked on nothing but borders. Others only did the faces. One master, famous in northern France, refused to paint noses, said he always made them too sad. Instead, his apprentice did them all. This layering of work meant the final window was not just a story of saints, but a story of the workshop itself. You could trace a generation by style, shift in how folds were drawn, the evolution of how halos were shaped, thick bands in the 12th century, thin lines by the 14th. Some artists were meticulous with hands, rendering them bones and veins. Others cared only for eyes. Over time, windows became timelines, not just of heaven, but of human hands. And then there was glass itself, the medium with memory. Unlike stone, didn't age gracefully. It shifted. Over centuries, some colored panes darkened, others faded, some cracked under temperature swings. Others sagged slightly under their own weight, but most survived, not in perfect form, but alive. They warped, they blistered, but they still caught light. In some cathedrals, you'll see patches, pieces that don't quite match, a pale yellow next to a rich gold, a blue slightly deeper than its neighbors. These aren't mistakes, they're restorations. In times of war or poverty, when original glass shattered, glazers replaced it with whatever they had, sometimes from other churches, sometimes from broken panels stored in dusty cellars. This created unintentional collages. 19th century angel next to a 13th century apostle, that a modern flower blooming beside a medieval sheep. And yet, somehow, the window still tells a story, not one of neatness, but one of survival. One panel at Reims Cathedral, for example, has a modern square of plain glass with nothing on it, no color, no image. It fills a hole made by a shell in World War I. That square has stayed, it's unpainted, for over a century. It says nothing, and yet it says everything. A moment of silence made visible. In recent years, stained glass has found new voices. Some churches commissioned windows for lost children, some for climate change, some for Holocaust remembrance, and in one London chapel, a stained glass panel includes nothing but names, the names of immigrants who died crossing the English Channel. No saints, no halos, just names. The colors are muted blues, browns, whites. The faces are absent, but the story is unmistakable. These aren't windows to look through, they're windows to feel through. Because when you stand in front of them, the light falls on you. You don't just see the story, you become part of it. And this, maybe more than anything, is why stained glass has lasted so long. It's not a mirror, it's not a screen. It doesn't ask you to look at yourself. It asks you to look through, to see the people who came before, to remember the ones who are gone, to imagine those yet to come. Each shard of color, each imperfect ripple is a small reminder that someone once believed this world was worth illuminating, even if their name was never known, even if their voice was never heard, even if the sun someday stopped shining through. There is a window in Canterbury. It shows a woman kneeling above her, an angel with open arms. The woman's hands are raised, not in worship, but in offering. She holds no crown, no relic, no coin, only light, clear, pale, untouched. It passes through her fingers and falls onto the stone floor. Most visitors never notice this panel. It's tucked behind a pillar, high up, but if you stand at the right angle, just before sunset, the beam lands directly on a cracked stair, a spot thousands have stepped on. worn smooth. For just a few minutes each day, that old stair glows, not with color, not with symbol, okay, but with light that remembers. Maybe that's what stained glass was. Always meant to do, not preserve the past, but remind us that it's still shining. A traveler arrives in town with dust on his boots and coins in his satchel. He's been walking for weeks, from a fishing village in Brittany, over rivers, through forests, across worn stone bridges. His destination is a cathedral, not for mass, not for confession, but for proof. Proof that he came, proof that he was seen. And in the cathedral, the proof is waiting, not just in relics, but in glass. A small panel, high on a wall, shows a group of pilgrims on foot. They carry staffs. They wear hats with scallop shells. One holds a little bag, shaped just like his own. He points to it. "That's him," he says. "That's me." This was one of the strange truths of medieval Christianity. Faith didn't just travel to churches, it funded them. Pilgrimage was one of the major engines of religious infrastructure in the Middle Ages. People didn't just visit shrines. They spent money along the way at inns, in markets, in chapels. And when they arrived at their destination, they often gave a little more. Some donated in silver, others brought goods, wool, food, even small livestock, and a few paid for windows. In cathedrals like Chartres, York, Canterbury, or Compostela, pilgrims' donations were gathered and pooled. These funds went not just to the upkeep of relics, but to the building itself, the vaults, the buttresses, and yes, the stained glass. Sometimes a bishop would issue a call for donations, promising indulgences or blessings in return. These campaigns might last years. They would be mentioned at sermons, carved onto stones, sung in processions, and when the money came in, it was used strategically. A new chapel for St. James, a new rose window facing Jerusalem, a series of windows showing the miracles of Mary. Pilgrims helped write those stories, not with words, but with coins. And the church told them back. In light, some pilgrim-funded windows were humble. They showed road scenes, travelers sleeping, sharing bread, praying beneath trees. Others were triumphant, saints guiding ships, healing wounds, shielding pilgrims from wolves. Often, these stories mirrored real dangers. Pilgrimage wasn't easy. It involved hunger, theft, injury, sickness, and doubt. Glass panels showing these hardships reminded pilgrims that their suffering had meaning. They weren't alone. Even saints had walked. Even saints had bled. Even saints had feared. And so the windows offered comfort, not from above, but from beside. You didn't have to be noble to appear in glass. You just had to walk. But not all patrons were poor. In fact, some of the most lavish windows came from royal and papal sponsorship. Popes in Rome commissioned glass for churches they'd never visit. Kings in England sent glazers to France to study colors. Queens donated dowries to complete unfinished chapels. For the powerful, stained glass was legacy. Stone bore names, but glass carried memory. One royal donor in Spain had his name worked into the border of every panel in Latin. Yes, but also in Castilian, the common tongue. He wanted everyone, not just scholars, to know who paid for the light. Another in France had a window made with imported blue from Syria, because the local hues weren't deep enough. It wasn't just devotion, it was branding. At times, donors argued with clergy over what should be shown. A bishop might request the Passion of Christ. A nobleman might prefer scenes from the Book of Kings to reflect his lineage. A local guild might want to include a saint wearing their tools. A way to say, "We were here." In some cases, these disagreements played out in the windows themselves. One panel might show a saint healing the sick, a bishop's request. The next might show him blessing a vineyard, the donor's suggestion, side by side, sacred and strategic. Over time, some pilgrims began returning to the same shrines not for prayer, but to see their image in the windows, their likeness, their gift. It became a kind of holy tourism, a pilgrimage of recognition. See that figure? One man told his grandson, "That's our coat of arms." See that scene? A widow whispered, "That's the saint who saved your father." Even without faces, even without names. The glass held memory, and that memory passed through generations like a story told through sunlight. But the glass was fragile. Wars broke out, towns were burned, windows shattered in some churches. The fragments were gathered like bones, mended with lead, rearranged into new patterns. You can still see them, mosaics of mismatched scenes, a saint beside a vine, a pilgrim under a lamb. Nothing quite fits, and yet everything shines, because the point was never perfect storytelling. The point was to remember why the glass was made, not just to show heaven, but to show that people cared enough to try. Final story at the Cathedral of La Puy in southern France. There is a small panel, half obscured, in the corner of a larger window. It shows a man kneeling before an altar. He is not a saint, not a king, just a traveler. His hat is crumpled, his bag is patched, his sandals are broken, and behind him, Archangel Michael resting a hand gently on his shoulder. There is no name, no explanation, just the light falling through his figure, year after year, century after century. Some say he was a real man, some say he never existed. But for those who enter the cathedral, weary and uncertain, that image is enough, because it says, you arrived were seen, and the light remembered. And maybe that's the heart of stained glass, not just sacred images for the holy, but a flicker of kindness for everyone who dared to look up. Every donation, no matter how small, made the story bigger. Every window, no matter how high, cast a shadow on the floor, and every footstep through a cathedral added another layer of memory to the color. Stained glass didn't just reflect heaven, it was built by those still walking toward it. Pilgrimage had a rhythm, the flow of people in spring and summer, the trickle in winter. Feast days that filled cities with travelers, festivals that swelled ends to breaking. Each year brought waves of footsteps and satchels, prayers and coins, and cathedrals, especially those guarding relics, learned to prepare. They hired more jellahs, they built new chapels in advance of crowds, and they used stained glass, tweezed to miracles inside. A saint raising the dead, a woman healed of blindness, a cripple throwing away crutches, all told in blue and red and gold, not for those inside, but for those arriving. The message was clear. This is a place where light touches the sick. Relics were the draw. Bones, cloth, blood, any physical link to the saints. Churches that housed them became pilgrimage destinations, and stained glass became both storytelling and signage. Some windows even depicted the relic itself, a glowing box held by angels, or a reliquary atop an altar. One famous example shows Saint Foy's golden statue seated like a queen, receiving offerings from pilgrims. Around her, smaller scenes show the miracles she performed, healing fevers, calming storms, unbinding prisoners, and below, the donors kneel, often faceless, sometimes labeled devotus, ignotus, an unknown worshiper. This anonymity didn't lessen their gift. If anything, it elevated it. It became every mind's prayer. But not all pilgrimages were personal. Some were political. In times of plague, drought, or war, entire cities would send delegations to holy sites, not for spiritual growth, but for divine intervention. Protect us. End this sickness. Let the harvest return. And often they would leave behind a gift, money, gold, glass, in hopes that their gesture would be enough. Churches recorded these events in windows. Look closely in some cathedrals and you'll see strange panels. A group of helmeted knights kneeling before a saint, a burning village behind a figure holding a cross. A king offering a sword, not to Christ, but to a bishop. These weren't random stories. They were transactions, public prayers, broadcast in glass, the role of the glazer. And all this was unusual. He was not a priest, not a pilgrim, not a nobleman, but he stood in the middle of their stories. He received instructions, showed the miracle, make the saint look radiant, include the town banner, and turned them into colored scenes. Some workshops even created templates for common miracles. A blind man kneeling, eyes open, a ship tossed in waves, then safely harbored. A mother holding her healed child. These designs could be reused across regions, like early icons, adjusted slightly, but always recognizable. But each one needed to feel personal. No one gave their life savings for generic grace. The window had to say, "This is my prayer." Glazers began adding regional details in a Spanish window. A saint might wear a red sash instead of white in a German window. The landscape would include pine forests instead of olive groves. In one English chapel, St. Thomas, Becket appears walking past a field of sheep, not because of doctrine, but because the chapel was built by a wool guild. Glass became localization, spiritual storytelling with hometown flair. Even more fascinating were the miracle report. Windows. Some churches had entire walls dedicated to documented healings, scenes submitted by pilgrims, recorded by monks, and approved by bishops. A woman touched the altar and her fever broke. A merchant gave alms and survived a storm at sea. A boy prayed at the relic of a martyr and began to speak after being mute since birth. These windows were testimonials, medieval, Yelp reviews in colored glass. Some even included before and after panels, one side showing the illness, the next the recovery. Others featured texts, short Latin phrases, Sanctus intervenit, the saint intervened, or Gratias Deo, Acte sent, thanks be given to God. These panels were as important as any sermon. They showed that prayer worked, that miracles happened, that giving to the church had results, and that light was the medium for truth. But behind every miracle window was a ledger. The church recorded each donation, each name, each reason, each coin, not out of greed, though wealth certainly played a part, but out of a belief that faith should be remembered. One scribe in Reims wrote, "As stone remembers name, let glass remember mercy." And sometimes mercy was complicated. One nobleman in the 14th century funded a stunning rose window, blues imported from Syria, reds made with real gold, faces painted by Italy's best. He said it was in thanks for the safe birth of his son. But everyone in town knew it was penance. He had led a raid on a rival city 2 years earlier. Dozens had died. The window, it was said, cost more than the homes of 50 villagers. And yet, there it was, shining, beautiful, redemption, in glass. That was the power of stained glass. As a donation, it could reframe the past. A soldier became a protector. A thief became a giver. A mistake became a lesson, illuminated by sunlight in some cathedrals. The donor records are still intact. Scrolls of names, amounts given, notes like, for the healing of a sister, for the forgiveness of a storm, for a son lost to fever, for a father who did not return from the crusade. These gifts may seem small: a coin, a half loaf of bread, a ribbon of colored glass, but they built lit saints in color, told stories that no one else was telling. And when you stand beneath those windows today, you may not know the donors' names, but the light that touches your face, that's theirs, still giving, still speaking, still remembering. Maybe that's what makes stained glass. More than art, it is donation that never stops donating. Stained glass, for all its beauty, was never cheap. Even the humblest paint required dozens of steps: preparing the sand, refining the ash, firing the crucibles, coloring the melt, cutting the pieces, soldering the lead, cames, painting the details, and installing the final product, high into cold, wind-blown stone walls. It took labor, it took skill, and most of all, it took money. But unlike statues or frescoes, stained glass carried something else, something more fluid. It carried the weight of intention, because no one donated for glass without a reason. Sometimes it was legacy: a wealthy widow giving her last coins for a panel of St. Catherine, her name inscribed in Latin below the saint's sandaled feet. Sometimes it was guilt: a merchant who cheated scales one too many times, paying for an image of Christ forgiving the tax collector. Sometimes it was fear: a town recovering from plague, funding a window of St. Sebastian, arrows removed from his side, standing tall again. And sometimes it was gratitude: a sailor returning from a storm, a woman surviving childbirth, a boy learning to walk. All of them left something behind, a gift not of gold or silver, but of light. And the glaziers, in turn, turned those gifts into stories, cathedrals. Over time came mosaics of these prayers, not just in the windows, but in the very way windows were arranged. One apse might show healing, one transept might focus on protection, a side chapel might feature saints who watched over children, and at the very entrance, a great rose window made from the donations of travelers. Pilgrims, after all, were not just visitors, they were shareholders. Every coin dropped into the cathedral chest helped shape what future pilgrims would see. The fascinating part: this wasn't centrally planned. There was no blueprint from Rome dictating the color of a saint's robe or the pose of an angel. The choices were made locally, negotiated between church leaders, patrons, artists, and sometimes entire guilds. The result: each cathedral became utterly unique. Yes, they shared common saints, familiar stories, standard symbols, but the style, the details, the tone, those were shaped by the people in ruling. The saints look weary, worn, a city battered by centuries of conflict. In Burgos, they smile, radiant, a center of joy, of gold, of pilgrimage. In Prague, their eyes are sharp, alert, a town of scholars and suspicion. Glass became a mirror of place, of mood, of memory, and this wasn't lost on the viewers. Even peasants who couldn't read Latin knew which saints were theirs. They'd point them out to their children. This is the saint who healed your sister. This one protected our wheat. This one watches your grandfather's grave. The glass was never abstract. It was personal, and though the names of the donors faded, the emotions they gave stayed in the light. Sometimes even the failures were remembered. One chapel in northern France tried to commission a panel of St. Martin, dividing his cloak for a beggar, but funds ran out halfway through. Only the outline was completed. It remains that way even now, half finished, and yet people stop and stare. They see the sketch of generosity, the ghost of intention, and perhaps that's more powerful than perfection, because it reminds us sometimes the effort was the prayer. In other places, panels were stolen during war, invasion, revolution. Glass was pried from windows, packed in crates, sold across borders. Some now sit in museums, some were never seen again, but occasionally the fragment reappears. A face in a junk shop, a pane behind a farmhouse wall, a burst of cobalt in a box of antiques. When this happens, scholars race to trace it, to find where it came from, to see what story it once belonged to reconnect the light to its origin, because even a single shard can contain the soul of a century. There's a story, not confirmed, but often told, about a piece of glass found in a London antique stall in the 1950s. It was no bigger than a postcard, depicted a woman kneeling in blue dot. No name, no location, but on the back of the wood panel, someone had written in pencil, paid for by the last coins of a man who never returned. No one knows who, but that's the thing about stained glass. Even when we don't know the story, the light still tells it, and it continues today. Modern donors still give for stained glass, not just in cathedrals, but in hospitals, chapels, schools, memorial gardens. Some panels commemorate lost firefighters, others celebrate births, some depict nebulae, TNA strands, or peace doves, and still, the rule remains. Every window has a purpose, every gift is a message, and every beam of colored light that lands across your shoulder was once someone's act of belief in beauty, in memory, in something greater than themselves. So the next time you see stained glass, don't just look at it. Step into the light. Let it touch you. Let it tell you that someone once hoped for something better and gave their light away to prove it. Maybe the real miracle is not the saint in the glass, but the hand that placed them there, far from the grand cities and gold-leafed cathedrals, deep inside the forests of medieval Europe. There was a very different kind of glassmaker. No patronage, no saints, just trees and fire and sand. This was the world of forest glass, a green, heavy, bubbled kind of glass, made by men who lived close to the earth, who burned everything they could find, and who shaped color, not for glory, but for survival. It was not elegant, it was not prestigious, but it worked, and it still holds the sunlight. Centuries later, the process began with two things: trees and sand. The trees were everywhere, vast woodlands of beech, oak, pine, and ash. Glassmakers would chop them by the cartload, stack the wood into enormous kilns, and burn it slowly for days to make ash dust. This was not the ash you see in a fireplace. This was potash, potassium carbonate, the key ingredient that lowered the pH melting point of silica. More potash meant less fuel was needed to melt sand into glass. It was messy, hot, exhausting work, and that was only the beginning. The sand came next, not pure white coastal sand, like in Venice. No, this was local sand, often mixed with iron, clay, stone. It gave the glass a green or brown hue, sometimes cloudy, sometimes streaked, always imperfect and always unique. Glassmakers built temporary huts in the woods, half shelters made from wattle, timber, and thatch. They dug pits for furnaces, lined with clay and brick, and kept the fires going as long as wood lasted. They worked in shifts. They slept near the smoke. They rarely stayed in one place for long. When the forest was exhausted, they moved, packed their molds, their blowpipes, their scorched crucibles, and started again. They were nomads of fire. The glass they made was simple. TANKARDS. Window. Panes, beads, storage jars. Heavy, practical, unpolished. You can still find pieces of it buried in fields. Green shards with tiny air bubbles frozen inside, like little breaths held for centuries. No saints painted on these windows. No miracle stories. Just glass for farmhouses and market stalls. Glass that didn't need to shine in cathedrals, only to survive a winter. Still, Kitha was skilled. Forest glassmakers knew how to twist molten blobs into wide-mouthed jugs, how to roll flat sheets with iron rods, how to mold thick rings called bullions, those central circles you sometimes see in old windows where the glass was spun and cut from a crown. They knew how to color without meaning to. Too much ash, a deep olive green dot. Too much iron, smoky gray. Occasional lime from burned bones. Amber. Each fire told its own story. Each batch was a conversation between wood, wind, and sand. In some regions, these glassworks became semi-permanent. Germany's Black Forest, France's Lorraine, Bohemia's Highlands. Families set up shop for decades, training apprentices, building better furnaces, even experimenting with added materials like wood, fern, ash. which gave an especially smooth melt. It was here that the phrase walled gloss forest glass became known, and it was respected, not for beauty, but for reliability. Ironically, the very impurity of forest glass gave it strength. It was thicker than CD glass, more forgiving. You could drop a forest-made tankard, and it might not break. That mattered to farmers, soldiers, merchants. They didn't need perfection. They needed utility, and forest glass delivered. But forest glass came with cost. Deforestation. A single glass hut could consume acres of timber per year. Wood was not only used to make potash, but 2 heat furnaces, which had to burn for weeks non-stop to keep the melt alive. As forests thinned, local lords grew wary. Some banned mobile glassmakers from settling near estates. Others taxed wood directly, charging fees for every felled tree. Still, the glassmakers moved quietly, cautiously to the next forest. They left behind ash pits, charcoal mounds, cracked crucibles, and memories in green glass. Sometimes local peasants believed the glassmakers were sorcerers. They arrived in the night, built strange fires, melted, rocked into liquid war leather aprons, and spoke in unfamiliar dialects. Left before anyone really knew their names, and what they left behind glittered in the dirt. Like dragon scales, forest magic of a very earthly kind. Over time, forest glass evolved. Some workshops grew roots, built stone furnaces, opened trade links, sold to monasteries, town councils, even the occasional nobleman. A few forest glaziers became wealthy, not like Venetian masters, but comfortable. Still, others passed on their craft quietly, from father to son, through gestures more than words. This fire is too soft. This ash is too bright. This sheet will shatter. They didn't write recipes. They just remembered. Until one day, they didn't, and the forest swallowed their story. But pieces remain. Green shards in plowed fields, bullion windows in old barns, tankards in folk museums. Evidence that even the humblest glass, thick, bubbly, uneven, still has something to say. That you don't need saints, halos, to deserve a place in history. Sometimes all it takes is sand, wood, and a little warmth. Maybe forest glass wasn't forgotten. Maybe it was just waiting to be noticed again in the way the sunlight still glints off green glass in the grass. The forest was never quiet, even when the wind was still. The trees creaked, the coals hissed, and somewhere in the distance, wolves howled. Glassmakers in the woods lived with these sounds. They didn't find them frightening. They found them familiar. The hiss of ash meant the furnace was alive. The crack of frozen wood splitting meant fuel for tomorrow. And a howl. That just meant the wild still remembered they were visitors. Forest furnaces were not like the grand kilns of Venice. They were low, built into pits or stone-lined mounds. The best ones were dug into gentle slopes, allowing cold air to enter from below and smoke to exit high above. They burned day and night. The apprentices slept beside them, wrapped in wool, their skin always smudged with soot. No white cloth stayed white for long. The forest crept into everything, breath, clothes, lungs, and yet the work continued, because once the fire was hot enough to melt sand, you didn't let it die, not for anything, when ash production went wrong. The consequences were immediate. If the potash was overcooked, the glass would be brittle. If it was undercooked, the melt would never happen. Worse still, if the wood used had too much moisture, it produced smoke that contaminated the melt, leaving foggy streaks in the final sheets. This taught precision, not in numbers, but in instincts. Glassmakers learned to read smoke by color, by speed, by smell. They knew the difference between ash that hissed and ash that sighed. They developed a kind of forest chemistry, not taught in universities, but passed down with burned hands and tired eyes. Some experiments were intentional. A few glaziers tried combining different woods. Ash wood for base temperature, beech for long burns, fern ash for color tone, one region, in what is now southern Germany, even tried using dried manure as part of the ash blend. It worked, but left a smell no one could forget. Even the windows, once installed, gave off a strange odor when warmed by sunlight. The experiment was not repeated, but others were. Glassmakers discovered that adding limestone to the melt improved durability, crushed shells, burned bones, even powdered chalk scraped from local cliffs. This added calcium, reducing weather damage in the final panes. It also subtly shifted color. One forest workshop noticed that snail shells produced a clearer finish than cow bones. Another discovered that mixing lime into just one part of the crucible created gradients of color across a single pane. It was accidental innovation, one that modern science would later confirm. But they didn't need microscopes, just eyes and patience. Some of the most creative work came from waste. Broken crucibles were crushed, and added to new melts, a primitive form of recycling. Old shards were reheated. REMIXED. Even charcoal dust swept from furnace floors sometimes found its way into black glass batches used for bottles and jugs that didn't need to be pretty, strong. These waste melts had unpredictable results, sometimes a rich brown, sometimes a smoky green black dot. Once, a pane that shimmered purple when the sun hit it just right. No one could repeat it, but they kept the shard pinned to a wall above the furnace like a lucky charm. Forest glassmakers were not isolated from the world. Merchants came, traders passed, even monks wandered through, sometimes requesting cheap windows for a side chapel or a monastery kitchen. Some brought news of war, of peace, of cathedrals rising far away. Some brought gifts, a new tool, a strange powder, a rumor about red glass in Spain. And so, slowly, the forest glassmakers adapted by the late Middle Ages. Some forest workshops had proper names. They had ledgers, they had patrons, not rich ones, farmers who returned every year for storage jars. Tavern owners who bought tankards by the dozen, even abbots who quietly ordered glass for cloister windows, knowing full well it came from smoke-stained men in the woods. And the glass itself, it improved, smoother surfaces, fewer bubbles, better shape control, but it never lost its character. You could still spot a forest-made window from across a room, its gentle ripple, its olive green hue, its slightly uneven cut. It didn't pretend to be Venetian. It was proud to be woodland, born, and yet couldn't last forever. The forest grew thinner, the laws tightened, kings demanded taxes. Guilds from cities tried to outlaw mobile glassmakers, calling them uncivilized and wasteful. Some forest workshops were absorbed into regional trade networks. Others faded, but the legacy remained in technique, in texture, and in the glass itself. Today, forest glass survives in the quiet corners of Europe, in countryside churches, in barn windows, in museum drawers, in fields unearthed by plows. Every shard tells a story not of saints or kings, but of fire, ash, bark, and breath, of men who made color in the woods, with no audience, with no fame, only the joy of turning waste into wonder. There is a pane of glass in a small German chapel, no larger than a hand, cloudy, green, and rough. Most visitors pass by it. It has no saints, no stories, but when the sun strikes it in late afternoon, it glows like moss in spring, and for a moment you can almost hear the forest breathing. Maybe that's the gift forest glass left behind. Not just light, but the memory of fire in a forgotten place. It begins with silence, not the silence of a chapel, but the silence of tree stumps, of moss on old bricks, of a path, of remembered, leading nowhere. Once, This clearing had been alive with fire, smoke curling upward, glass glowing in clay pots, men shouting over the roar of flame. Now, just a bird song, but the ground still knows. Dig deep enough, and you'll find blackened soil, a shard, a ring of stone, proof that once the forest burned, not with destruction, but with creation. Long after the glassmakers left, traces remained. Glass is stubborn. It doesn't rot. It doesn't crumble like parchment or peel like paint. It rests quietly, waiting. Farmers plowing fields would find thick green shards, edge-rounded, smooth, sometimes still sharp. Children pocketed them, called them dragon glass. Some thought they were jewels. They were closer to time capsules in a few rare places. Entire forest glassworks were uncovered by archaeologists. One in Germany revealed a buried furnace, half collapsed, but still holding fragments of raw sand and melted ash. Crucibles fused to the base, tools rusted into shape, charcoal stacked as if someone would return for it, and, most haunting of all, a wall still bearing the black scorch where the flame had licked it. For years, it was not a ruin. It was a snapshot of heat, of hands, of a world that did not seek to be remembered, but was, anyway, in France. A forest path leads to a forgotten glassmaker's hut, just a ring of stone. But near it, a spring. Local folklore says the water still smells faintly of smoke. People bring bottles, hoping for luck. They don't know who lived there, but the earth does, and the glass does, because scattered around the clearing are green bits of light, some flat, some curled, some with the telltale center bubble of hand-blown work. Each one is a story with no words, but full of meaning. Some museums now display forest glass as vernacular material culture. That's the technical term, but really it means this: ordinary beauty made by extraordinary hands in forgotten places. Forest glass was never meant to last. It wasn't carved in marble or painted by masters. It wasn't wrapped in velvet or passed through royal hands. It sat in kitchen shelves. It rattled in carts. It lined windows that rattled in the wind. And yet, it survived. More than survive, it remained because it was strong and because it was made not for glory, but for need. The irony. Today, forest glass is prized to collectors. Seek it out. Historians study its formula. Glassmakers try to replicate its green tone, often failing. That exact mix of potash, wood, ash, humidity, wind, and luck can't be written down. It was environmental. It was lived. It was one generation's constant improvisation, never recorded, only repeated. And once they stopped repeating, it vanished, except in the glass in one reconstructed forest hut in the Netherlands. Artisans now demonstrate medieval methods. They burn beech, they melt sand, they stir with iron rods and sleep on straw. Visitors watch, pressed. Children gasp when the molten blob turns into a bowl. They ask how it was done, and the master smiles. No exact way, he says, just the old way, and turns back to the fire. Because even today, forest glass isn't about showing off, it's about showing up. And perhaps that's what forest glass teaches us, that not all heritage is gilded. Some of it is green, some of it is chipped, some of it is made with hands that never wrote their names, but it exists, and when the light shines through it, crooked, thick, soft, it tells us not of kings or saints, but of people who worked until they got it right, who made windows in places no one expected and gave the world color. Without asking for thanks, there is one last tale. A pane of forest glass was found in the window of a chapel roof in Austria, forgotten, dirty, partially covered with ivy. It had no pattern, no paint, no frame, just a disc, old, thick, with a curled ripple in the center. When conservators removed it for cleaning, they noticed something unusual. The glass bent the light in a perfect spiral as if the forest had left its signature. Today, it's displayed in a case. No plaque, no story, just a shaft of sunlight above it, letting the ripple return. So next time you see old green glass in a barn window, a museum shelf, or beneath the dirt of a plowed field, take a moment, hold it to the light, and remember, this was once fire, this was once breath, this was once enough. Maybe not all history is meant to shine like gold. Some of it glows softly, like glass, warmed by the hands of those who never asked to be remembered, but are. In most crafts, mistakes are hidden. A cracked pot is tossed. A crooked stitch is unpicked. A sour note is never recorded. But in medieval glassmaking, some mistakes stayed, and some of those became masterpieces, because glass doesn't lie. Once melted, once shaped, once cooled, it's permanent. So when an error occurred mid-fire, there was no undoing it, and sometimes that's where the magic happened. It might start with the crucible, a crack in the ceramic, a drip of iron from the tools, a bit of soot from wet wood, anything, okay? Even the smallest trace could shift the color of the entire melt. Green turned to brown, clear turned to cloudy yellow, took on a strange pink hue, and the glassmakers would stare at it, puzzled. Sometimes they cursed, sometimes they laughed, but sometimes they leaned in. One famous case, the birth of flashed glass. A glassmaker, trying to make clear panes, accidentally poured a pot of red-colored molten glass over an older sheet that hadn't fully cooled. The result? Thin outer layer of ruby red, fused with a clear base. It wasn't uniform. It had swirls, veins, blotches, but when held to the light, it glowed. Later, artists learned how to recreate this flash on purpose by layering two thin colors together and etching one away to create patterns. But it all started from a furnace slip. One mistake, one miracle. Then there was the issue of metal contamination. Cobalt made blue, copper made green, gold made ruby. But what if the ingredients weren't pure? A batch of copper containing traces of silver could cause a shimmery turquoise. An iron rod, dipped too long, could dull a pot's entire clarity. Sometimes glazers discovered these effects days later, only when the installed windows reacted to sunlight differently than expected. One 3rd century church in Spain reported that its new south transept window burned like the sea. No one knew why, but they kept it. Glassmakers began embracing the chaos, not recklessly, but with curiosity. They started blending ashes from different woods, adding odd minerals found near RIVERBE, Dest 1 workshop. Even added one soaked charcoal, by mistake, resulting in a smoky lilac hue no one could replicate. In England, a batch of green glass turned brown when a local boy used lake water in the mix of the lake. It turned out was rich in sulfur and peat. They named the result bog glass, sold it for half price. Monks loved it, said it reminded them of the earth. Sometimes beauty didn't need perfection, it just needed presence. There were also heat errors. If the furnace ran too hot, the glass scorched, turning brittle, warping. During shaping, too cold, and it clumped, full of bubbles. But just occasionally, a borderline fire would cause feathering, swirling cloud-like patterns where the ingredients didn't fully mix. These weren't intended, but when sliced into panels, they resembled clouds, smoke, halos. Some glaziers pretended they meant to do it. Others admitted, years later, it was just luck. Still, the effect remained, and future glassmakers learned to flirt with that threshold, hoping for another happy accident. And then there was weather. Rainy. Seasons changed everything. Wood, wetter, air was heavier. Humidity altered. How quickly a molten sheet cooled. In one Italian village, an entire month's batch of window panes came out foggy, not white, but hazy, as if trapped behind mist. They almost scrapped the shipment, but a priest insisted it looked spiritual. He said, God prefers mystery. The windows were installed. They are still there, foggy, ghost-like, perfect. Some mistakes became techniques. Once glaziers realized that reheating semi-cooled sheets gave them ripple textures, they did it more often on purpose. Other times, they scraped imperfect paint off with horsehair brushes, revealing partial images that looked shadowed. An early form of shading. It was trial, it was error, it was art born of limits, and sometimes of exhaustion. One tired apprentice, too slow to finish a sheet, let it slump on the edge of the cooling rack. It bent, curved, rippled. When it cooled, it looked like flowing water. That apprentice was scolded, but the master, he saved the piece. Maybe the river has a place in the church, he said. Today, conservators try to explain these quirks scientifically. They measure calcium ratios, run spectrometry, test, trace pigment sources. But even with all the data, they admit some of the most beautiful pieces, unrepeatable, because they weren't designed. They were discovered. They were glass that happened, a conversation between heat, time, and chance. A shard found in a German cathedral wall bears 3 colors: green at the bottom, red in the middle, K, and pale gold near the top. Tests showed the glass had been tilted during cooling. Gravity had pulled minerals through the sheet in slow motion. The window was never finished, never installed, but the shard, it's framed now, displayed with a plaque that reads, unknown hand, unknown formula, unknown miracle. So much of medieval glass survives not because it was perfect, because someone once looked at it and said, yes, that's enough. Maybe that's the most human kind of beauty, the kind born by mistake, the kind that surprises, the kind that glows without explanation. Maybe not all colors were chosen. Some were gifted. There's a curious paradox in medieval glasswork. The more control they thought they had, the more often things went wrong, and the less they tried to control, the more beauty appeared. By the 14th century, master glassmakers had learned to embrace this. They didn't call it chaos, they called it character. A streak was not a flaw, it was motion. A bubble wasn't failure, it was breath. And color, especially unexpected color, was no longer just tolerated, it was invited. Consider the case of silver stain. It began not with molten glass, but with post-firing decoration. Artisans painted designs on the back of a pane using a compound containing silver nitrate, hoping for a soft shimmer. But what they got was yellow dot, rich, buttery, glowing yellow, wherever the brush had touched. The glass turned golden after firing. This was an accident, a chemical surprise, but it changed everything suddenly. Glaziers had access to a new color that didn't require a full melt. They used it for halos, for sunbeams, for crowns. For wheat fields. And just like that, a slip of chemistry became a whole visual language. Other times, the accident wasn't in the glass, it was in the light. A pane installed facing east, meant for soft morning light, was mistakenly placed in the west window. No one noticed until evening. Then the setting sun hit it like fire. The figures in the glass, once dull, ignited in crimson and copper. The effect was unplanned, but so breathtaking that pilgrims returned each dusk just to see it. Eventually, churches copied the mistake. They rotated their layouts to catch the golden hour, all because someone once labeled a crate incorrectly. Texture also offered surprises. Sometimes, when molten sheets cooled too quickly, the surface wrinkled. It was called devil glass, warped, unpredictable, prone to snapping under pressure. But artists found it useful. The ripples created shadows, depth, in otherwise flat windows, used in cloaks. It suggested movement, used in clouds. It mimicked real sky, used in halos. It danced like flame. No one could reproduce it exactly, but every workshop tried, and the devil, once feared, became divine. Even cracks found their way into the art. A pane cracked during transport. The church couldn't afford a new one, so the glazier added extra lead cames to hold the pieces together. The result, zigzagging line across a saint's robe. Strangely beautiful. Years later, artists began adding similar lines, intentionally mimicking fractures as part of the design. It added age, mystery, narrative. A saint, not pristine, but enduring. A robe, not perfect, but worn. Sometimes, the illusion of damage gave a window more soul. In one abbey, a batch of paint ran during firing. The saint's face looked like it was weeping. The monks wept, too, but not out of disappointment. They believed it was a sign, a miracle. The saint shared their sorrow. The window remained, and pilgrims knelt before it for generations, whispering their grief into the glass. Some accidents became seasonal in cold winters. Furnaces behaved differently. Glass cooled faster. Colors separated more dramatically. You'd get marbled panes, red and white, swirling like candle wax in hot summers. The melt was sluggish. Some coppers oxidized unevenly, giving a bronze finish that shimmered in shadow. Artisans began planning around the seasons. Let's make blue in spring. Red behaves better in snow. They didn't control the world. They danced with it, and in that dance, creation thrived. Sometimes, accidents preserved history. One panel rushed to meet a bishop's visit. Was overfired. The paint faded. The outlines blurred, but underneath the original sketch, drawn in charcoal before painting, remained visible. Centuries later, historians used that panel to understand medieval planning techniques. A mistake became a time machine. A ruined window became the most valuable one in the chapel, and occasionally an error told a joke. A small window in a side corridor of a monastery shows a monk carrying a fish, but the glassmaker misaligned the panels. The fish hovers in midair. For decades, no one fixed it today. It's famous. Visitors take photos. The caption underneath reads, "Miracle of the Flying Fish." Sometimes history isn't serious. Sometimes it laughs, and sometimes the mistake becomes the memory. Modern artisans often say, we aim for precision, but we honor surprise, because surprise, after all, is how new things enter the world. And medieval glass, for all its ritual and reverence, was full of surprise. A color from a wrong mix, a shape from a tired hand, a glow from an unexpected angle. Maybe the window wasn't broken. Maybe it was just telling a better story. The beauty of stained glass is that it's made for light, not for museums, not for vaults, not for perfection. Glass is meant to glow, and glow it did, even when things went wrong, especially when things went wrong, because the greatest legacy of accidental medieval glass was not the technique, it was the attitude to accept what the fire gave, to listen to the heat, to stop demanding control, and to learn, instead, how to see. By the 15th century, workshops across Europe had stopped pretending that every batch would be identical. They welcomed the unexpected. Some even added steps to encourage variation. Instead of carefully filtered ash, they mixed in fragments of old melted windows. Instead of clean water, they experimented with well water, rich in iron or sulfur or lime. Instead of rejecting flawed panes, they built entire windows around them. A cracked disc became a moon. A bent sheet became a falling. ROBEA stained border became fire. What had once been error became inspiration. Word count: 301. French workshop, famous for its deep crimson glass, once tried a new crucible. It was thinner, fired at a lower temperature. During the melt, the pot warped and the color shifted. The result? Red, with violet undertones. So unusual it didn't match anything else in the cathedral. The panel was meant to be part of a larger passion scene, but when installed, it stood out like a bruise. The glazer apologized. The abbot paused, then said, "It suits the sorrow." That flawed pane became the centerpiece. It's still there, slightly off, slightly wrong, utterly unforgettable. In another case, a small church in Bohemia commissioned windows showing the four seasons, but the winter pane cooled too quickly. The blue fractured. Spiderweb cracks across the surface. Everyone assumed it was ruined, until a child walked past and gasped, "It looks like frost." And it did. The window stayed. The artist's signature, a single snowflake etched into the corner, proof that mistakes, like seasons, could be beautiful. Sometimes, even glass aging became art as minerals migrated. Sunlight warped colors. Red dulled into rust. Blue shifted toward gray. Some glass turned cloudy, some translucent, but churches didn't replace them. They called it patina, the mark of time, a reminder that glass lives, that it remembers. The layering technique of flashed glass, once an accident, grew into full-on experimentation. Glaziers would intentionally overlay red and blue, then etch away patterns to let light through. Sometimes they scraped too much, sometimes not enough. Sometimes they used broken tools, left ragged lines. Those ragged lines became a style. Later, they'd be called grisaille, but originally, they were just scratches, like shadows left behind by indecision, like whispers of doubt that made the image feel more real. Even the placement of glass mattered. Some windows, when rotated slightly, even by an inch, caught the sun differently. Refractions changed colors, danced by mistake in one northern chapel. A window meant for the east wall was installed in the south. The result, each solstice, at a certain angle, a burst of rainbow light hit the altar. The window wasn't moved. The priest simply smiled and said, "Let the light decide." Aesthetics born from error weren't unique to cathedrals. Village, churches, tavern, windows, merchant homes, all had their own versions. A tavern in Ghent displayed a warped window with a green tint, uneven, rippled, and misshapen. But every evening, as the sun set, it cast a strange glow across the wooden bar. Locals called it the ghost glass. When the tavern burned down years later, they salvaged that window, framed it, hung it in the rebuilt wall. It didn't fit the space. It didn't match the new design, but it belonged because it was part of the place's memory. Some mistakes had consequences. Unstable formulas caused panes to crumble. Decades later, paint peeled from overfired surfaces, but even this decay gained meaning. Some churches left decayed panels in place as memento mori, as proof that beauty fades, as visual sermons on impermanence. One priest preached weekly in front of a ghosted window. No image remains forever, he said, but the light behind it does. In modern restoration, conservators often face a dilemma. Do they fix a historical mistake or preserve it? A crooked lead line, a poorly mixed pigment, an accidental crack with emotional resonance. More and more, they choose to leave it because the flaws carry human touch, because the errors tell the story better than perfection could, and because, deep down, we recognize that what was once a mistake might now be the most honest part of the whole work. A museum in Austria once received a donation of mismatched, stained glass shards. Some were too warped to fit frames. Others had scorch marks, odd colors, strange curves. Curators almost declined until one noticed something tiled up to the light. The shards created an abstract scene, swirls of red, broken blue, fractured gold. It looked accidental. It was accidental, but it felt like a window into time. They arranged the shards in a new frame. No narrative, no saints, just chaos. caught in color. It's now one of their most popular exhibits. The label simply reads, "Beauty by Mistake." So perhaps the lesson of medieval glass is not in its pigments or its formulas, but in its forgiveness. It allowed for missteps, for miscalculations, for imperfection to become inheritance. Maybe that's why, centuries later, we still gaze at those windows, not because they're flawless, but because they're human. They remind us that the best art was never supposed to be, it just happened. And sometimes that's the most beautiful thing of all. Monasteries were not just places of prayer. They were laboratories within their stone walls. Monks copied texts, mapped stars, pressed herbs, and melted sand. They worked in silence, but the silence was not empty. It was focused, because for the monastic glassmaker, every pane of stained glass was a prayer, a way to turn the physical world into spiritual light. And to do that, they had to master not just faith, but fire. Most monastic glassmaking workshops were humble, okay? Simple furnace tucked behind the cloister garden, bellows powered by foot or hand, pots of powdered minerals lined along low wooden shelves, all labeled in Latin, sometimes with little icons for plant ash, for lime, for cobalt. There were no grand kilns here, no guilds or trade secrets, only the quiet pursuit of color through contemplation, because monks believed that light was divine, and if they could shape it, bend it, infuse it with meaning, they could bring heaven closer to earth. The colors themselves were chosen with theological care: blue for purity, Mary, the heavens; red for sacrifice, blood, the passion; green for rebirth, paradise, the natural world; gold for divine presence; white for the Holy Spirit. But in monastic glass, these colors were rarely loud. They shimmered softly like candlelight through silk. This was deliberate. Monks did not want to overwhelm the viewer. They wanted to invite reflection, and they believed color had to be earned through careful layering, subtle formulas, and patient work. No shortcuts, no rushed melts, only devotion. Many monasteries developed their own local recipes. They used what was nearby, not because it was convenient, but because it was sacred sand from a local stream, believed to be blessed. Ash from the olive trees in their garden, charcoal from fig wood, burned after evening prayers. Every ingredient carried meaning. Every mixture was a ritual. Some monks even fasted before major melts, purifying themselves before the alchemical act, because to them, making glass wasn't just a craft, it was a form of worship. One famous abbey in Burgundy was known for its violet hourglass glass. The recipe: a blend of wine leaves the sediment from monastic vineyards mixed into the ash, which produced faint lavender tones when fired slowly. The name came from the effect it had in the late afternoon, when sunlight struck the chapel at just the right angle. Time seemed to pause, as if caught in purple stillness. Visitors called it the miracle of the hourglass. The monks just smiled. They knew it was chemistry, but also something more. Another monastery in England developed a greenish hue with flecks of gold. Modern analysis found traces of honey in the mix, likely added accidentally during a ritual that involved beeswax. The result: glass that sparkled like moss in dew. They used it in cloister windows, where monks meditated, looking out through that glow. Everything seemed alive. Trees shimmered, stone gleamed, even shadows felt softened. It was as if the window itself whispered, "You are part of creation." Some monastic glassmakers experimented with layering. They'd create a base pane, usually pale, and apply pigments after firing. These pigments, ground from minerals or even flower petals, were brushed delicately with tools made from animal hair or bundled reeds. Then the pane was refired at a lower temperature to fix the design. This was how they added halos, scrollwork, angelic wings. they didn't try to imitate the grandeur of cathedrals. Their designs were simpler, but they carried weight, emotional, theological, symbolic. A drop of red on a blue robe could suggest martyrdom. A faint gold edge around a star meant divine guidance. It was color with purpose, not decoration, direction. And yet, despite their silence, monastic glassmakers influenced the wider world. Pilgrims carried stories of strange colored windows. Traveling bishops brought samples to cities. One abbot was even asked to consult for a cathedral in Cologne, not to design the windows, but to bless the furnaces before they were lit, because word had spread. The monk's glass glowed differently, not brighter, just deeper, as if it remembered where it came from. Some monasteries left behind recipe books, tiny volumes, written in Latin and tucked between psalters and prayer manuals. They described ratios of ash to sand, tips for using cow bone, chicken bone, how to cool a pane to avoid cracking, and always, always prayers. Each chapter began with one, sometimes a psalm, sometimes a plea, sometimes just fiat lux, let there be light. These texts are rare now. Many were burned during wars. Others were forgotten, but the glass remains, and in the right light, it still prays. Perhaps the greatest legacy of monastic glassmaking is not a window or a technique. It's the idea that light shaped by humble hands, in silence, can become something holy, that mistakes can be beautiful, that color can be contemplative, and that in the quietest corners of history, the brightest things were born. Maybe not all stained glass was made for kings. Some was made for stillness. To understand monastic glass, you must imagine not the flame, but the pause before the flame. That quiet moment when the monk kneels before the furnace, his hands still, dusty from grinding minerals, his breath steady, not rushing, not guessing, just waiting, because in monastic craft, tension mattered more than outcome. Even the fire was approached with reverence, not as a tool, but a partner, and sometimes a mystery. The monks believed that fire didn't just transform the glass, it tested the soul. If your mix was wrong, it cracked. If your heart was hurried, it clouded. If your mind wandered, the color went dull. So every melt began with silence, then a chant, then the slow addition of ash, sand, and soul. Because in the monastery, glass wasn't just made, it was revealed. Different orders had different techniques. The Benedictines were known for their earth tones, deep ochres, muted greens, soft, milky whites. Their recipes were pragmatic, minimal, efficient. They favored steady heat in simple forms. Their windows let in daylight, not dazzle. Meanwhile, the Cistercians, more austere, created some of the most translucent glass in Europe, clear, thin, almost like frozen breath to them. Clarity was purity. Anything too colorful distracted from God, but even their clear glass had teeth, the result of complex cooling rituals and mineral blends. It didn't shine, it glowed, as if holding back a secret. Then there were the Carthusians, silent monks, rarely spoken of, even less seen. Their glass was the rarest. Few examples survive. But one small chapel in the Alps has a window uncolored. It's unpainted, yet eerily alive. It refracts light in waves. No one knows how they did it. The glass has no bubbles, no pigment, no distortion, just a ripple, like breath across still water. Some scholars suggest they used mountain spring ash, incredibly pure. Others think they added crushed snow quartz from nearby cliffs. But the monks left no notes, only the window and its silence. One of the more poetic traditions was the night melt. In certain monasteries, glass was melted only at night when the world was quiet and distractions few. The monks would tend a fire in pairs. One monitored temperature, the other read psalms aloud, slowly, softly, letting the rhythm become part of the process. It was believed that glass made under starlight carried a softer energy, more restful, more contemplative. Many chapels built with night glass became famous for their calming atmospheres. Pilgrims described a feeling of warmth not from the sun, but from the stillness behind the glass. Some even claimed that night glass responded to moonlight differently, that under a full moon, certain windows shimmered faintly. No scientific basis ever confirmed it, but stories persisted, and that was enough. For the monks, they were not trying to impress, only to listen to the world, to the fire, to God, and let the light speak for itself as time went on. Monastic glass began to influence not just design, but theology. Preachers used windows to explain scripture, not with scenes of saints or battles, but through colored theory. Blue plus code for divine wisdom, green plus red for conflict and healing, white borders around chaos panes meant hope. One abbot in Spain created an entire chapel of non-figurative glass. No people, no angels, just abstract geometry, spirals, diamonds, flames, all rendered in carefully chosen hues. He called it the windowed sermon. Visitors walked through it as if inside a thought or a prayer, and no two experienced it the same way. A surprising influence came from herb gardens. Monks grew and used medicinal plants. Some realized that burnt herbs altered ash composition. Lavender, ash softened reds. Sage, ash dulled blues. Rosemary made yellow brighter. They began keeping herb-fired logs, not just for healing the body, but for healing light. One monk wrote, "What is fire, if not breath and leaf and God's will?" He believed that every herb held a color meant for someone, that each window was not just art, but medicine. Even the tools had meaning. Some monks used only wood from trees grown in the abbey orchard, believing that anything used to build light must be grown in peace. Their blowpipes were carved from seasoned walnut. Their brushes came from monastery goats. Their pigment bowls were made from old communion cups. Nothing was wasted. Everything had a cycle, a purpose, and when a tool broke, it was buried in a garden as a kind of farewell. Returned to the soil, they said, that it might bloom again. In one remarkable example, a monastery in the Black Forest used ashes from funeral pyres, not out of morbidity, but reverence. They believed that death carried wisdom, and when that ash was used in glass, the windows held memory. The resulting panes were gray-green, not mournful, but grounding, like stone, like silence, like grief, transformed into light. They were known as ancestral windows. Only a few survive, but those that do feel like standing in front of time. Perhaps that is what monastic glass truly teaches us. That beauty doesn't come from display. It comes from attention. That light does not need color to carry meaning. Only intention, only patience, only hands willing to let go of control. And in that surrender, something glows, something survives, something sacred is born. Not all monastic glass survived. Fires, war, decay, they took much of it. Some chapels were dismantled, stone by stone. Others collapsed into forests. Windows shattered, tools rusted, and yet something remained, because even when the glass was gone, its light lived on, in stories, in sketches, in the way certain churches still placed windows low, not high, so the sun could fall on the floor, not just the altar. That choice came from monks, quietly, persistently. They believed that everyone deserved holy light, not just priests, not just kings, everyone in one Belgian monastery. A broken window became a teaching tool. The glass had cracked in transit. The scene, Christ in the garden, was ruined. The monks didn't replace it. They hung the shards in a wooden frame near the library. No figures, no symmetry, just fragments. But when morning sun passed through, it lit up the scriptorium like a mosaic of stars. The monks called it the fallen light, and they wrote, copied, and prayed under it for generations. Some abbeys buried their broken windows, not as trash, but as relics, and sacred, as ground like bones of saints, because they believed the windows had absorbed centuries of prayer, and once cracked, they still carried that energy. They became soil, glass, returned to sand, and from that sand, sometimes, new windows rose, in a remote valley in Wales. Archaeologists unearthed chunks of lead and odd-colored shards. The monastery had vanished long ago, but the colors, still vivid, still sharp tests showed rare mineral blends not found anywhere else in Britain. The assumption? Local monks had experimented with river, clay, and sheep bone. Ash, the accidental alchemy. The pieces now rest in a museum, labeled simply, Glass, 13th century, unknown order. But visitors linger by the display, not because it's perfect, but because it hums. Modern glazers often try to recreate monastic techniques, but it's hard. Their recipes were sparse, their measurements vague, their ash was inconsistent, and their furnaces small, hand-fed, built with local stone, behaved differently. Some artists spend years trying to mimic a single hue. Others give up because the real secret wasn't in the mix. It was in the approach, slow, deliberate, unhurried. You can't rush glass. That's meant for prayer. You can only wait and trust the fire. Few restored monasteries still practice the old ways. In Austria, a group of nuns produces small panes using 14th century methods. They sell them quietly. No marketing, no website, only word of mouth. The proceeds go to charity. Each pane comes with a note, handwritten, made with peace. May it carry light where you need it. Collectors say their windows have a calm about them, a softness, a warmth that grows with time, like memory, like a whisper you can't quite place. Monastic glass also lives on in metaphor. Writers describe faith as transparent, but shaped. Theologians compare prayer to light filtered through dust. Colleges talk about spiritual clarity, using glass language, shards of truth, frosted emotions, stained insight. The vocabulary of stained glass has left the church and entered the soul. We speak in panes, we think in windows, we seek the divine in fragments. And that, too, is legacy. Some monasteries made windows for those who couldn't see. They'd embed, raise lines into the leadwork, making outlines feelable by touch. A blind monk once traced such a window every morning after prayer. He said he could see the story in his hands. He claimed to know when a new panel was added, not by sight, but by feel. That window still exists. Its outlines worn smooth. It is both visual and tactile. Oh, true communion of senses. One of the last remaining full monastic windows lives in a chapel in northern Italy. It shows no saints, no narrative, just waves of blue and white. It's unsigned, unlabeled, but the chapel guide always ends the tour with the same words. No name, no meaning, only light. And somehow, that's enough. In the end, monastic glass taught us a truth too easily forgotten. That stillness creates beauty. That slowness is not weakness. That devotion to the process can be more sacred than the result. There, glass wasn't made to impress. It was made to reflect, to calm, to carry meaning through color. Not loudly, but softly, like breath, like time, like grace, as one medieval monk once wrote in the margin of a recipe book, we melt what the world forgets and shape it into light. That's what they did. Melted silence, shaped light, and in doing so, left behind a history that still glows. Even now, even here, even when all the windows are gone. Glass is fragile, but sometimes what's inside the glass is more dangerous than the shards. Throughout medieval Europe, certain stained glass windows were said to be more than just art. They were believed to be haunted, cursed, not because of the images they showed, but because of what happened to those who made, touched, or tried to remove them. And in a world where faith shaped every stone, people listened to those warnings, even when they weren't written down, especially when they were only whispered. The most well-known cursed window came from a small church in northern France, a simple lancet window. Just one figure, a woman in red, standing in fire, holding an open book. No one knew who she was. She wasn't labeled, but they called her the heretic, and every time someone tried to remove the window for cleaning, repair, or relocation, something went wrong. In 1372, Quozer fell from the scaffolding. He survived, but never touched glass again. In 1439, a lightning strike hit the church the day after the window was refaced. Nothing else burned, just that wall. In 1588, a Protestant reformer ordered it destroyed. The following week, he was arrested for treason. Coincidence? Maybe, but the townspeople thought otherwise. They rebuilt the wall around the window and never touched it again. In Germany, the tale of the screaming pane haunted the Black Forest for generations. The window, housed in a ruined abbey, showed an angel with its mouth open in silent song. But when storms rolled through, thunder, rain, heavy wind, people claimed they could hear a wail coming from the glass. Not the wind, a voice high, piercing, grieving. The abbey was abandoned, not because of the weather, but because no monk could sleep through the sound. No glazer dared remove the pane. It was left alone, half buried in ivy and rot. Today, only fragments remain, but hikers sometimes report a strange echo near the ruins, as if the forest holds its breath and releases a single note. Another legend came from Florence. A merchant chapel commissioned a stained glass depiction of the Last Judgment. The glazer, known only as Paolo of the South, finished the work and vanished. No records, no grave, just a rumor that he had used ground bone in the pigment, not animal bone. It's human, and not just any human. His rival, it was said, the red in Christ's robe, came from that ash. The window glowed unnaturally, too warm, too alive. The chapel was struck by 3 fires in 50 years, always near that window, and each time it survived. Some curses weren't in the image, but the glass itself. Certain panes refused to stay clean. Monks would wash and polish only to find soot back. The next morning, others grew cold to the touch. Even on sunny days, visitors said these windows felt like winter. One nun claimed to see her own reflection blink at her dot. She fainted. When revived, she begged the abbess to remove the pane. They tried. It shattered on its own before they could touch it. The shards were buried and consecrated ground. Not all cursed windows were feared. Some were protected. A chapel in Ireland had a small roundel showing a fox and a bishop's mitre. Odd, possibly satirical, but the legend claimed that removing it would bring 7 years of illness to the eldest family in the village. 3 times someone tried. 3 times they fell ill. The 4th time, the glazier backed out before touching it. Said the glass looked back at him. To this day, that window, cracked, weathered, nearly opaque, remains in place. Locals call it the Bishop Fox. They touched the frame for luck, but never the glass. Others believed certain colors were cursed. A particular shade of green, used in only one window of a convent in Castile, was said to cause bad dreams. The pigment, traced to an experimental copper formula, created a glowing, mossy tone, but the nuns avoided it. One described seeing faces in the green. At night, another claimed her candle flickered near it, even when there was no breeze. Eventually, they boarded up the window, and the dreams stopped. Superstition even crept into workshop culture. Apprentices were warned never to point at a window while it was cooling, lest the image absorb their voice. It was believed that doing so cursed the window with your future sorrow. Some glazers refused to name your windows. They believed names bound a soul to the glass. Unnamed windows were freer, less dangerous. Others insisted on saying prayer before each firing dot, not for success, but for safety. One haunting tale comes from Bohemia. Noblemen commissioned a window of Saint George slaying the dragon, but the dragon's face looked eerily human, and worse, it resembled the nobleman's own father. Whether intentional or not, stories spread. Whispers turned into avoidance. Servants wouldn't clean the chapel. Visitors stayed away. Eventually, nobleman had the window removed. He died within the year. The pane, sold, traded, moved, ended up in a museum today. It rests in storage. No label, just a file note. Display. Discouraged. Subject matter sensitive. Sensitive indeed. And yet, not all these stories were warnings. Some were acts of love. One widow commissioned a window in memory of her husband, just a small heart in the corner of a larger scene. But every time the sun hit that corner, the room grew warmer. She swore it was him saying good morning. When the church collapsed in a storm, that heart-shaped pane was found intact. It hangs now above her granddaughter's doorway. Still warm, still whole dot, still loved. Sometimes it wasn't the window itself that was cursed. It was the repair. One of the most mysterious accounts comes from a 14th century priory in Normandy. A visiting glazier attempted to replace a cracked panel of St. Michael. He did everything correctly, measured, cut, matched the pigment. But when the panel was installed, the image warped. St. Michael's sword bent at a strange angle. His face twisted in pain. The glazier tried to remove it the next day, only to find the lead had fused unnaturally tight. The window wouldn't budge. He left in frustration. Later, the monks claimed the glazier developed tremors, able to hold tools again. He retired early. The warped window remained untouched for 200 years. No one else dared fix it. They said it had chosen its own face. In some towns, special blessings were required before glass making began, especially for scenes involving judgment, death, or demons. These subjects, while popular in medieval art, were thought to attract what they represented. So, before firing, monks would sprinkle holy water on the pigments. Some wrote verses on the molds. One abbess required all glass made for her chapel to be prayed over for 7 days. Even then, one window, showing the temptation of Eve repeatedly, cracked. 3 times it was repaired. 3 times it broke. Eventually, they filled the space with plain glass. Eve never returned. Not all cursed panes were religious. Some depicted folklore, forest spirits, river guardians, strange hybrid beasts in the Swiss Alps. A chapel showed a walled König, a wild king made of branches, with burning red eyes. Legend said he guarded mountain passes. When the window was damaged by a storm, the local mason refused to touch it. He claimed he'd seen the eyes move. Another man tried to fix it. He fell ill and lost his vision. It was enough. The pane was boxed, buried near the woods. A cross marked the site for years. Now the location is forgotten, but hikers still tell stories of strange glints in the trees when the sun sets just right. There's also the tale of this grieving saint. A window in southern Italy showed Saint Monica, her eyes lifted in prayer, a single tear on her cheek. Simple, elegant. But whenever a wedding was held in the chapel, the tear seemed brighter. Some said it was the light. Others said she was mourning those who married too young. The superstition spread. Couples began avoiding that church for weddings. Eventually, the parish replaced the window with a rose pattern. but parishioners say the room never felt the same again. They missed her sorrow. Repairing a cursed pane wasn't just risky, it was sometimes forbidden. In one Catalonian village, a decree banned any touch-ups to an old stained glass wheel. It depicted the seasons: spring, summer, autumn, winter. Simple enough, but locals believed each panel controlled weather. When the winter panel cracked, a warm wind blew in the middle of January. Shepherds panicked. Crops failed. They begged the town council not to replace it. So instead, they patched the crack with a wax seal. The weather stabilized. The wax never melted. The panel remains. And no one, not even tourists, is allowed to point at it. They say doing so brings frost in July. Sometimes, superstition affected who was allowed to make glass in parts of medieval Eastern Europe. Only certain families were permitted to work with red pigments. The belief: red glass was closer to blood, and only bloodlines with clean spirits could handle it. In one town, a glassmaker's apprentice from another region attempted a red pane. It turned black. He tried again. It turned green. He tried a third time. The pane shattered on its own, unprovoked. He left that night. No one ever used red there again. Some glassmakers leaned into the fear. They added hidden curses on purpose. One surviving example comes from a 15th century window in Bruges. Beneath the saint's robe, in tiny lead lettering, are the Latin words, "May my work outlast your scorn." No one noticed for decades when finally discovered. The church commissioned a new panel, but the replacement cracked before installation. They tried again, cracked, eventually. They gave up. The original pane, with its petty little curse, is still there, still perfect, still defiant. Other inscriptions were subtler, invisible to the naked eye, but visible under candlelight, like the initials of a spurned glazier, burned into the border of a window, showing the parable of the prodigal son. His name, long forgotten, but his bitterness, preserved in color, and perhaps in consequence. The church roof collapsed decades later. That window was the only one left intact. Even today, modern restorers approach these windows with caution. Some refuse to touch cursed glass, not out of belief, but out of respect, because stories, even strange ones, shape our hands. A pane said to hum, let it hum. A window too cold to touch, let it chill. After all, these legends survive for centuries, longer than many of the buildings that house them. That's power, whether we understand it or not. There's a museum in Prague that stores over 400 medieval stained glass fragments. Some are cataloged, others are left anonymous. One case holds a piece of amber red, glass origin unknown, that fogs up when you get too close. The glass is perfectly sealed. No moisture inside, no mechanism, yet still. It's the fog. Staff call it the pane that breathes. They don't include it in official tours, but visitors often ask about it. Why? Because even behind glass, it watches you back. So maybe cursed panes were never truly cursed. Maybe they were mirrors, holding our fears, reflecting what we refuse to name: guilt, loss, blame, or maybe they were just glass, but carried the energy of a world so drenched in belief, even pigment could haunt. What we see depends on what we expect, and when the sun hits at just the right angle, sometimes what we expect looks back. By the 17th century, most cursed window stories had faded into folklore. The Renaissance had brought new light, figuratively and literally, and superstition began to lose its grip. But the stories didn't die. They shifted. They became whispered warnings to apprentices, tales shared by candlelight in cold stone workshops, and sometimes cautionary notes buried deep in repair records. One glazer's log from 1613 reads, "Window refuses polish, has not accepted mending. Let it rest, as if the glass itself needed sleep." One English cathedral had a strange occurrence in 1712. A storm had damaged a row of nave windows, all except one, a small circular medallion showing a lamb in red and gold. Nothing unusual, except the glass had no seams, no visible lead, no construction marks. Modern analysts would call it fused glasswork, advanced, but not impossible. But in 1712, it was impossible. The glass should not exist. They examined it, tried to remove it, could, in single quotes. The lamb remained when the bishop died later that year. Rumors began to circulate that the lamb was his guardian. His judgment, the window has never been removed. It's still there, quiet, whole, unexplained, elsewhere in Europe. Protestant reformers, particularly during iconoclasm waves, destroyed many stained glass windows, but even then, some were spared, and not because of beauty, because of fear. One Dutch church kept a single glass panel hidden behind a wooden shutter. It showed no human figure, just an abstract spiral of red and blue. Locals claimed anyone who stared too long fell sick. Reformers ordered it removed. The carpenter assigned to dismantle it refused. He reportedly said, "I'll burn a saint, but I won't touch that glass." The panel vanished from records, but a 19th century art historian claimed to see it in storage, still behind wood, untouched. No photo was ever taken. Some say it's still there, covered in dust, waiting, cursed. Glass wasn't limited to religious buildings. Wealthy patrons sometimes commissioned windows for homes, libraries, or crypts, and some came with odd requirements. One will from 1694 includes the line, "The western window must never be opened after dusk. Let it drink the sun, but not the dark." Another includes a payment clause. Any glazier injured while working on the dragon pane is entitled to double pay. A dragon pane in a family chapel. No explanation, no illustration, only the warning. But not all legends were malicious. Some were protective. A German folktale tells of the 12-pane guardian. Each pane represented a virtue, patience, kindness, mercy, and so on. If one broke, the associated virtue faded from the household, so families made sure every pane was cared for, cleaned weekly, reinforced from behind. One pane, forgiveness, cracked in a lightning storm. The family matriarch reportedly grew bitter soon after. Coincidence? Perhaps, but they replaced it swiftly and said she wept for the first time in years in eastern France. There's a tale of the sighing angel. A small church had a side window, almost forgotten, showing a lone angel facing away visitors. Said the room felt cold, but comforting, like a parent's quiet. Disappointment. The priest kept fresh flowers near the window, never explained why. But when he died, his will instructed, "Do not let her face the altar." The new rector ignored the instruction. He had the window rotated so the angel faced forward. 3 months later, the frame collapsed during Mass. No one was hurt, but the window shattered. Every pane, except the angel, still whole, still facing away. They mounted it on the rear wall. Instead, it remains there now, watching the doors, not the altar. Modern science has, of course, tried to explain these stories. Thermal expansion, chemical decay, the flaws of early pigment stabilizers, even hallucinogenic. Mold spores in some cathedrals. These explanations are valid, even probable, but they don't erase the feeling that certain windows hold more than light, that they shimmer not just because of color, but because of memory, because even a lie told for long enough begins to glow like truth in recent years. Cursed pane lore has found a home online. Forums share stories of glass that won't break, of church restorers who hear whispering near certain panels. One TikTok video, later proven faked, showed a stained glass, slowly blinking, but comments weren't mocking. They were curious, intrigued, because something about stained glass, so beautiful, so breakable, feels close to us. a reflection of our fragility, a magnifier of our fears. And maybe that's why the legends survive. Not because we believe in haunted pigments, but because we recognize our own cracks and wonder who's looking. Back, some modern artists now incorporate deliberate flaws into their glasswork. A missing piece, a ripple in the pattern, a darker corner. When asked why, one glazier said, "Perfect glass breaks the clean. Imperfect panes survive storms." Another said, "Every window needs a wound. That's where the light gets in." These philosophies echo ancient legends, accidental or intentional. The curse lives on, but perhaps now it's blessing as protection, as reminder that even broken beauty glows. One final story. In a remote English village, a retired restorer keeps a tiny pane in his window, unlabeled, faintly, red dot, uneven. He won't say where it's from, only that it's the only piece he kept. Visitors say it hums softly when rain hits the glass. He says it's just wind in the frame, but he never sits near it after dark. He says it dreams too loudly. Whether he means that literally, no one asks. Some things are better left undisturbed. Just like the glass, just like the stories, just like the silence between the panes. And so we return to the question, were they ever cursed? Or were they charged with belief, grief, memory? What if the danger was never the glass, but the way we looked at it, the way we feared it, touched it, named it? And what if that attention, that reverence, gave it power? It's not evil. Just presence, stillness, echo, a kind of sacred. Quiet that never fades, not even when the glass does, not even when we forget the stories. Because somewhere in a dusty chapel or locked museum drawer, a piece of old red glass still glows when no one's watching. And if you ever find it, touch gently and don't look too long. Glass is supposed to shine in the light, but sometimes the most powerful pieces are found in darkness, buried, forgotten, broken into fragments, yet still holding color, still catching light after centuries underground. Archaeologists rarely set out to find stained glass. They look for stone walls, dot coins, bones, but glass is a surprise, a flicker, a reminder that even art, fragile, luminous art, can outlive empires. One of the earliest accidental discoveries happened in 1892. A team excavating the ruins of a medieval chapel in Yorkshire found a patch of soil laced with reds and blues. They assumed it was pigment runoff, but as they brushed gently, they uncovered slivers of curved lead and jagged colored shards. The soil had preserved the glass. Like a time capsule, analysis revealed a Romanesque window, shattered, likely by a roof collapse during the 14th century. It depicted scenes from the Book of Daniel, lions, Kyr, a young prophet. They pieced together as much as they could. The rest left in trays, cataloged as fragments of unknown order. It's even in ruin. They told a story. Buried glass is usually found in layers. The topsoil hides the color. Then comes rubble, old tiles, splintered beams, broken pottery, and then shimmer, a curve, a crunch that isn't stone. That's when the archaeologist stops, not because of danger, but because they found something human, something intentional. Okay? Flash of green meant to be a leaf, a triangle of yellow that once formed a halo, okay? Tail of red that might have been a mouth. It's like finding the smile of a ghost that's still warm, still trying to be seen in eastern France, near a ruined abbey. A dig in 1924 revealed something unusual. Glass not embedded in windows, but stored underground, wrapped in faded cloth, sealed in a lead box, preserved intentionally. It wasn't hidden by time, it was hidden on purpose. The box contained 19 small panes, some painted, others plain. Scholars believe the monks feared raids during the 100 Years' War and buried their best panels. Why not reinstall them later? We don't know. Maybe they never returned. Maybe the memory of the glass faded, for the monks could. Maybe they meant to leave it as a message to us. Other discoveries were more chaotic. In Lübeck, Germany, bombings during World War II destroyed much of the medieval cathedral. Years later, rebuilding teams found shattered colored clant embedded deep in the rubble. Some pieces still glowed beneath the soot. One glazier working on the restoration said it felt like the building was bleeding light. They gathered what they could, created new windows using old fragments. The result wasn't coherent. No saints, no stories, just color. But visitors wept. They said it felt honest, like grief turned to glow. In southern Spain, a farmer tilling a field near an old church kept breaking his plow on something hard. Annoyed, he began to dig. What he found stunned him. A mosaic of stained glass shards, carefully laid in a circular pattern beneath the earth. No, one knows why. It wasn't a grave. It wasn't a foundation. Some suggest it was ritual, perhaps a way to bury the light after desecration. Or maybe it was an accident. A cart overturned. Glazers discard. But the pattern was too precise, too deliberate, too sorrowful. It's now preserved in a local museum. UNRESTORED. UNTRANSLATED. Unnamed, but impossible to ignore. There's a quiet discipline to glass archaeology. Each shard is logged, measured, bagged, not for beauty, but for clues. The thickness tells us the era. The pigment composition reveals trade routes. The brushstroke patterns hint at the artist's school. Even the break can matter. A clean fracture might mean recent damage. A ragged edge might point to ancient collapse. In this way, clate becomes evidence, not just of art, but of survival, of decision, of disaster. And when placed under light again, it remembers, it responds, it whispers what it once was. One particularly moving find came from Scotland in 2007 at the site of a burned-out priory. Team unearthed hundreds of tiny glass pieces. The records said the chapel had no stained glass, but the fragments told another story. Subtle tints, faint etchings, a rare, deep lavender unknown in that region. The pieces were too small to reconstruct, but one conservator arranged them on a light board, in no particular pattern, just scattered. Visitors said it looked like starlight, as if heaven had fallen through the roof and stayed. And then there's the strange case of the buried rose. In 1956, a church in Tuscany began restoring its collapsed crypt beneath layers of mud and rock. They found a near-intact rose window, face down, perfectly preserved. It had been buried deliberately. But why? The glass was flawless, the lead firm, the colors indemned. One theory suggests it was created, but never installed. Maybe too controversial or too expensive. Another theory, that it was removed to protect the congregation. The center of the rose showed a flame rising from a book. Symbolic, yes, but powerful, and perhaps, to some, dangerous. Today, glass archaeologists are cautious with claims. They know not every shard holds mystery. Not every find rewrites history, but some do. Like the tiny blue fragment found in an Irish peat bog, likely from a pilgrim's amulet, or the scorched violet sliver discovered in a Nepean grave, possible evidence of looted ecclesiastical art. Each piece raises questions. Who held it? Who broke it? Who hid it? And why? Because even in pieces, glass resists silence. It wants to reflect. It wants to be seen. And perhaps, most of all, it wants to be remembered. In every museum drawer, in every archaeologist's tray, in every forgotten field. There may lie a story, not in full, not in order, but glowing at the edges, waiting. Once glass is found underground, the real work begins. It is not just discovery, It is translation, because a shard, no bigger than a fingernail, could speak to those who know how to listen. The first step is conservation. Most buried glass is fragile. Exposure to oxygen, moisture, and temperature changes can cause rapid deterioration. So, archaeologists move quickly. They photograph the shard in situ, log its position, depth, angle, dot. Then, using soft brushes, padded tongs, and neutral containers, they extract it, like handling bone, like lifting memory. Some pieces are packed with sand from the site to keep their chemistry stable. Others are wrapped in breathable linen. The transport is slow, careful, quiet, because sometimes the shard is the last survivor of a story no one remembers, and that kind of weight cannot be rushed. Once in the lab, the analysis begins. Historians, chemists, and artisans gather. They examine thickness, telling them if it was part of a church, window, or a pendant. Color, hinting at the minerals used. Copper for green, cobalt for blue, gold for red. Surface markings, paintbrush traces, soot residue, even fingerprints. In one case, Glazier's thumbprint was found baked to a purple shard from 1270. A literal touch from the past, still intact, still human. Sometimes the findings are surprising. In a coastal monastery in Portugal, an excavation revealed red glass fragments with faint black streaks. At first, scholars thought it was soot, but under high magnification, they found script tiny Latin inscriptions inside the pigment, layered into the glass itself, a technique never recorded. The messages were prayers written before firing, invisible to the naked. I doubt the Glazers had encoded devotion into the pigment, a hidden mass, burned into color. That panel, lost for centuries, now sits under UV glass in a museum. You can't see the writing unless the light is just right, and when it appears, it's like a whisper from flame. Other times, the stories are accidental. A 14th century Flemish window, once thought to depict a nativity, turned out to be a merchant's family portrait, buried in rubble for 500 years, was unearthed. During canal construction, the faces were generic, the colors faded, but a single inscription remained: "He who pays, prays." A reminder that stained glass wasn't just devotion, it was display. It's kind of medieval billboard. Who you were, what you believed, how much you could afford to believe. Reconstruction is the most difficult part. Rarely is a window found whole. More often, a handful of pieces, like trying to solve a jigsaw puzzle with most of the pieces missing, and no reference image. Restorers use clues: style, glass type, common iconography. Local saints, they sometimes consult church records, inventories, drawings, even sermons that mention the window above the altar. These scraps guide, dim, but the final product is often speculative, a blend of fact, faith, and gentle imagination. In one Dutch cathedral, over 1,000 fragments were found buried beneath the nave. They were sorted by color, size, and shape, laid out on long tables. Some panels were partially restored, others were turned to abstract mosaics, not to deceive, but to honor, to give the glass a second life. One particularly fragmented piece, too small to identify, was embedded into the base of a candle holder, so light could still pass through it. It now sits in the crypt, glowing softly. Unafraid, there's debate among scholars about whether such reconstructions are honest. Is it preservation or creation? Should the glass remain in trays, cataloged and untouched, or should it return to the light, even if the image is incomplete? Different museums answer differently. Some favor fidelity, others favor feeling, but all agree the glass deserves care, because even in error, it shines. In Scandinavia, a small-town museum reconstructed a lost angel from only 8 surviving pieces. The wings were incomplete, the face gone, but the hands remained, open in blessing. So they reimagined the body as clouds left the face empty. Let the hands float. Visitors say it feels gentle, like an unfinished prayer. Some fragments defy category 2, small, too damaged, too odd, like the green gold shard with a spiral in the center, found in southern Italy with no known match, or the jet black triangle discovered beneath a bishop's garden, oddly magnetic. These pieces are cataloged, stored, and often forgotten, but some researchers returned year after year, holding them to the light, asking the same question: what were you? Sometimes the glass answers, sometimes it doesn't, but it always waits. Then there are the traveling pieces, glass fragments that move from one place to another through trade, war, or accident. In a case in northern England, a red and blue panel was found inside a Viking grave. No Christian imagery, just color. Scholars believe it may have been looted from a church in Ireland, a token, a trophy, or a symbol of conquest converted into a personal charm. A stained glass relic repurposed for pagan hands. The glass doesn't judge. It simply remembers and lows regardless of belief. Today, glass fragments are part of a quiet movement in art restoration, ethical reconstruction. It's the idea that not everything must be whole to be meaningful. Some institutions now create shard walls, tick boxes filled with random fragments, arranged for light rather than accuracy. They don't tell stories. They are stories, the kind that don't need names or labels or saints, just color, just light, just time. One monastery in Belgium holds an annual ritual. They take their oldest fragments, too broken to restore, and lay them out under the sun for one day. No explanations, no ceremonies, just sunlight and silence. Then they return them to storage. Why? One monk says, we let them remember what they were. Then we let them rest. To find ancient glasses, to stumble upon color that time forgot, but to show it, to truly let it be seen again, is an art of its own. Museums today face a choice. Do they present shards as relics of a destroyed past, or do they give them voice? Again, through light, through setting, through silence. There is no single answer, but all begin with reverence. In the Cluny Museum in Paris, a special exhibition called Echoes in Glass displayed only fragments. Nothing was whole, no panels, no saints, no labeled narratives, just dozens of tiny stained glass pieces, arranged in a long curve of darkness. Each was individually lit, not brightly, softly, gently. Visitors walked along the curve in quiet. Each shard had a single word caption: mercy, ruin, hunger, prayer, dust. The words were not translations, they were impressions, guesswork, emotion, what visitors felt. Looking into glass that had survived centuries in dirt and ash, some wept, some stood still for minutes, some returned the next day, because even when a story is gone, a feeling can remain. Another museum in rural Germany tried a different approach. They built a chapel entirely from salvaged cades, fragments, walls of light, no image coherent, no two panes from the same origin. Yet when sunlight passed through, the floor lit up in rivers of color. No saint, no order, just beauty. And that beauty was true, not because it was intentional, but because it was earned. One plaque outside reads, "These windows do not tell a story. They are the story." And, in a way, it's the heart of all glass archaeology, to recover, not a picture, but a presence, not clarity, a glow. Some fragments have gone further into modern homes. Glass found on digs, unclaimed, unidentified, has been donated or sold, and artists, builders, even ordinary people have incorporated them into modern windows above kitchen sinks, in garden walls, in skylights. The light from a 13th century KB might now pass through someone's living room in Belgium, a sliver of forgotten devotion, lighting a cup of tea. No one prays, but something sacred remains. And then there's the research, academic and personal. Historians have learned how trade worked through pigment and glass. Blue glass found in England, made with cobalt from Persia. Red glass in Spain, tinged with gold chloride, a chemical almost lost to time. Fragments help map the movement of goods. End of belief. If a church in Norway has the same yellow-green swirl as one in Sicily, what does that say? Who traveled? What was brought? What was shared? These tiny pieces, lighter than a leaf, carry the weight of entire trade routes, the shimmer of empires, the trace of forgotten pilgrims. Some universities now offer courses in glass lineage, not to train glazers, but to teach students how to follow fragments, to see one piece of curved blue, and begin asking, where did it come from? Who made it? Who broke it? Who buried it? Why was it never claimed? Now, centuries later, did you become the one holding it? That's the strange intimacy of archaeological glass. You don't find it. It finds you. And in that moment, it looks through you. One archaeologist kept a journal in it. A single entry reads, I brushed aside a pebble and found an eye. Not a real one, a painted one. But it was looking at me. The piece was part of a medieval martyr, long lost. The archaeologist had no name for it, but kept it, mounted it on her desk, not for display, but for company. Because sometimes glass doesn't just tell stories, it listens and waits and glows, even when no one watches. Others carry their pieces with them. One man in Prague, historian, wears a ring set with a tiny stained glass shard from a 12th century nunnery. He says it reminds him to be fragile and to shine anyway. Another, a cathedral custodian in Florence, keeps a purple fragment in his pocket. He doesn't know what it once showed, but when he touches it, says, I feel like I'm not the first hand it's met. And there are always new discoveries. A flood uncovers a buried chapel. A renovation reveals hidden ruins. A child finds a red sliver in a muddy field and brings it home. Glass, says one museum curator, is not like stone or gold or bone. It doesn't last in spite of being fragile. It lasts because of it. Its survival is a kind of stubborn softness, a refusal to vanish, even after being broken, lost, or buried, even after no one remembers what it was. And so, more shards emerge from under cathedrals, from plowed fields, from riverbanks. We don't just gain artifacts, we gain evidence of color, of craftsmanship, of care. Each tiny triangle of green or blue says, I was made by someone. I mattered to someone. I was shattered by something. I am still here. And when you hold it up to the light, it holds you back, not with words, not with weight, but with warmth. Faint, fragile, flickering warmth. The kind only memory can carry. The kind only time can create. And if you ever find such a shard in a drawer, in a museum, in the dust of an old ruin, pause. Don't ask only what it once showed. Ask, what has it seen? 1,000 faces, 100 candles, the sun, the storm, the sword. Its praise. It saw prayers it never heard, and light it never kept, but still shines. Before the books, before the blueprints, before anyone dared to write the process down, there were codes, not the kind written in ink, but in gesture, in temperature, in the way a man stirred the molten sand. 3 times counterclockwise before adding salt. These weren't superstitions. They were knowledge disguised as ritual, because in medieval Europe, stained glass was more than craft. It was power, and power was protected too. Be a glassmaker was to walk between science and superstition. You worked with elements no one understood, turned ash into beauty, turned sand into light, turned fire into memory. It looked like magic. Sometimes it felt like magic, but it was chemistry filtered through generations of practice, patience, and punishment, and the rules were strict. Apprentices didn't get textbooks. They got silence and observation for the first year. They swept floors, chopped wood, fetched water. They were not allowed to touch glass, not allowed to speak during mixing. They watched and memorized the way a master squinted at the flame, the exact color of the glow before lead was added. The moment he flinched, too hot, too long, too late. They learned by shadowing, and if they failed, the glass told on them. It clouded, cracked, collapsed. No need for scolding. The furnace delivered all lessons. Some workshops used marks, a single chalk line drawn on the floor. If you stepped across it without permission, you were dismissed. Others used bells, one chime, silence, 2 chimes, step back, 3, evacuate. A glass burst or gas leak was coming. Most secrets, though, lived in routine, like how saltpeter was added only at dawn, or how no one ever wore red in the workshop, too easy to miss signs of fire. Or how every Friday someone whispered a prayer before the main mix was poured, not for religion, but for consistency, because the gods of glass hated arrogance and punished pride would shatter. Certain phrases carried layers of meaning. Too bright meant the flame was hungry. Too slow meant the batch had impurities. Walk it meant to open all windows and let the glass breathe before it cooled. No one explained these. You learned them like a child learns language, by listening, by failing, by surviving, because mistakes in glass were not cheap, nor quiet. Explosions happened. Burns scarred. Sickness came from fumes and pigments. Some glazers coughed green. Others lost vision. One lost voice, his throat scorched by vapor. But they kept working, because to master glass was to own time, to freeze light, to tell stories without ink. And every workshop had its keeper, the master who held the true code. He, or occasionally, she never explained everything, always held one piece back, a ratio, a cooling time, a mixing sequence, not out of cruelty, but tradition, because the final secret was only given when an apprentice earned it, not with skill, but with patience, with humility. Some masters delayed it for years. One famously never passed it on, died with the secret, and the workshop never made blue. Again, the color vanished until centuries later, someone rediscovered cobalt, but not his blue. That blue, still lost. Some secrets were shared only in heat. 2 glassmakers would stand beside the furnace, face slick with sweat, no talking. Then, one would nod. That meant it's time. The other would watch, just once, how the final step was done. No repeats, no corrections. You saw it, or you didn't. And if you did, you remembered forever, because the furnace never repeated itself in Venice, especially on the island of Murano. The code was law. Glassmakers were not allowed to leave the island, not without permission. The Republic feared they'd reveal secrets, the techniques that made Murano's glass famous across Europe. Those who tried to flee were hunted. Some were killed, others vanished. So the code became tighter, more sacred, more subtle. Workshops had inner circles, initiates. You didn't just learn how to color glass. You learned who to trust, who to watch, who to never speak around. Because one wrong word, and you might lose more than your job. Still, the code survived because it worked. It taught by doing. It preserved quality. It built pride. And it created something no textbook ever could. Instinct. A glassmaker knew by smell, by shimmer, by silence, what the batch needed. No thermometer required, just touch and trust, because the glass always spoke. You just had to learn its voice. Not all secrets were technical. Some were personal, like how one master only used sand from a specific riverbed, or how another whispered his late wife's name into the furnace every morning for luck. These were never written down. They weren't shared, but they were felt. You could taste them in the clarity of the glass, hear them in the hiss of the kiln, see them in the way a window glowed differently when the right mix was used, a little brighter, a little warmer, as if the glass remembered, as if it knew the code was being honored today. Modern glassmakers work with advanced tools, digital thermometers, controlled environments, perfectly calibrated formulas. But even now, many keep little rituals. A silent pause before starting, a single stir the old way, a whispered line passed down without knowing its meaning, because somewhere in the layers of heat and haze, the code still lives, still breathes, still burns, and in every piece of stained glass made today, there is a shadow, a trace of someone who stood long ago in front of a flame, with no guide but memory, no notes but instinct, no voice but fire, and no goal but light. Glassmakers rarely wrote things down, not because they couldn't, but because they WOULDN, single quotes, in a world where paper could burn, ink could smudge, and eyes could pry. The safest place for a secret was memory, and so the code evolved orally, passed from master to apprentice in hushed tones over red-hot crucibles. A gesture here, a nod there, a phrase that meant more than it said. Let it settle might mean wait 6 seconds after stirring, or don't open the vent until the glow dims. Sometimes stop talking. Every workshop had its dialect, every master their flair, but the essence remained. Glass cannot be forced, it must be invited. In Nuremberg, 15th century guild charter forbade apprentices from asking questions. They were to observe and obey, trusting that knowledge would be shown when the flame approves. That phrase, when the flame approves, appeared across Europe. In Florence, a similar phrase was carved above a kiln door. Il vetro esse, the glass knows. In Paris, see, parle, écoute, a fete speaks, listen. These weren't metaphors to glassmakers. Glass had moods. It refused to bend for impatience. It rebelled against arrogance. Some believed it had a kind of soul, not spiritual, but responsive, alive in the moment of fire, and the code was a way of keeping that relationship pure. When mistakes happened, and they always did, there was no yelling, no correction, just silence. Sometimes a master would gently crack the ruined pane on purpose, toss it back into the cullet. Then, not out of anger, but respect. You didn't leave bad glass lying around. You let it try again, just like the apprentice. Word count, 600. The code also taught what not to do. Don't add lime when the flame is flickering. Don't mix two colors unless you're prepared for them to change each other. Never turn your back on hot lead. Never let cold air kiss a cooling pane. These weren't rules. They were truths tested by fire. Over and over. When glazers traveled, which was rare, they carried their code and behavior. They could spot another master, by the way, stirred a mix, the way they blinked when inspecting a pane in sunlight, the way they stayed silent for 5 heartbeats before adding bone ash. Good glassmaker didn't need to talk to be understood. They let their movements speak, and in some cities, it was the only passport they needed. But not all secrets stayed secret. Now and then, someone betrayed the code, revealed the process to an outsider, sold a pigment recipe to a rival, or, worse, wrote it down. Guilds had punishments, fines, exile. In Venice, it was harsher. One glazer who tried to leave with sketches of the Murano formula was never seen again. Others were found, but didn't speak again. The code they learned had teeth. Still, it wasn't about fear. Most kept the code out of pride, a sense of belonging, of sacred trust. because they weren't just craftsmen, they were keepers of a light older than ink, dot, and more honest than power. One master in Prague had a tradition. Every time an apprentice passed their final test, a flawless color pane, he placed a drop of molten glass on a parchment, then pressed the apprentice's thumb into it. The parchment bore no names, just circles, each with a print, a family of fingerprints sealed by fire. When he died, they found the parchment rolled behind the furnace, still intact. Dozens of prints, silent, oaths never broken. The most loyal apprentices received the quiet gift, a final secret whispered after their first solo project. Not always technical, sometimes it's philosophical. One received this: never mix when you're angry. Another: you don't need to know everything, it's just enough to care. In the late 1600s, as printing spread and guilds weakened, parts of the code began leaking. Books appeared, pamphlets, some honest, some speculative, but something was missing. In print, the nuance, the heat, the timing, the pause between steps that could never be written down. Scholars, studying old recipes, found themselves puzzled. Add until warm enough. Warm enough for what? Cool in silence. What does silence mean to molten glass? These weren't instructions. They were reminders for those who already knew. The code couldn't be taught by reading, only by standing near the fire. Today, a few workshops still use the old ways. No digital timers, no electric kilns, just sand, ash, fire, and instinct. And in these places, the code whispers still, not to be worshipped, not to be feared, but to be respected, because long before chemistry, there was curiosity. Long before formulas, there was fire. And long before books, there were hands, reaching into heat, pulling out light. There are places where the code is gone. The furnaces are cold, the tools rust, the formulas lost. But the feeling lingers. You can walk through the ruins of an old workshop, stone walls blackened by centuries of smoke, still sense it. That quiet urgency, that heat, that intention. Archaeologists once excavated a collapsed glazer's shop in what is now modern Belgium. The site was bare, no intact windows, no tools, but on the floor, beneath layers of soot, they found a pattern, of footprints burned into the stone, as if, in the heat of the collapse, molten lead had trapped a final moment. You could see a master's pacing near the furnace, smaller set, likely an apprentice, frozen mid-step. A heavy scuff where someone may have tried to drag a cooling frame to safety. No bodies were found, just those ghostly prints, an unspoken story, sealed in heat. No words, but everything said in another case. A stash of broken colored glass was found buried beneath a tavern. At first, scholars assumed it was trash, but chemical analysis revealed the batch had unique properties, unlike any known recipe. The pigments were vivid, the textures uneven but controlled. It seemed like an experiment. Someone was testing a new blend. But why bury the failures? Why under a tavern? No records, no notes, just the glass and one deep truth of the code. If you can't explain it, hide it until it's safe. So perhaps this glazer wasn't hiding failure. They were hiding brilliance ahead of its time, unwritten but remembered by the glass itself. Many modern glassmakers still believe in this memory. They say a kiln has personality, that certain batches refuse to behave, that new apprentices often repeat the same errors, even when warned, as if the glass itself enforces the old code, not out of punishment, but because certain lessons must be earned, with burns, with waiting, with silence. Some stories tell of glass that sings, specific formula used in 17th century. Czech workshops reportedly emitted a faint hum while cooling, not a whistle, not a crack. Oh, note, no one could explain it. The secret was lost Attempts to recreate it failed, but in a museum drawer in Prague, one of those original panes sits on particularly quiet days when the temperature changes just right. Curators claim it hums again, not loud, but enough to hear if you press your ear close. Not a song, more like a side dot from Fire. Remembered, the old masters knew this, that glass wasn't just material, it was memory, and so their code was built not on facts, but feelings, things that couldn't be measured, only passed down one fingertip at a time, one shared flame at a time. Not every secret was mystical. Some were practical, like how to test viscosity by watching a drips stretch, how to spot contaminated ash by its smell alone, how to read the room's silence when a pane was cooling. If it's too quiet, something's wrong. If someone breathes too loud, open the windows. These were survival instincts, not just for the glass, but for the glassmakers, in a craft where one wrong move could mean blindness, or worse, even in the most advanced labs today. Some glazers keep old habits. They knock the furnace wall 3 times before lighting. They stir in silence. They refuse to look at the glass for exactly 5 seconds after coloring. It's just as their masters taught them, not because it changes the glass, but because it changes them, centers them, connects them across time, across fire, across generations of hands burned and hands blessed. In recent years, a new kind of apprentice has emerged. Historians who study gesture, artists who replicate old rituals. They filmed the way a master bends before the flame, how they breathe, how they squint, how their hands paused just long enough to feel the heat without touching. These micro-movements are the last remnants of the code, unwritten, unnoticed, but vital, because once the gestures are lost, the glass forgets too. And when the glass forgets, the light doesn't fall the same. It hits harder, or not at all, or cracks. One old master once said, the glass doesn't want to be made, it wants to be remembered. And maybe that's what the code was always about. Not control, not secrecy, but continuity. A way to hold hands across centuries, to take fire, dangerous, wild, and coax it into something beautiful, consistent, kind, lasting. So next time you see stained glass, a church window, a museum piece, a colored lamp in a shop, pause, look closely. Maybe a fingerprint remains, maybe a flaw, a ripple from a bad mix, a bubble from a rushed pour, a smear from an apprentice's trembling hand. And maybe that flaw is the point, proof that someone once stood near the fire, without notes, without a guide, only instinct, only memory, only code, passed not by voice, but by flame. Before glass traveled, conquest did. It wasn't glass that crossed mountains and seas. It was soldiers, merchants, pilgrims, plunderers, and with them came pigments, tools, sand, ash, and most importantly, ideas. In the 11th century, the glass workshops of Cairo were legendary. They had access to the purest natron, the finest desert sand, and a trade network that stretched from Morocco to India. Their glass was prized for its clarity, a pale blue-green, almost liquid in appearance. European crusaders, when passing through, were mesmerized. They returned home not only with relics, but recipes, or at least pieces of them, not written, not gifted, stolen, observed, reverse-engineered. It was the start of something bigger. Over the next 3 centuries, empires rose and fell, and with them, the flow of glass materials changed shape. When the Byzantine Empire declined, its glassmakers fled west, carrying with them precious ingredients and obscure techniques. Some settled in Venice, others in southern France. Their influence left fingerprints on the glass, Byzantine blues, opalescent whites, and shimmering gold that hadn't existed in Western Europe before. Venice, especially, took what it could and then locked it down. Murano became an empire of secrets. But even secrets leak under pressure. When the Ottomans expanded into the Balkans and North Africa, they brought with them both destruction and opportunity. Ottoman rulers didn't just conquer, they collected. Craftsmen were relocated, workshops splintered and rebuilt elsewhere. A glazier in Aleppo might find himself working in Idorn or Constantinople. But the furnaces were always lit, and the knowledge continued, reshaped by new masters, new mixtures, new demands. The glass changed color. So did the meanings of color. Red, once a symbol of divine passion, became a marker of imperial wealth. Its pigment, drawn from gold chloride, compound so rare it was sometimes measured by the grain. Blue, sacred in the Christian tradition, took on new layers under Islamic art, geometry, repetition, the endless symmetry of paradise. And green, the color of life, began to dominate windows in border cities, where cultures overlapped. These weren't just choices of fashion, they were maps of where power lay and how glassmakers adapted to survive. In Spain, the Moorish rule brought Islamic traditions into conversation with European Gothic styles. Glass windows in Andalusian mosques featured complex tessellations, patterns meant not to represent heaven, but to evoke it mathematically. After the Reconquista, Christian builders absorbed these ideas. Cathedrals in Toledo and Seville bore glasswork that shimmered with Moorish geometry. Even as they told Christian stories, the two empires had collided. But the glass remembered both. Trade became conquest's silent partner. When the Portuguese reached India, they didn't just take spices, they took soda, ash, and rare minerals. Some even brought back sand from Indian beaches, famed for its mineral clarity. And when Spanish ships returned from the Americas, they came not just with silver and suffering, but obsidian, mica, and volcanic ash. All tested, sometimes successfully, in European furnaces. The recipe book of empire grew thicker, even when the ingredients changed. The British Empire, too, left its glassy fingerprints. In the 18th century, British colonialists in the Caribbean began experimenting with tinted windows, a cooling light in tropical chapels. The pigments used were sourced locally from Ireland, minerals not found in Europe. The colors were subtle, smoky violets, soft greens, hazy ambers. They were practical, diffusing heat, but also symbolic, because when colonized lands shaped the light in colonial churches, the relationship became more than architectural. It became spiritual. Glass didn't just decorate empire, it reflected it. Sometimes conquest silenced the glass. Workshops burned, guilds disbanded, entire regional styles were lost. Their only trace left in exported shards. A red fragment found in a London church might have started life in Damascus. A yellow border on a Bavarian window might carry the recipe of a Persian artist long forgotten. These were the ghost trades, the invisible exchanges of empire, documented not in treaties, but in pigments, in shimmer, in silence. And yet, even under oppression, glassmakers adapted. A master in colonized Algeria used scraps from French imported windows to craft a new design, one that mimicked the tricolor flag but twisted it into floral vines. A protest in color, subtle but seen. Elsewhere, enslaved artisans in Brazil were forced to build European-style churches, but in their windows, they embedded shapes from their homeland, spirals and eyes from West African symbology, layered behind saints and angels. Empire looked through the glass and saw itself, but if you tilted your head just right, you saw the truth beneath. And today, these windows remain, sometimes cracked, often restored, but always layered. If you know what to look for, you can trace an empire's rise and fall in a single pane. You can see who conquered a T, and who endured. The language of empire is often violence, but glass speaks a pyre. It reflects, it filters, it adapts. While swords rusted and borders shifted, colored glass kept doing what it always did, catch light and carry it. But now the light had been changed by empire. In Dutch colonial territories, especially in the East Indies, glass was a status symbol. Imported stained glass panels were set into governor mansions and colonial churches. They weren't always religious. Some simply showed a fruit. Ships. Tropical landscapes. But the pigment used was Dutch. The sand, Javanese. The lead, forged locally by paid or unpaid labor. Each window was a blend of power, labor, and resources from opposite ends of the world to the colonizers. It was civilized beauty. To the colonized, it was a wall of color that let light in, but not freedom. In contrast, Japan resisted Western stained glass for centuries. The glass, to them, was functional, not spiritual. Translucent rice paper, windows filtered natural light. More subtly, when Western missionaries brought stained glass panels in the 1500s, they were met with fascination, but rejection. It wasn't until the Meiji Restoration in the late 1800s where Japan opened its borders and embraced select Western aesthetics that stained glass began to appear in public buildings, but with a twist. Instead of saints in biblical scenes, Japanese stained glass often depicted cranes, koi fish, mountains, lotus, flowers, and cherry blossoms. The frame was European, but the light inside was Japanese. Even here, glass adapted without surrendering. Meanwhile, in India, British imperial influence created a wave of hybrid architecture. Churches with the Mughal domes, stained glass windows with Islamic-style arches. In cities like Kolkata and Mumbai, windows featured Queen Victoria, framed in floral borders inspired by Indo-Islamic motifs. The symbolism was thick. Glass was used to honor the queen, but the colors, its curves, and geometry whispered something older, something local, something that refused to be erased. Pigments, too, became political. Certain colors were reserved for imperial commissions: royal blues, imperial purples, reds made from expensive gold salts. A village chapel might only afford green and yellow. A palace, every shade the world could offer. This color hierarchy became a form of visual control. In British-controlled Africa, churches built for colonial officials were adorned with full-spectrum windows. Indigenous chapels, if allowed at all, were often limited to plain glass or broken fragments reused from elsewhere. But the locals made do. They turned scarcity into style, wove iron into the windows, used bits of pottery, even colored oils between layers of broken glass. The result wasn't perfect, but it was personal. The empire tried to limit expression and instead inspired it. One stained glass artist in 19th century Ghana was denied funding for colored pigments, so he used what he had: beetroot for red, charcoal for black, turmeric for yellow. None of it lasted more than a few seasons, but while it shone, it told the truth. Empire didn't just shape glass through restriction, it also shaped trade. Suddenly, pigment discovered in one corner of the world could influence windows halfway across the globe. A new blue from Afghanistan appeared in French cathedrals. A deep green developed in Vietnam became popular in German universities. A yellow pigment accidentally found in Jamaica ended up standard in colonial Spanish missions. This was the invisible web of glass conquest. Most people didn't notice, but the artisans knew when they scraped a new powder into a mix. They were holding a continent in colonial Australia. Stained glass became a strange blend of guilt and glory. Settlers built churches with windows mimicking those back in England, Gothic arches, saints, apostles. But the light outside was different, harsher, more golden. Some artists adjusted, used softer colors, let native plants creep into borders, and occasionally even etched aboriginal motifs into margins, quiet acknowledgments of the stolen land they stood on. These weren't acts of rebellion, more like whispers of regret, windows built to let in divine light. Let in history instead. In the Caribbean, things took another turn. Glass was rare, too expensive, so artisans there invented an entirely new form using molasses bottles, rum glass, and discarded European scraps. They melted them down, poured them into iron molds, created rough but radiant windows that told island stories. Palm trees, hurricanes, dancers, slaves, spirits. The windows were crude by European standards, but to locals, they were sacred. The glass came from colonizers, but the light inside was their own. And in all of this, all the conquest, resistance, silence, and sparkle, one truth remained. Glass remembered. Even when borders changed, even when maps were redrawn, even when languages shifted, the pigments stayed, the fractures stayed, the fingerprints stayed. If you know how to read a stained glass window, you can read a world. When empires began to crumble, their glass didn't. The windows remained cracked, restored, reframed, but still glowing, still telling stories. And in many cases, those stories began to change in the years after independence movements swept across Asia, Africa, and the Americas. Stained glass took on new meaning. Old colonial chapels were reclaimed, renamed, repainted, but their windows, once portraits of kings and saints, were often left untouched. Why? Because glass does not forget, and for many, that was the point, to stand beneath a stained glass dome in Accra, Key, in Lahore, in Manila, and see an angel with European features wasn't just history, it was evidence of what had been forced, of what had survived. Some nations changed the windows, quietly, delicately. In Brazil, cathedral, once dedicated to colonial rulers, was slowly reworked. Each year, one panel was replaced. A saint turned into a freedom fighter, a royal into a farmer, a bishop into a midwife. The colors remained the same, but the figures inside, rewritten, and no one announced it. It just happened panel by panel until the entire window became something new. Elsewhere, artists began reclaiming empire's materials for their own stories. In South Africa, broken English stained glass pieces were collected from abandoned churches and melted down. Reborn. Now, they shine inside museums and community centers, not with saints, but with Zulu warriors. Soweto marchers taught children carrying books instead of Bibles. The light still filters in, but now it tells the right story. This movement, glass reclamation, spread fast. Workshops in Egypt reinterpreted ancient Coptic windows, layering Islamic calligraphy beside Christian motifs. Filipino artists sandwiched fragments of colonial windows between thin shells and rice paper, creating a shimmering hybrid, unique to island light. And in Haiti, they built entire cathedrals from broken bottle glass, sugar molds, and war debris, windows that glowed with pain and pride. Not all transformations were dramatic. In some places, the windows remained untouched, but the way people looked at them changed. A once dominant imperial figure became a cautionary tale, a golden haloed king, now a reminder of arrogance, a white-winged saint, a symbol of lost time. Communities created booklets, audio guides, local legends layered atop old glass. This was quiet rebellion, the kind that slips past walls but sticks in memory. Some scholars argue this is what stained glass was always meant to do: reflect, not just light, a power to expose who controls the story, to reveal the hands that built the frame, and, over time, to give those hands back to the people. Today, even in modern urban spaces, glass continues to evolve. Skyscrapers now use stained glass, not for religion, but for identity. Corporate lobbies feature massive glass mosaics that tell a city's story, a factory's founding, a protest, a flood, a recovery. Public transport stations shine with working-class history and color. Graffiti becomes template, spray, paint turns to pigment. Neon bleeds through transparency. This is no longer Empire's light. This is people's glass. Technology helped. Now, glass can be printed, laser cut, even grown with NANOCRYSTALS. But many artists still choose the old way: hand-cut, hand-poured, hand-fired. Why? Because history isn't digital. It's textured, uneven, dusty, scratched, perfectly imperfect, and only through imperfection can some truth shine in a museum in Nairobi. One stained glass panel hangs with no label. It shows no figure, just color. Deep blue at the bottom, rising amber in the middle, a sliver of red at the top. Curators say it was recovered from a colonial administrator's house, but they're not sure what it meant. One theory: it represents the ocean, the desert, and the blood spilled between. Another: a sunrise, a beginning. No one knows for sure, and maybe that's the point. Empire named everything. This window fuses, back in Murano, the heart of Venetian glass. Something strange happened recently. A visiting artist from Ghana created a window using Venetian techniques, but the pigment, it was made from Ghanaian soil. The image: a fisherman casting a net. No saints, no crowns, just one man, one gesture, one story. The Murano masters watched in silence, and when he finished, they nodded, not in approval, but in recognition, because they saw it. The fire, the instinct, the code, not European, not African, but human. So now, when we stand in front of a stained glass window, we see more than color, more than beauty. We see layers of conquest, of resistance, of identity, and of light, not controlled, but reclaimed. The glass still glows. It always will, because light refuses to be owned. It finds cracks. It slips through silence. It bends. It remembers. And sometimes, the colors are just right. It heals before the window, before the pigment, for the prayer behind the glass. There was a tool, a rod, a paddle, a pair of shears, ladle blackened from centuries of use. While we often speak of stained glass and colors and light, glass begins with iron and ash, and the tools used to tame both. The earliest tools were crude: wooden rods wrapped in wet cloth, shells used to scoop melted silica, stones flattened to create shaping surfaces. But even these simple objects had rules. The cloth must be damp, not wet. The shell must be cracked, never smooth. The stone must be warmed before touch. Tools, like glass, had memory. They carried not just heat, but experience. A well-seasoned paddle, for example, developed a black sheen, carbonized fat, and soot that made it nonstick. A new paddle is clean. Too risky in ancient Phoenicia. Blowpipes were nothing like the metal ones of later eras. They were hollow reeds, scorched at both ends, used only once or twice, a few breaths, then discarded. The glass was too hot, the reeds too fragile. But the method worked. It just demanded precision and timing. The pipe had to be lifted exactly when the batch was ready. Not too soft, not too firm, too early. The glass sagged too late. It cracked, no second chances. Later, in Roman times, tools became more durable and more specific. The pontil rod was invented, a thin iron rod used to hold glass. as it was shaped, where the blowpipe created form. Right. Pontille allowed refinement. You could now add footed, bases, 2 cups, intricate lips, 2 vases, tiny curls, 2 edges. The pontille also left a mark, a small scar on the bottom of finished pieces. Even today, if you see a pontille scar, you're looking at the tool's signature, a quiet nod from one generation to the next. Other tools followed. Shears for cutting hot glass, pincers for pinching folds and details, blocks soaked in water to help shape vessels, battledores, wooden paddles used to flatten sides. Jacks like giant tweezers used to form necks and openings. These tools didn't just shape, they whispered. A good glazer could hear the hiss of a block and know the water content was right, could feel the tension in jacks and know whether the glass was ready for expansion. The tools spoke through sound, weight, resistance, and masters listened. Workshops guarded tools almost as fiercely as recipes. Some were passed down through families, engraved with initials. Others were buried with their owners, wrapped in cloths, laid beside ashes in one excavation. In northern Italy, archaeologists found a glazer's grave containing one blowpipe bent at the end, a cracked battledore, a set of iron jacks missing one arm, a charred glove, no inscription, no plaque dot, just these artifacts, and nearby, tiny fragments of red and cobalt glass. The final batch, still sharp, still colored, still waiting. Even in the Renaissance, when glass art flourished, Pana, the tools remained mostly unchanged. Murano masters preferred seasoned blocks to new ones. French artisans soaked their jacks in oil for weeks before first use. In England, some glaziers carved patterns into their paddle faces, believing it helped imprint grace, into the sheet glass. Whether it worked or not didn't matter. What mattered was that they believed it. Tools were not just functional, they were ritualistic. Sometimes, tools broke and were never replaced, not because they couldn't be, but because the glassmaker believed the tool died with the technique. This was especially true for secret recipes. A rod used for gold thread inlay might be snapped after the final project, buried or burned. It wasn't about hiding knowledge. It was about honoring its moment, letting the technique live once, then rest. In modern studios, tools look different: steel, silicone, digital sensors. But some refused the new dot in Oregon. Small stained glass studio still uses 18th century tools imported from Scotland, not for display, for work. Their paddle is cracked, their jacks squeak that their furnace has a dent in its side, but their windows glow like old ones did. Not perfect, but familiar. In Japan, some glazers adapt blacksmith tools, hammers, and tongs to shape heated glass. In Ghana, coconut shells are still used to scoop colorants. In Bolivia, old mining tools double as molds. Every region bends glass with what it has. The result? A stained glass world shaped not by uniformity, but by local rhythm, local heat, local hands. What's often forgotten is how much the tools shaped the final product. A paddle, just slightly too short, could lead to a ripple. P-A-T-T-E-R-N-A, cracked pontille, might twist a cooling shape. Even the way a shears pair opened, wide or narrow, changed the final lip on a vase or panel edge. So when we admire old glass, we're not just admiring color, we're admiring balance. C-A-L-L-U-S-E-S, steel kissed by fire. And sometimes we admire absence, a piece with no visible tool marks, no pontille scar, no shears imprint. That, too, is a signature of someone who learned to use their tools so well. It was like they vanished, because the greatest glassmakers were never just artists. They were listeners, to hiss, to wait, to silence, and most of all, to the tools that never spoke aloud, but always knew what to say. Every tool had a name, even if it wasn't spoken aloud. The long jack, the whispering paddle, the devil's shears, names passed in quiet corners of workshops, shared between masters and apprentices when the fire burned low and the glass was resting. But tools didn't just shape glass, they shaped people and entire identities. In a 17th century glass guild in northern Germany, entry wasn't granted by payment or bloodline, it was granted by tool mastery. You had to prove you could lift a full ladle of molten glass without spilling a drop, twist a rod exactly 3 times before shaping, hold jacks steady for 30 full seconds inside the furnace mouth. No written test, no paperwork, only control. One apprentice failed the jack's test, and dropped the glass into the ash pit. He wasn't punished. He was handed a broom and spent the next year sweeping coal. Lesson learned. The tool chooses who may rise. Tools became superstition. To Dot in Venice, the cracked paddle was feared. If a paddle split mid-session, a piece it had touched was never used, even if perfect. Some claimed it cursed future batches. Others believed the glass would fog with time, turning opaque. Better to lose one piece than risk a whole series in Hungary. A broken blowpipe was sometimes buried at night with herbs and charcoal to cool its anger, a ceremony of apology. Because if the tool wasn't respected, the fire wouldn't listen either. Certain tools were never touched by outsiders. A master's personal pontile might be passed to a son or daughter, but never to a stranger. Even in emergencies, if a guest glassmaker entered the shop, tools were either locked away or replaced with neutral ones. One 18th century English glazier famously broke his own shears when a visiting nobleman insisted on trying the craft, not out of protest, but to preserve their history. Some tools were considered sacred extensions of self, better broken than borrowed. Revolutionary times brought revolutionary tools. During the French Revolution, several royal glaziers fled Paris in their haste. They left behind entire workshops. Rebels tried to use the tools to make their own panels, but the technique was harder than it looked, so it changed the purpose. The pontil rod became a weapon, sharpened and used in skirmishes. The jacks became branders, pressed into leather to mark revolutionary banners. A blowpipe was hollowed further and turned into a flute one. Artisan reportedly played revolutionary songs, threw it in the streets. The tools no longer shaped glass. They shaped rebellion. In colonial India, glassmakers used adapted tools from metal and jewelry crafts, tiny hammers, calligraphy, nibs, oil lamps modified into micro-dash furnaces. They worked with what they had, blending cultures, not just in pigment, but in tools themselves. A jeweler's tweezer might form the lip of a sacred lamp. A knife, used for betel nut, might carve decorative edges into cooling panes. To colonial officials, it looked primitive. To the craftsman, it was evolution. Some tools told secret stories. In Ireland, a glazier's chisel was found etched with Ogham, an ancient Celtic script. It wasn't visible at first, only under soot. After polishing, did it reveal itself. The symbols read, "We see, we shape, we shine." No one knows if it was ceremonial, or just personal pride. But it showed one truth. Even the tool that only chipped mistakes could carry meaning, could carry a message. In a small chapel in Mexico, a stained glass rose window remains incomplete. 1. Patel was never filled in. Historians believe the master's favorite paddle snapped mid-dash process instead of remaking it. The artist froze the design, left it open as tribute or protest. No records remain, only silence, in a single empty space where color should have bloomed. This philosophy that a tool's failure was a message echoed far beyond that chapel in China. Glassmakers carved imperfections deliberately when a tool broke mid-job, called flame scars. These marks were framed with silver borders and placed in temples, not as shame, but as honor. A reminder that even the best tool bends to time. Modern museums now display these tools in glass cases, shiny, polished, labeled, but they weren't made to sit behind glass. They were made to create it. They belonged in hands, not behind ropes. And many artists still believe the best tribute is not preservation, but resurrection, using them again. Even briefly, one artist in Quebec borrowed a 200-year-old battledore, used it once, just once, to finish a piece meant for an orphanage, then wrapped it back in cloth and returned it. Some say the window carries a different light because of it. Not brighter, not clearer, just warmer. Because these tools were more than iron and ash. They were memories, rituals, warnings, signatures, and in every swirl of color, every shimmer of cooled glass, they remain. Even if you can't see them, even if their marks are gone, their silence still echoes in every window. There's a myth in some old glass-making circles. It goes like this. When a master dies, his paddle cools forever. But if someone dares to use it again, and the glass responds, he never really left. It's not science, it's not written, but glazers believe it. Some even say that the first touch of a new batch, done with an old tool, makes a different sound, a deeper hiss, warmer spin, almost like the tool remembers how to breathe in Murano. There's a story of a master whose shears were buried with him. 10 years later, an apprentice, desperate to match his old teacher's curve technique, snuck into the cemetery, recovered the shears. He cleaned them, oiled them, used them once, and never again. He said the shears closed on their own. He completed the curve, then sealed the tool back in his box and returned, key to the grave. Not out of fear, but out of respect. Because some tools aren't reused, they're consulted. In parts of Turkey and Morocco, tools are named at birth. A new pontil rod is given a title. A blowpipe gets a carved symbol, sometimes initials, sometimes eyes. The belief that the tool, like a human, must be recognized to work well. Ignore tools, rebel, respect the tools, sing, and the best windows come not from force, but from friendship between glass, fire, and iron. Some tools become tokens. In Germany, retired jacks are dipped in gold leaf and mounted in workshop corners. They're not used anymore, but apprentices must bow to them before entering the furnace room. A tradition that confuses outsiders, but for the guild, it's essential. It reminds them that skill didn't begin with them. They inherited it. Tool by tool, mark by mark. Even the toolboxes matter. In Japan, glazers carried their tools in wrapped cloths called furoshiki. The folds follow a pattern, each representing a different phase of the glass process. One fold for heating, one for shaping, one for cooling, one for letting go. Opening the bundle becomes a ritual, not just preparation, but invocation. A way to tell the furnace, I am ready, I remember. Let us work. In Bolivia, a father once gave his daughter his shaping paddle as a wedding gift. Carved on the handle were 4 simple words. Fire gave us everything. She never used it, but she kept it near the window where she worked. Every panel she made, she touched the paddle once before beginning. Just a brush, a tap, as if saying, you're still here. The paddle never cracked, never warped, even after 50 years. Not all tools survive so long. Some are lost to fire, to rot, to forgetfulness. One legendary set of jacks, said to have shaped over 1,000 windows in 16th century France, was melted during a war, repurposed as musket parts. No one remembers their shape, but the windows remain, their edges curved, their lips precise. That was the jack's signature, even in their absence. They left light behind today. Many studios are digitized. Glass is machine cut, molded with perfect accuracy. Time is money, symmetry sells. But even here, tucked in corners of the world, glazers return to the old ways. Not because they're faster or easier, but because they're honest. A paddle makes you earn your curve. A pontil tests your balance. A blowpipe demands timing. There is no shortcut, and no machine, not yet, has managed to feel the moment when the glass is ready. Only hands know that only tools can speak it. One artist in Boston still uses her grandmother's paddle, carved from olive wood and grease. Each year, she replaces the cloth wrapping. Each year, she reburns the initials on the handle. She says, the paddle doesn't do anything magical, except one thing. It forgives my mistakes, because that's what old tools do. They wobble, they hesitate, but they bend with you. They adjust, and in doing so, they teach. Some museums now have tool walls where glazers can donate their retired instruments for display. Each tool comes with a note, a date, a location, a final piece it helped make. Some even include small shards of the glass, the tool shaped. The effect, you stand before the wall, and the tools feel alive. Not relics, not ghosts, but quiet witnesses to sweat, to rhythm, to breath, held in a furnace glow. One label reads, paddle used in 1943 to shape a window of St. Martin's Chapel during wartime blackout. No light passed through for months, but the paddle waited. That's what these tools do. They wait, even when unused, even when forgotten. They're never truly gone, because every curve, every ripple, every beam of colored light that dances on cathedral stone, that's a tool's memory, still moving, still speaking. So next time you stand before stained glass, look past the color. Imagine the paddle, the rod, the gloved hand trembling from heat. Imagine the hush of the furnace, the crack of a cooling pane, and somewhere in the shadows, an old tool, hanging by its nail, not retired, just listening. Purple has always been a problem. Too expensive, too unstable, too easy to ruin. But once, just once, glassmakers discovered a way to trap it in glass, and for a century or two, a ghostly violet glow appeared in cathedral windows, mosque, lanterns, and royal halls. And then it vanished. In the 12th century, a small monastery in southern France produced panels with an eerie purple hue, not lavender, not plum, something in between. Viewers described it as the color of storm clouds at twilight, or grape skins under candlelight. It wasn't applied paint. It wasn't a trick of light. It was in the glass itself. Glassmakers called it le dernier souffle, the last breath, because it only appeared if the firing conditions were perfect. The furnace had to be low burning, pine. The batch had to be mixed under moonlight. And most crucially, a mineral called argent violet had to be added at just the right stage. That mineral, no one ever recorded what it truly was. Some said it came from crushed snail shells. Others swore it was volcanic ash from a specific Sicilian mountain. One theory even suggested the secret ingredient was monk's blood, but that was more legend than fact. Whatever it was, only a handful of glazers knew how to use it. They passed the technique down by whisper, not by text. A paddle tap meant add more. A shears ring meant wait. No one dared write it. No one dared teach it outside the circle. And then plague came. Whole towns emptied, workshops locked, masters gone, and the formula went with them when glassmakers in the 1400s tried to recreate the purple. They failed. The hue came out to blue dot, to brown, to flat. It lacked the glow. It lacked the mystery. Some blamed the sand. It's not as clean as it was. Others blamed the fire. The pine burns too fast now. One desperate artist in Florence mixed in crushed amethyst, expensive but hopeful. The result is glass that cracked within days, because true purple, it seemed, wasn't meant to return. Centuries passed. Artists gave up, and the color faded from memory. But glass historians noticed something strange. Every remaining window that did contain the lost purple all came from the same 60-year window across 4 countries, France, Spain, Portugal, and part of Tunisia. That suggested trade or a traveling master. Someone had wandered, maybe exiled, maybe invited, carrying the pigment or the knowledge, but left no name, no signature, just windows glowing faintly. At the last light before night in Lisbon, monastery preserved 4 panels with a shade. They sealed them in an inner courtyard. No direct sun, no cleaning, no repairs, and yet the purple persisted. Scientists came in the 1970s to study the chemical composition. They scraped a few atoms from the edge, found traces of manganese, silica, lead oxide, and something unidentified, a crystalline fragment. One lab thought it might be iodine-rich mica. Another suggested contaminated tin, but the amounts were so small it couldn't replicate it. The color remained a ghost. Some scholars began calling it the phantom shade, not because it couldn't be seen, but because it shouldn't exist. Its chemical balance broke modern rules. Too little flux to fuse properly, too much leaves to stay stable. Yet it held. Artists stared at it for hours and felt something ancient. Staring back, they said it shimmered even when clouds passed, that it responded to music, that when you stood beneath it long enough, it seemed to breathe. Of course, these were stories, but in stained glass studios. Stories are tools too. A modern glazer in Morocco once attempted to recreate the color using violet, salt, and copper dust. The result was vibrant, a wrong dot. Too bright dot to modern dot. It didn't glow. It shouted. The missing purple was not a color. It was a mood, a tone of silence, of stillness, and perhaps of loss. There are only 19 known pieces with a lost purple, still intact. Each is protected. None are displayed in full sunlight. Each one shimmers distantly, depending on the time of day, and no 2 pieces match exactly, which has led some to believe it wasn't a recipe, it was an accident, a rare convergence of ingredients, atmosphere, chance, like catching lightning in a jar, once, twice, never again. But others refuse to believe that. They say somewhere, someone remembers, somewhere, a recipe sits hidden in a prayer book, in a monk's margin, on the handle of a forgotten paddle. And if it's ever found, they'll see purple bloom again. Until then, wait and wonder and look for the shade in dreams. The hunt for the lost purple never really ended. It just changed. Hands from glazers to guilds, from mystics to chemists, from artists to algorithms. Everyone who looked into that faint, flickering color felt the same thing, a pull, as if the glass itself was whispering, "Find me." In the late 1600s, an English glassmaker named Silas Wren wrote a curious note in the margins of his ledger. It said, "Of the hue, neither royal nor holy, but something between. It comes in stillness, not in fire." That line confused historians for decades. But when researchers in the 1920s compared it to surviving violet panes in Seville, they found a match. The tone, the hue, the silence. They called it Wren's Echo, because it didn't recreate the purple, but it remembered it. Wren wasn't alone. A Jesuit alchemist in Prague spent 40 years trying to trap the shade using minerals harvested during eclipses. He believed celestial alignment affected glass structure. He built a furnace shaped like a crescent. Moon dot mixed violet salts with goat's blood, infused the mix with ink made from oak galls. Every batch cracked, but in one piece, a sliver, barely a corner, the faintest whisper of true purple. He sealed it in a copper locket and buried it in a church wall. The locket was found in 1911, the glass inside, gone dust, but traces of iodine, copper, and animal protein remained. Others searched differently in North Africa. Bedouin glazers believed the lost purple was tied to wind patterns. They claimed it could only form when a certain breeze passed over the kiln dry, salty, carrying dune heat. They'd hang feathers above the furnace. When the feathers lifted and danced, they'd add their mystery powder. It never worked. But one artist said, "Even if I don't find it, I speak to the glass. That's enough." In the 1800s, stained glass revivalists in France tried a scientific approach. They hired chemists, mapped every ingredient used in 13th century batches. They replicated the sand from Normandy, the pine pitch from Provence, the lead oxide proportions, still nothing. Then someone asked a different question. What if the color came after the firing? A reaction to light, to time, to dust. So they left batches outside for months, then years, watched as the purple began to bloom, faint, cloudy, but there, not in the glass, but on it, a patina, a memory, the start of something they couldn't finish, but could feel. Modern temps got bolder. In the 1990s, MIT Glass Labs tried nanocrystal infusion using rare earth elements like erbium and neodymium. They created shimmering hues close to violet, but the glow faded in direct sunlight. In Japan, a robotic furnace was built to mimic ancient heating cycles. With millisecond precision, it could reach the exact temperatures recorded in 12th century Italian kilns. The result? A rich amethyst glass, perfect, symmetrical, stable, but too smooth, too clean. The lost purple, it realized, required imperfection. Then came the dreamers, artists who painted in violet tones and pressed their canvases to warm glass, hoping for transfer. Writers who wove entire novels around the ghost color, creating fictional glassmakers who unlocked the mystery. Even children joined. One school in Poland held to find the purple day. Each student mixed different materials, hoping one would strike gold. None did, but one girl drew a window filled with light. Underneath, she wrote, "Even if we never find it, maybe it finds us." A theory emerged. What if the purple never existed? What if it was a trick of aging pigments, of medieval eyes under candlelight, a hallucination in the kiln's heat? But those who'd seen it, the scholars, the restorers, the artists who'd worked with ancient glass, they all said the same thing. You'll know it when you see it, 'cause it doesn't shout, it doesn't shine, it just glows. Today, the hunt continues. Small workshops in Austria, temples in Cambodia, museums in Colombia, all quietly testing, tweaking, praying, and every once in a while, someone sends a photo to a colleague. Could this be it? A tiny square, a flicker, a maybe. Most are false starts, but some make them pause. The lost purple became more than color. It became hope that something so delicate, so precise, so impossibly rare could be found again, not through power or money or modern speed, but through listening, patience, slowness, the very qualities that once filled cathedrals with silence and glass with glow. So when the final piece is found, and it will be, it won't be in a lab or a machine. It'll be in a quiet workshop. Tired artist, a deep breath. Late night, in a pain that hums with stormlight once again. The color that waited centuries to return. They still gather, GLASSMAKERS, historians, ALCHEMISTS, students, once a year. In a quiet abbey in southern Spain, they meet under the same purple window. It's the last confirmed survivor of the lost shade. They light no candles, speak no words, just sit and look. The window doesn't glow in any ordinary way. It seems to hold its breath. In 2021, a Dutch chemist named Liesbeth van Kegel brought her own batch to the gathering. She'd used crushed fig ash, manganese, and trace amounts of lavender pollen. Her piece A half-pane, quaint, and flawed glimmered just slightly under early evening sun. Some attendees gasped. Others remained silent. A priest whispered, "I felt something," but no one declared it the one, because the rule is simple. When it returns, we'll know. Not by test tube, but by silence. Word count, 300, over time. The lost purple became more than pigment. It became a story people told each other, a tale of patience, a tale of almost, a tale of what it means to lose something, still search. It became a metaphor for fragility, for pursuit, for wonder. Museums now reserve small spaces, phantom glass corners, where the panels that might be the lost purple sit quietly, unlabeled. Visitors are encouraged to look, not read, to feel, not judge, to sense. What's still missing? But what if it never returns? What if the exact hue is gone, evaporated by time, war, or heat? Does that make it any less real? Or does that make it more? Because glass is not meant to last. It's meant to shine, briefly, powerfully, and then move on. There's a theory gaining popularity now, one that says the purple was never a mistake or a formula. It was a gift, a fleeting alignment of ash, and heat, and human breath, something no modern tool can measure, only feel. And maybe, just maybe, we've been asking the wrong question all along. Not, how do we bring it back? But, what did it leave us with? It left us stories. It left us soft evenings with cathedral glass catching rain. It left us generations of makers who didn't give up. It left us artists who stared into furnaces, hoping for magic. And it left us with one undeniable truth. Some beauty is not meant to be repeated, only remembered, only honored, only imagined when the world grows. It's quiet. Word count, 900 in Istanbul. Hey, young girl once visited an old mosque with her grandfather. She stood under a half-lit dome and stared at the only window that still bore the purple hue. She said, "It looks like it's thinking." Her grandfather nodded and whispered back, "It remembers more than we do." And she never forgot that. Years later, she became a glass artist herself. She never tried to find the color, only to make pieces worthy of its memory. Because maybe that's the point. Maybe the shade was meant to disappear so we could learn how to see again, so we'd stop chasing perfection and instead start cherishing what almost glowed, what never quite fit, what whispered, not shouted, what flickered and faded and still lies in the corners of old stone walls, not lost, just hidden, waiting for the right light, the right eye, the right heart to see it and say, "There you are, you ever find it." If one day you see a pane of glass that glows without light, hums without sound, it seems to tilt toward you like it knows your breath, don't tell anyone, don't measure it, don't name it, just look, just be still. Let the moment pass through you like fire through sand and smile, because the color didn't need to be found. You just needed to be ready to feel it, and now you are. Glass was never supposed to be eternal. It cracks, it warps, it darkens with smoke and time, but the windows of Europe's great cathedrals, they felt like exceptions, stories told in ruby and cobalt, faces of saints that glowed even in Sinor Light, wings of angels that caught sunrise like golden silk. And then, one by one, they burned, not always in war, sometimes by accident, sometimes by neglect, but always leaving behind the same question. When stained glass melts, where do the stories go? In 1214, fire swept through the nave of Chartres Cathedral in France. The roof collapsed, the bells melted, the sacred relics were thought lost. But in the ash, buried beneath stone, the windows survived. Not all, but some. Why? Because a priest had ordered the choir windows to be removed for cleaning days earlier. They were resting in the cloister yard when the fire struck. The flames missed them by yards. That glass, centuries old, thick with oxblood, red, and sapphire, was reinstalled the following spring and still shines today. They call it the spared song, but most stories weren't so lucky. In Reims, in 1914, German artillery shelled the cathedral. Fire erupted in the roof. The molten lead from the windows poured like tears down the stone. Eyewitnesses said it looked like the angels were weeping. Volunteers ran into the smoke to save what they could. Some pried fragments from the collapsing walls. Others caught shattered shards in cloths. One nun gathered red glass in her apron, whispering prayers with each step. The glass now sits in reliquaries. Fragments only, no shapes, no faces, but full of heat memory. A glow that refuses to die. World War II brought more fires, more silence. Cologne, Coventry, Caen cathedrals across Europe became shadows. In some cases, windows had been hidden in caves of barns, wrapped in straw, marked as farm equipment. 2 fool looters, some made it through. Others cracked in storage, because glass, like people, doesn't always survive exile yet. Fire wasn't always an enemy. Sometimes, fire was rebirth. In 1963, cathedral in Chicago caught fire during renovations. Most windows shattered, but one artist took the remaining shards, melted them in new kilns, and recomposed the saints. The faces weren't accurate. The wings weren't even symmetrical. But the light was real, and when the sun passed through, it cast a new pattern on the pews. One parishioner said, "It's like the saints aren't looking down anymore. They're walking beside us." Some churches refused to replace the broken panels. They left the windows open, let wind and rain pass through the arches, as if to say, "Let the world see our wounds." In one chapel in Belgium, they kept the empty lancets after bombing. They called them the sky's windows. And every sunrise, light pours through those holes, unfiltered, attuned, a reminder that not all beauty needs shape. Some just need space. In recent decades, as cathedrals age and lightning finds old roofs, fires return. In 2019, Tota Band, its ancient roof fell. Its spire vanished in flame. For hours, the world watched, breath held, wondering if the windows would survive. They did, miraculously. Not all but the rose windows, massive, circular, thick with medieval pigment, held, cracked, but standing like soldiers after battle. Their colors, dimmer, but still there. And when the first sunlight hit the next morning, the whole city stopped. People wept, not for loss, but for what endured, because that's what stained glass is. Really, fire caught in silence, heat shaped into stillness, a story born in flame, and tested by it. And every time a fire tries to end, the glass speaks back, not with words, but with light, with shadow, with echo now. Restorationists walk into scorched cathedrals, carrying gloves and brushes. They search rubble, not for bricks, but for glow-tiny corners of surviving pigment. A sliver of blue, a dot of gold, a curve of red dot each, its fragment cataloged, each one a syllable from a lost prayer. They reassemble them, like archaeologists rebuilding voices. It takes years, but piece by piece, the windows return, never the same, but never forgotten. In a village in Spain, it's a small chapel. It burned in the 1800s, its windows gone, but instead of replacing them, the locals painted light on the stone walls. They traced the shapes of the old windows, saint by saint, scene by saint, and when the sun shines, reflects off the paint and glows like real glass. It's not warm, it's not real, but it's a promise that even without glass, story remains. That flame can't erase faith, it can only test it. After the fires, after the embers cooled and the stones stopped hissing in the night, there were always 2 sounds that came back first: footsteps and brooms. The glazers didn't arrive in silence. They came with carts and wooden boxes and thick gloves, stepping over burnt hymnals and scorched pews. They came not for salvage, but for memory, because to them, a single shard of glass wasn't a breed. It was testimony. In Cologne, after the bombings of 1942, dozens of volunteers sifted through blackened soot with spoons, not shovels, spoons. They found flecks of red glass, some no bigger than a fingernail. One old priest bent down, picked up a triangular piece of gold-tinted glass, and whispered, "This was the halo of St. James." No one knew if that was true, but they labeled it Fragment 46A. It now rests in a museum, under glass again, not in a window, but in a reliquary, because what was once light for the soul had become sacred ash that artists responded to. In the years after the wars, fireglass art became a movement. They didn't try to recreate saints. They didn't imitate the old windows. Instead, they used melted fragments, twisted, half-burnt as they were. They fused them with iron, with charred wood. They let the scorch marks show. Some galleries called it grotesque, but others called it honest. A burnt blue curve in one piece was simply titled, "She Used to Fly," and another, built from a panel melted at Coventry Cathedral, was called Psalm Interrupted. They weren't replacements. They were echoes. Writers joined in. Poets penned lines for the lost windows, like this. From Irish poet Mair Brennan, "Where once the saints wore crimson flames, now shadows kneel in silent frames." Or this, carved into the base of a new chapel altar in Dresden, "The light we lost is not forgotten. It waits for hands to make it again." Even in ash, the language of glass survived. In a quiet village in Italy, there's a strange tradition. Every Easter morning, after Mass, the villagers walk to a hill where a small burned chapel once stood. Each person brings a shard glass, mirror, anything reflective. They place them in a spiral, and when the sun rises just above the hilltop, the spiral glows not from color, but from unity. They call it Il vetro che rimane, the glass that remains. No word spoken, no music, just light made from loss. In Belgium, a restoration team built a wall of frames, dozens of them, empty, but labeled. Each frame had a name. Saint Cecilia, 1379, the baptism of Christ. 1234, the window of salt and bread. 1401, each one had a few remaining shards mounted inside. The idea, not to deceive, but to remind that something once filled the space, and might. One day, again, children now walk through that gallery on school tours. Some press their palms to the glass. Others whispered the saints' names out loud, and one child once said, "They feel like puzzles waiting for love." Elsewhere, in silent monasteries, monks began saving fire-touched glass in scroll cases. They'd write a single phrase on the parchment. "This piece saw morning," or "This one rang with bells." Simple, soft truths, no grandeur, just witness, because sometimes the most profound preservation isn't restoration. It's acknowledgement that it burned, that it glowed, that it mattered. One chapel in Normandy kept all its burnt glass in jars, clear, unlabeled. UNSORTED. Visitors were invited to hold them up to the sun, watch the light pour through. Each visitor saw something different. One woman saw the Virgin's hand. Another saw dragonfly wings. One boy said, "It looks like tears learning to be fire." In a Tokyo museum dedicated to lost art, there's a room of melted glass. Each piece sits under soft yellow light. No context, no explanation, only a sign that reads, "Everything beautiful burns. What matters is how it shines on its way out." And yet, with all this loss, all this remembering, there are still some who make new glaziers, young ones. They study the ruins, they touch the shards, and then they begin, not to replicate, but to honor. Their windows are strange, bold, filled with blues that never existed before, reds that bleed into black dot, angels that wear scars. They don't replace what burned, they respond to it, and in that response, glass lives again. Because fire does not only destroy, it also purifies. And in every chapel where a window once glowed, and now only cold stone stands, the hope remains that someday new glass will rise, not to forget the past, but to speak with it, to join its silence with color again. In every cathedral where glass once lived, silence took its place. But over time, silence turned into stories. People began to say things like, "That window saw the sun rise before the invasion." This one held a choir's final song. That shard fell during the last bell. They weren't just remembering what was lost. They were rewriting what had survived. In England, a single shard from a bombed chapel was set into a plain window in a primary school. It wasn't labeled, but the children knew it was special. They called it the purple tear. One day, a child asked the headmaster, why did they keep this tiny piece? He answered, because it chose not to break all the way. Fire leaves scars on stone, but on glass, it leaves memory. Heat bends pigment. It warps the faces of saints. It curls halos into smoke, but still, even warped, they remain recognizable. Okay? In a French cathedral, a half-burned window shows only the lower half of a figure, a foot, a hand, the edge of a robe. No one knows who it was, but visitors light candles there anyway. They say, whoever they were, that they stayed. That fragment is now called the one who stayed. In the modern age, some artists now start with fire. They don't wait for catastrophe. They invite the flame. One such artist in Berlin builds his panels, then partially burns them. The top half, untouched, radiant. The bottom, scorched, blackened, melted. He calls it faith interrupted, not to show destruction, but to remind us what faith has already survived. There's a growing movement called glass after fire. It's not a style, it's a way of thinking. Its followers believe every window should contain at least one fragment of something burnt, not for decoration, but for memory. They believe beauty without pain is incomplete, and that light only matters when you know what darkness looks like. Their windows are strange, full of asymmetry, colors that collide, scenes that start but never finish. But they glow in ways untouched glass never could. In a monastery in the Alps, monks now make glass from ash. They collect it from trees struck by lightning, from burnt manuscript pages, from melted candle stubs. They mix it with sand and fire, and from that create windows with no figures, just swirling color. No halos, no saints, it's just movement, just flame turned into stillness. Visitors say, standing before those windows feels like standing inside a prayer made from smoke. Asterix, there's a legend among glaziers that when a window burns, it doesn't die. It returns to its original form, light, trapped in silence. And one day, if the artist is patient and the hand steady, that light will find form again. Different, weaker, maybe, but wiser. A cathedral in Prague. They built a memorial window after a devastating fire. The entire panel is blank, frosted white glass. No color, no shape, except for a single red dot in the center. People asked what it meant. The artist simply said, that was the first glow that returned. Now, every morning when the sun rises, that red dot is the first thing the light hits. And so, in every burned chapel, in every broken frame, the search continues, not just for glass, but for what glass meant. Windows don't just hold. color. They hold witness. They remind us of the songs once sung, the candles once lit, the generations who knelt, wept, laughed, and loved beneath their light. One priest, walking through the ruins of a church after fire, once said, "The walls are gone, the books are ash, but the windows, they're just waiting to be reborn." And he was right, because the soul of stained glass lessened in the pigment or the lead. It's in the way it keeps returning. Through fire, through silence, through the hands of those who dare to lift even the smallest shard and try again. Let the ashes be witness. Let the shards be sung. Light find shape once more, and let us never forget what breaks can still glow. Long before furnaces, long before churches, before saints and cathedrals and guilds, there was only sand and sky and the fire that sometimes fell between them. That fire, a meteor, a comet, a bolt of lightning more powerful than thunder itself, would hit the ground, and in a second, the sand would melt, not gradually, not politely, but violently. The surface of the earth would hiss, bubble, boil, and when it cooled, it left behind glass, clear, green. Alien scientists call it impactite, or desert glass, but two ancient peoples. It was a gift found only in the harshest places, the Libyan desert, the Australian outback, high Chilean plains. These pieces of glass were unlike anything they'd seen. They glowed without fire. They sang when struck. They couldn't be explained. So they were worshipped, not out of fear, but out of awe in Egypt. A piece of this strange glass was found in the tomb of Tutankhamun, not buried in rubble, but carved into a scarab, the sacred beetle, and placed in the center of the pharaoh's chest ornament, a king, crowned in meteor-born glass. The desert had melted under a star's fall, and now, centuries later, it beat over the heart of a god king. That scarab is now housed in the Cairo Museum. It hums under light. Scientists have confirmed it's not man-made, but sky-made. Tribes in Libya used to believe the glass was frozen lightning, that it was left behind when a god whispered to the sand. One myth tells of a man who followed glowing glass fragments across the dunes for 3 nights. He found no end to the trail, only stars and more glass. He disappeared on the 4th night. His sandals were found next to a piece of yellow-green glass, still warm. The glass wasn't always smooth. Sometimes it was twisted, scarred, cracked, like dry skin. But people saw shapes in it, like smoke trapped in stone, and they believed this is where fire came down to earth to the desert nomads. Glass became a sign, not just of where to go, but where to stop. They'd build tents near glass clusters, leave offerings, dates, milk, feathers. They called it Sakit Anar, the place where fire fell. No one minded, no one sold it, because to touch the glass too much was to lose your way in the dunes. They said the glass had memory out of stars, and that some glowed only when no one was looking. In Tibet, monks speak of a sky gem that forms only when the earth trembles with light. They claim pieces of green. Fire glass exists in Himalayan caves, high, unreachable, carried there by no can't, shaped by no man. The monks don't touch them, they just sit near them and breathe. The glass is not creation, it is presence. Modern geologists eventually caught up. They confirmed the structure of the glass, high in silica, fused at thousands of degrees. No furnace on earth could create it without intense planning. But the desert had done it by accident, through chaos, and over time, that chaos became sacred order, because the glass reminded people, you are standing where the sky once touched the ground. No other material holds that, not gold, not bone, only glass that came from flame and silence. In some Native American traditions, small green glass stones are carried by shamans, used during eclipse rituals. held to the sun before prayers. They believe light passes through them more clearly than through air. They call them fire's mirror. When they speak of the old days, they say, the sky burned once. We held its ashes to our hearts. Today, its fragments of desert glass still turn up. Hikers find them by accident. Children mistake them for candy. But scientists handle them with gloves, not for preservation, but for respect, because one wrong move, and they shatter, not because they're weak, but because they were never meant to last. Only to remind a reminder that beauty doesn't always come from design. Sometimes it comes from destruction, from heat, from impact, from silence after the fire has gone, and from the way people choose to see wonder in the broken places. If you ever find such a piece, green, translucent, humming with nothing and everything, don't sell it, don't polish it, just hold it, look through it, and imagine the sky falling once, leaving behind a story you can touch. Not all glass is made by hands. Some is made by force, others by belief. Desert glass sat between both, because once people saw it fall from the sky or found it where nothing else lived, they couldn't help but ask, why here? Why U.S.? And that question gave rise to rituals in ancient Mesopotamia. Glass was considered sacred only if it came from the desert edge. Priests would travel for days to find green shards hidden among the dunes. They didn't melt them, didn't reshape them, they simply embedded them into temple walls. Untouched, one ziggurat in Uruk had a panel labeled, where the god's breath struck the dust. Modern archaeologists believe the glass was a meteorite impetite, over 29 million years old, but the temple builders saw it differently. As proof the heavens could reach down. The Hittites believed desert glass could cure night terrors. They'd place a shard under the sleeper's mat, tied with string. Children slept better. Adults dreamed of stars. One Hittite tablet speaks of a soldier who wore a necklace of yellow desert glass. He claimed it protected him from arrows. He died in bed. Decades later, the necklace was buried with him. Centuries passed, and when his grave was discovered in the 1800s, the glass still glowed in torchlight. Not brightly, but like a memory refusing to dim in the Libyan desert. Bedouin women once wove tiny fragments into wedding veils. The belief that glass formed by fire could protect love from harm. The veils weren't heavy, but the sound they made, soft clicks of glass on thread, was called the blessing's whisper. Even today, in rare ceremonies, a few tribes carry this tradition. A small shard is tied near the heart, not for beauty, but for balance, so that love doesn't float too high. It never forgets the fire below. In some lost Saharan carvings, animals are shown bowing before glowing stones. Scholars debate their meaning. Were they altars, markings of celestial events? One theory suggests they were glass sites, places where impact glass lay exposed. Camps were set up around them. No tools used, no digging allowed. People simply sat, watched the sunrise through the glass, and let the world soften around the edges. Some inscriptions read, "We saw the sky's memory." Others simply say, "It burned, and we listened." Tibetan oral tradition includes stories of the flame stone, a mythical object said to be made from melted mountain sand during a thunderstrike. It was not worshipped, but consulted. Shamans would place it in bowls of water. If the reflection rippled without wind, it was seen as a sign, a visitor, a message. The stone didn't glow. It interrupted. Stillness. That was its power. Not what it showed, but what it disturbed. By the 14th century, some alchemists began hunting desert glass. They believed it held the secret to eternal flame. In Venice, a private collection of celestial shards was kept hidden in a glassmakers guild. Each piece was labeled not by source, but by sound, because when tapped gently. Every shard sank a different note. One rang like a bell, another thudded like sand, a third gave no sound at all and was called the listener. Musicians tried tuning flutes to match the shards. Tones. None succeeded. The notes never repeated. This led to a theory among some glazers that desert glass isn't just fused sand, it's recorded sky, that every bolt, every impact, every fire strike left a memory, and glass, unlike rock, doesn't forget. You just have to listen hard enough, even today. People bring tuning forks to ancient glass sites. They tap the shards gently and lean in, not expecting answers, just the chance to hear the echo of flame. In Bolivia, desert glass fragments are used in funerals. Each mourner places a small shard atop the casket. It is said the glass catches the soul's final breath and helps it reflect light on the way out. One priest wrote, "When we bury our dead, the earth closes in silence, but the glass sings." That is how we know the goodbye was heard. And in modern art galleries, small displays of desert glass sit beneath focused lamps. They shimmer, not brilliantly, not showily, but like things that have seen both creation and collapse. They do not glitter, they glow, and the longer you look, quieter your thoughts become, because you are staring into a wound that healed itself. Desert glass was not shaped by love, but by impact. Yet it became holy because people chose to believe. Even destruction can make something beautiful. There's something strange about holding a piece of desert glass. It doesn't feel like ordinary glass. It feels older, cool, but not cold, sharp, but not cruel, like it remembers heat, but no longer fears it. Modern scientists now study desert glass with lasers, microscopes, and simulation models. They've mapped its chemical structure, dated its formation to millions of years ago, some even before the dinosaurs. And still, they confess, we know how it was made, but not why it speaks to people the way it does. 'Cause glass, like this, doesn't just belong to geology, it belongs to memory and mystery. In Arizona, a research lab recreated the conditions needed to make Libyan desert glass. It took a controlled explosion. Sand layered to precise thickness, temperatures exceeding 1,600 C. They succeeded, but when asked to compare their result to the original, the lead scientist said, "It's chemically similar, but it's missing something. The old stuff feels like it saw something we didn't." Even with all our knowledge, our equations, our fire, we still can't quite replicate wonder. Some spiritual communities today use desert glass in their rituals, not because of any proven energy field, but because it makes them pause. During meditation, they place it on their palms, not to heal, but to remember to stay grounded in the thought that what I'm holding was once lightning, what I'm feeling was once chaos, and yet it is now still. A chapel in Portugal has a single window made of fused fragments of desert glass. No scenes, no figures, just swirls of yellow green. When the sun sets behind it, the room turns gold. People come in silence. Some light candles, others don't move at all. One visitor wrote, "I didn't feel closer to God. I just felt close to something that had survived." In Namibia, desert rangers now protect ancient glass sites. They've cordoned off areas where meteor glass lies exposed. Visitors may walk nearby, but not touch. Instead, they are invited to sit on carved stone benches and observe. One sign reads, "Let the glass be glass. Let your thoughts do the touching." Some leave flowers, others leave stories written on cloth, because even now, we gift ourselves to what glows in silence. In Japan, a Zen artist paints circles enzo using sand, mixed with powdered desert glass. He calls them sky circles. The belief is not that the glass adds magic, but that the brushstroke carries both the storm and its stillness. Each circle is different, some perfect, some broken, some dark. Each one titled only with a verb. Fell, heard, returned, was forgave. He says nothing else, just bows and leaves the room. Elsewhere, growing number of people carry tiny fragments and lockets, not as fashion, but as reminders, not of strength, but of fragility endured. They say, when I panic, I touch the glass, because it was once sand, then fire, and it's still here. Some keep it near their beds, others bury it near trees. A few place it on shelves with no label, because desert glass doesn't ask for meaning. It lets you bring your own in Chile. Desert wind moves through old impact fields. At dusk, the setting sun hits some angles just right, and the glass lights up. Not all of it, just the ones shaped thin enough to catch the edge of day. Scientists once tried photographing this, but the glow never shows properly, as if the glass refuses to be translated. It demands presence, not capture. Witness, not record, like a prayer made only once and meant for those who heard it. One traveler, walking across the dunes in silence, once found a narrow line of green glass buried in sand. He sat beside it until morning. When asked later what he saw, he said, "Nothing, but I stopped hearing myself." It left a note behind, tied to a stick near the glass trail. If you're chasing answers, look elsewhere. If you're chasing stillness, sit here. Desert glass teaches us something no textbook can, that destruction is not the end. That beauty can come from force. That silence can be older than words. And that something born of chaos can still bring peace. So if one day in some quiet desert or high altitude plain you stumble across a piece of glass, don't ask how it got there. Don't take it home. Just kneel. Let your hand hover near it and listen to the silence it holds, because some stories aren't told in words. They are melted into light and set gently on sand. Glass was always a thing for the rich, the nobility, the cathedrals, the kings and their chapels, glowing in red, gold and sapphire, while the common folks squinted through smoke. For peasants, window was often just a hole, sometimes covered with waxed cloth, sometimes with greased parchment, and often with nothing at all. Cold wind in winter, hot dust in summer, rain, flies, noise, all part of the view. But every now and then, a miracle would arrive, not from heaven, but from trash, from the shattered leftovers of cathedral renovations, from broken trade shipments, from storms that cracked high towers and sent shards tumbling down into alleyways. And the poor, they collected dot bits of yellow dot, chipped blue, crooked corners of saints' robes, and they didn't ask permission. They asked only, can it still catch light? In rural England, there's a record from 1322 of a farmer's wife trading 6 eggs for a sliver of rose-colored glass. She framed it in scrap wood, hung it on a nail beside her small hearth. Neighbors called it the sun's echo. It gave no heat, but in the mornings, when light came through just right, it painted a red patch on the floor. Children would sit in that patch to tell stories. Grown-ups would sip tea beside it and speak softly. No one looked directly at the glass. They looked at what it made in Bohemia. Monks used to travel town to town, gathering broken glass in sacks, not for repair, but for redistribution. They'd visit poor parishes, offering pieces of old light. Each shard came with a handwritten note. Roof of the Chapel of St. Jude, edge of Mary's sleeve, sun fragment from Canterbury. It didn't matter if the label was true. What mattered was that people now owned a piece of the sacred. Villagers became skilled at patchwork glazing. They'd embed broken glass into wooden frames, sealed with beeswax or clay. No symmetry, no artistry, just function with fragments. Yet, when the sun passed through, a farmer's hut looked like a chapel. Just for 5 minutes each evening, children made games out of the colors. They'd shout, Saint Foot, golden tongue, angel elbow, 'cause often that's all the shard showed, just a piece of something greater, and that made it theirs. A traveling priest in Flanders once wrote, "The people do not pray to saints. They pray to the scraps of saints they can afford." And even then, they prayed gratefully, because in their world, even a sliver of stained glass meant some color, some warmth, some proof that light could still find them. In Icelandic fishing villages, sailors' wives would glue broken glass into lanterns. When the men left before dawn, the colored flames glowed in windows like small blessings. If the red piece flickered most, it meant safe return. If green, abundant catch. If blue, calm waters. These signals weren't scientific. They were emotional compasses, ways of saying, "We see you. We wait for you. Light is still here." In France, beggars would sit near cathedral waste bins, not for food, but for fallen light. Some collected enough to make full panes, jagged and strange. Yes, but whole. They traded them among each other, bartered stories for brighter pieces. One blind man carried a pouch of only yellow shards. He said, "They hold the sun for me," and others agreed. They'd sit beside him, describe the light. He didn't need vision, just knowing that color existed and that it was still moving in the Swiss Alps. Villagers embedded glass shards in snow walls to mark sacred trails. When the sun hit just right, a flash of color in the white, a signal to walk or rest or pray. No scripture needed, just illumination. And if the glass melted out by spring, they'd go look for more, because what mattered wasn't permanence, it was presence. And even now, in old European houses hidden behind wallpaper or wooden panels, you sometimes find a single square of green or blue glass nailed inside a wall. A lucky charm, a secret window, maybe just a memory of the time when glass wasn't luxury, but light reclaimed. They didn't see shards, they saw survivors. Each broken piece was a piece of something that had once glowed in a holy place, and now it was here. Among them, in 15th century Tuscany, shepherd families made what they called poor man's windows. Bits of colored glass were pressed into wooden shutters, sealed with pine resin. They didn't keep out the cold, but they caught the morning light, and that was enough. Each family would arrange their pieces differently. Some used only blue, believing it kept away fever. Others used red to ward off bad dreams, and a few, the bold ones, combined all colors. They called those windows the fire's memory. In Scotland, peat workers collected discarded glass from nearby monasteries. They'd embed them in walking sticks, not for light, but for guidance. One stick found in a bog had over 30 tiny shards spiraled down the handle. Each fragment faced outward so the sun could hit it at different angles. Local legend said, the stick knows when it's time to turn home. Peat walkers swore they saw flickers on foggy paths, a glimmer to the left. That meant danger ahead, to the right. Safe shelter. Maybe it wasn't true, but they believed it enough to survive. In Poland, cobblers placed broken glass in the corners of their shops, tucked behind tools, glued near windows, not for decoration, but for luck. Each shard represented a finished shoe. Each new job got a different color: blue for boots, green for slippers, red for anything meant to be worn to a wedding. Customers often asked about the sparkle, and the cobblers would just smile and say, "That's where the saints hide." Not all reuse was spiritual. Some was pure survival in wartime Europe. When bombs shattered city cathedrals, entire families would gather rubble at dawn, not for bricks, but for glass. Children picked through it with gloved hands. Fathers carried it home in buckets. Mothers boiled water to clean it. And then came the stitching, because that's what they called it. Glass stitching. Wooden frames were prepared, lead strips, if available, or clay lines pressed by finger. The result, a patchwork pane, nothing elegant, but bright. Sometimes entire streets had windows made from cathedral leftovers. When light came through them, people didn't see destruction, they saw color returning. In Wales, there's a tale of a priest who lost his church to fire. The roof collapsed, the altar charred, the windows shattered. He saved only the fragments. For months he traveled, placing those shards into other parishes. One piece for a chapel here, another for a monastery there. He said, "If my church cannot rise, let it rise in pieces." Today, over 10 churches claim to hold a flame shard from that fire. Each is different, but all glow slightly pink when the sun hits them. Just so, locals call it the Trail of Ashes. In Norway, women once pressed small shards of glass into the backs of combs. These were not fancy, just wooden combs with colored tips. They were said to ward off lice, but also to remind the wearer of light. Because even if your days were spent in dark cabins, weaving or baking or hauling water, you had a piece of sky in your hair. Over time, guilds started to notice this grassroots glazing. Some tried to stop it. They called it unlicensed, dangerous, unsanitary. But the people didn't care, because by then, shards had meaning. They were relics, not refuse. They were hope in fragments. Some glazers secretly helped poor towns. Set windows with scraps from noble homes, a broken edge from a bishop's study, chipped face from a saint's robe. They never admitted it, but those shards traveled far. In lit rooms where no cathedral had ever stood. One carpenter carved a window, its frame entirely from driftwood. He embedded 9 shards of glass, each a different color, each salvaged from trash heaps. Above the frame, he carved, "For those who have no stained glass but still believe." That frame now hangs in a museum, but back then it's hung above a dinner table where 5 children ate bread, laughed, and grew old in its glow, in a small village in northern France. There's a tradition every spring. The townspeople gather their oldest bits of broken glass. Some come with full panes, others with just a single piece green, cracked, barely glowing. They lay the glass out on long tables in the town square, and then they begin the window walk. Each person places their piece in a frame. Together, they make a giant mosaic window, jagged, patchy, strange. Nothing matches. No 2 pieces fit perfectly. But when the sun rises behind it, it shines more brilliantly than anything a master or artisan could design. They don't call it stained glass. They call it the forgiveness window, because in it, every broken thing still lets light through. Across Europe, small museums now collect what they call peasant glass relics, frames made of bark glass, held together by mud or beeswax. Windows no bigger than a loaf of bread, some with tiny notes etched into the wood. From Mother's Chapel, sunlight peace for the baby. This saw the snow first. These aren't masterpieces, but they're loved, and love, it turns out, can preserve glass as well as any cathedral in Germany. Artists now host workshops called Shards and Stories. People bring broken glass, old souvenirs, heirlooms, forgotten objects, and turn them into new panels. But before the glass is placed, everyone tells its origin. One man brings a yellow triangle from his grandfather's shop. A girl brings blue from a dish shattered during a family move. A mother brings a green sliver from her child's old son dash catcher. By the end, the finished window doesn't tell a single story. It tells dozens, and in every shard, moment is preserved. In rural churches that can't afford new glass, old techniques return. Wax-sealed panels, frame stitching with string or wire, patchwork from old church dumps. One chapel in Ireland created a window using only what the sea brought in. Glass washed ashore, sand scuffed, salt dash-bitten, no color remained, just frosted silence. But when light moves through it, it doesn't glow. It breathes. Children sit beneath it during winter sermons, and when asked what they see, it's what a cloud would look like if it turned to glass. Broken glass has become intimate, not grand like cathedral masterpieces, but close, honest, humble. It reminds people not of saints and kings, but of mothers, children, farmers, forgotten prayers. A retired nun in Portugal once said, "When the cathedrals fell, the windows fell too." But the light didn't stop. It just took a new path through kitchens and barns and prayer corners, through broken pieces held by careful hands. She keeps a single blue shard in a drawer, takes it out on cloudy days, holds it to the window, and smiles. She says it's the color of hope, not because it's bright, but because it refuses to fade. In South America, slums have begun building shard chapels, structures made entirely from reused glass, scrap metal, and broken pottery. They don't try to match the color. They celebrate the chaos, and in that chaos, they find pattern, just not the kind you plan, the kind you live into and survive through. One poet visiting such a chapel wrote, "If light is language, then the poor have always spoken in dialects made of cracks." Today, collectors search old villages, not for perfection, but for evidence of reuse. Pain held together by beeswax is worth more than one in gold, because it tells you something. It tells you that someone chose not to give up on light. They didn't throw it away. They framed it, protected it, gave it a second chance. If you ever see a fragment of stained glass, it's chipped and lonely in a dusty frame, don't dismiss it. Don't wonder what it used to be. Ask instead, whose hands held this? What prayer passed beside it? What kind of light once fell through it and made someone believe? 'Cause in the end, broken, stained glass isn't about what was lost. It's about what was saved and how even in pieces, light still finds its way. His name wasn't recorded, just the apprentice, a boy of 12, skin darkened by kill heat, fingertips, calloused dot eyes, red from smoke. No one asked where he came from, only if he could stay silent while the master worked. He arrived before dawn, swept the floors, fed wood into the furnace until the stone glowed, collected glass, scraps from yesterday's breakages, separated them by color, red, green, blue, clear. The master would glance at his piles and grunt once approval, and that's all the boy needed. Medieval glassmaking was less a job, more a pilgrimage. The guilds controlled knowledge tightly. Secrets were passed like lit candles, quietly, carefully, too fast, and everything burned. The apprentice learned this the hard way. On his second week, caught, he overheated the pigment pots. The red glass turned black. The master said nothing. He just took a shard of that ruined pane and pressed it to the boy's palm. It was still warm. Then he walked away. The boy kept it in his pocket for years. He named it Mistake. There were no manuals, only watching and waiting and mimicking. The master's hands were precise, his tools, extension of its breath, the iron grazing pliers, the lead knife, the glazing hammer. Each had its rhythm. Each left a mark. Only the apprentice could recognize, not on the glass, but on memory. One winter, a patron commissioned a window of St. Michael. The master drew the cartoon, a full-size pattern on parchment. Then he handed the chalk to the apprentice. Trace only the wings. The boy's hand trembled. His line wavered, but the chalk held dot. Later that day, the master nodded toward the tracing, now cut. The boy thought he meant the parchment. He was wrong. He meant the glass. It was deep blue, hard, brittle. The apprentice scored it carefully, then pressed. The glass snapped, in the wrong place. The master looked, cup, walked over, picked up the ruined piece, turned it in the light, then said, "We'll make Michael lean." And they did. The wing, once upright, now sloped slightly, and the client never noticed. But the boy never forgot, because that was the day he learned. Imperfection isn't failure, it's adaptation. Apprentices didn't speak during cutting. They whispered only during soldering, because solder smoke was thick and greasy. It made eyes water, lips stick, so they used gestures, pointed, grunted, clicked tongues, and somehow it worked. One apprentice taught him to breathe through his sleeve. Another showed how to seal cuts with candle wax. A third simply handed him a note. Blood happens. Don't stop. Suppress. By year 2, the boy had 4 scars, all silent teachers, all permanent. He wasn't allowed near the kill for a long time, only to feed it, not to blow. That came later with a different master, different rules, but glazing, he learned with reverence, lining up tiny shards, spacing them with wire, setting them in lead like a puzzle without corners. Each pane was a sermon, each edge whisper of heat and color. On the feast of St. Agnes, they finished a window for the north chapel. It wasn't grand, just 2 panels, a lamb and a lily, but the colors, soft, strange, somehow both cold and kind. The master let the apprentice hold the final pane before it was mounted. "This is your first light," he said. The boy didn't reply. He just watched the sun pass through. The red turned rose. The blue became smoke. The lamb seemed to blink, and for the first time, the boy believed that glass wasn't made, it was remembered. He walked home with color on. His hands, it didn't wash off, and he didn't want it to, because now he knew the truth. Glass is not just sand and fire. This time, held still. His hands were no longer soft. By his 3rd year, the calluses had deepened like bark on young wood. He no longer flinched at the sting of hot lead. He worked in rhythm now, with the tools, with the light, and the master. He began to ask, not command. Measure the chapel arch. Choose a green that doesn't shout. Which saint has the softer eyes? Each question was a test, but also a gift. It meant the boy was no longer invisible. He was becoming seen. One afternoon, a nobleman arrived. He wanted a window depicting Saint Sebastian, pierced with arrows. Serene, despite the pain, the master handled the negotiation, but the boy watched, noticed how the client's eyes narrowed at the cost, how his hand tapped nervously, how he kept glancing at the sample. Ain't. Later that night, the boy sketched on scrap parchment, not Saint Sebastian, but the nobleman, fidgeting, counting coins in the margins. He left the sketch on the bench. The next morning, it was gone. Nothing was said, but when the final design was drawn, one detail was new, a hand in the background, counting silver coins. No one mentioned it, but both the master and the boy knew. The window had spoken truth. Windows were meant to tell stories, but sometimes they whispered truths too sharp for the altar. By now, the apprentice was allowed to lead repairs. Small cracks, loose solder, mismatched colors from earlier centuries. Each one taught him patience. He learned to match age, not brightness, to find the one shard that looked like it had always been there. Because good repair meant being invisible. You didn't make it new, you made it whole. One broken panel showed a saint's hand missing. He spent days hunting the right shade. Finally, he found it in a box of offcuts, a pale pink, barely colored. He cut it carefully, filed the edges smooth, slipped it into place. The moment it clicked, it didn't shine. It rested, like it had been waiting to return. But skill brings expectation, and expectation brings pressure. He was asked to design his first full panel, a dove in flight, not complicated, but symbolic. He stayed up all night, sketching, refining the curve of the wings, choosing glass so pale it looked like fog. But when he soldered it, the heat cracked 3 pieces. His hands trembled. He dropped the entire panel. It shattered. He didn't cry. He didn't speak. He just cleaned it up, placed the shards in a basket. "Okay," and walked out. He didn't return for 3 days. When he came back, the master said nothing, just pointed to the same bench, same tools, same task. This time, he finished the dove, but now the wings were folded, as if mid-dash landing, less proud, more quiet, more true. And when the window was mounted, the congregation said, "It feels like it's coming home." The apprentice was changing, not just in skill, but in spirit. He no longer rushed the cut. He listened for the tone of glass, because each color sang differently under pressure. Red sang sharp, blue hummed. Clear didn't sing at all. It sighed. He stopped choosing by sight. He chose by sound. One old glazier visited and asked, "Do you want to be fast or remembered?" The boy replied, "I want the light to remember me." The old man smiled, then learned to disappear. And that became his secret goal. Not fame, not wealth, but to craft windows where no one could tell what was old and what was his, because true mastery meant vanishing into the story. The master grew older. His hands, once steady as flame, began to tremble. He worked less, sat more, and watched the boy, no longer a boy, glide through the workshop like breath through a flute. The apprentice had become the artist, but he still swept the floor each morning, still arrived before the sun, because some rituals weren't about work. They were about respect. When the abbess requested a window for the convent's prayer room, it was the apprentice, now nearing 30, who was summoned. She wanted something simple. No saints, no angels, just light that remembers silence. He nodded once, and then began. He worked for weeks, no assistants, just chalk, glass, and breath. The design, a spiral of pale green and gold, soft as moss, no clear edges, no lead lines to break the form. He fused the pieces tight, no gaps for shadow when it was mounted. It didn't tell a story. It invited stillness. The nuns didn't speak for minutes. Then one whispered, "I don't know what I'm looking at, but I feel I've seen it before." The artist only bowed, then walked away. That's when they began to call him not apprentice, not even glazier, but listener of glass, because people said it didn't shape the glass. He listened to it and helped. It returned to what it had always wanted to be. Then came the fire. A candle left burning in a side chapel. The roof didn't collapse, but the heat blistered every window. Centuries of light shattered in minutes. He came the next morning, stepped barefoot through the ash, picked up each shard with cloth-wrapped hands. Didn't speak, didn't cry. He just collected the pieces, laid them on linen, labeled each one. Saint's Eye Chapel, green, silent yellow, flame-born. He didn't try to restore the windows. Instead, began something new. He called it the ash glass, took the shards, washed them with SNOWMELT, melted them slowly. Didn't force color, didn't impose shape. He let each fragment suggest its new form, and what emerged is panes of smoke, faint colors swirling like memory in water. He mounted them in wood from burned pews, hung them not in churches, but in fields, on trees, near rivers, in places where people went to be alone. They weren't sacred, they weren't scenes, they were just reminders that what breaks can still shine. Pilgrims came not to pray, but to pause, to place a hand on glass warmed by sun, to sit in the silence it offered. No words, just color, just heat, just healing. Years passed, and finally, he too began to slow. Boy came one day, asking if he could sweep the floor. The artist looked at him for a long time, then pointed to a cracked pane of green. "Fix that," he said. The boy tried, broke it worse, panicked, but the artist didn't flinch, just smiled and said, "We'll make the window lean." And so it began again. The circle, the lineage, the old light passed through new hands. And one day, long after the artist was gone, someone stood before one of his windows. the spiral one, the one that didn't speak. And they said, it doesn't tell a story, but somehow it knows mine. And maybe that's what a glazer truly does. Not craft windows, but hold light steady, long enough for someone to find themselves inside it. Exile doesn't ask for permission. It arrives like a crack in glass, sudden, jagged, irreversible. But cracks don't always break. Sometimes they are EFRACT. In 1290, England expelled its entire Jewish population. Thousands forced to leave in silence. Among them were craftsmen, GOLD, scribes, and glazers. One such man, his name lost, packed only 3 things: a sack of colored glass fragments, his soldering iron, and a small cartoon of King David with a harp. He crossed the Channel, settled in Bruges, never spoke of England again, but in the glass he made. The angles whispered of Canterbury. The red hues carried York's chill. He didn't forget. He just REFRACTED. Techniques don't need borders. They need hands, and exile spreads tans far. When the Moors were expelled from Spain, they carried with them centuries of glass. Chemistry. Cobalt for blue. Copper for ruby. Antimony for clarity. They didn't publish manuals. They whispered formulas to sons for sleep, etched instructions on window frames. Some claimed you could only learn the true ratio of ash to sand if you touched the desert yourself. Others said, glass is like prayer. You learn by failing quietly. These refugees didn't build grand cathedrals. They made lanterns for marketplaces, teardrop windows for courtyard gardens, beads for burial robes, each one a silent fingerprint of a technique once outlawed in 17th century France. Protestants fled persecution under Louis XIV, among them family of glazers from La Rochelle. They escaped by sea, disguising their tools as cookware. One daughter, barely 14, smuggled tiny panes of red glass in her corset stays. When they arrived in Amsterdam, they lived above a bakery each night. She reheated the oven embers to resoften lead by candlelight. She began again. No chapel commissions, just porch windows, little birds, tulips, small, hopeful sunbursts. Neighbors began requesting her panels. She never signed them, but a century later, you can still find one in an alley off the Prince and cracked, glowing crimson at noon. Locals call it the refugee's flame. Glass traditions migrated east too. When Byzantine monks fled Constantinople in 1204, carried relics and recipes. They settled in Bulgaria and Serbia, bringing with them the art of gold, leaf embedding, small crosses, flecks of divine shimmer, sealed between 2 panes. Eastern churches began to glow, not with saints, but with light trapped in memory. It wasn't about imagery anymore. It was about presence. Silent assertion that we are still here. Our God still shines. Even the tools migrated. One Ottoman artisan left behind his blowpipe. It traveled with a caravan to Persia, where a local blacksmith melted it into a new pipe. Shorter, curved, better suited for desert winds. The result? A new style of bulbous glass lanterns. Squat, round, wind-resistant, and unknowingly, war-porn innovation became a cultural signature. Today, in a museum in Istanbul, there's a cracked pane of greenish glass. Nothing special, except along its edge are 2 languages, a Hebrew blessing, an Arabic engraving. No one knows who made it, or how it survived, but the plaque says, glass doesn't choose sides, it just wants the sun. And perhaps that's the lesson. When people are broken and scattered, they don't disappear, they reflect. They carry fragments, techniques, stories, and when they settle again, they don't rebuild what was lost. They make something entirely new, something no border could have predicted, something born of exile, but rooted in light. in every shard carried across borders. There was more than pigment and silica. There was memory. But memory isn't static. It bends. It learns new tongues. When Jewish glassmakers fled Iberia in the late 15th century, many settled in Morocco and Tunisia. They brought with them rich blue formulas, deep as midnight, once used in synagogue domes, but in the Maghreb. No domes, no patrons, so they made door tiles, windows small enough to fit an alleyway, homes, glass doorknobs for spice drawers, and tiny star-shaped insets for tea stalls. Each one pulsed with old knowledge, but fit the new rhythm in Cairo. A family of Armenian refugees built an entire workshop inside the ruins of an old madrasa. They repaired broken glass vessels, created lanterns for Sufi dervishes. One brother learned to coat the inside of glass with silver nitrate, producing a mirror-like finish, a trick picked up from a Persian traveler exchanged over figs and tobacco. Soon, the mirror room in a nearby palace bore his marks, and yet the brother never signed his name, only etched the word stillness, because exile had taught him that light is not always about glory. Sometimes it's about quiet survival, even in displacement. Communities formed guilds, informal ones, rules passed in back rooms, lines drawn not in parchment, but in practice. No overfiring, always cool before transport. Shared the last of the cobalt. In Eastern Europe, Romani travelers kept colored glass beads hidden in wagon compartments. They made necklaces that told fortunes, not because the beads had power, but because each one had a past. A red bead from a ruined church in Krakow, a green shard traded for bread in Budapest, a yellow sliver once part of a wedding gift in Vienna. Each necklace was a moving museum, each strand map of survival. Some refugee glaziers were invited to new lands, not just tolerated, sought. In 18th century Russia, exiled French artisans were welcomed by Catherine the Great. They taught locals how to create pale lavender panes, rare and delicate. Within a decade, these windows lined noble estates, but the original artists lived in barns, still speaking French only to the trees. Exile didn't just move techniques, it combined them. A Syrian glassblower fled to Venice after the Crusades. There, he met Italian glaziers who worked with flat panels. He preferred vases and beads, but together, they experimented. Out came something entirely new. Flat glass, etched like pottery, painted like icons. No one knew what to call it, so they named it after him, Nadim-style. Today, it's only a handful of pieces survive, but they shimmer with 3 continents, 3 traumas, and 1 unity. In the Americas, enslaved Africans were often forced into workshops. Some learned to cut, solder, and glaze under brutal oversight. But over time, they added their own marks, tiny patterns, zigzags, and suns slipped into church panels. A language no master recognized, but generations later, descendants could trace identity in those marks. Glass became resistance, not by breaking, but by existing inside oppression in refugee-built mosques of South Asia. Reused glass from colonial buildings was melted and recolored. Once clear panes turned amber. British form windows softened into local curbs. No single pane remained untouched. The result, a fusion so complete that origin no longer mattered. Only light did. One visitor wrote, "I entered seeking faith, but I found glass that taught me something quieter, that beauty survives, even when belief is burned." In Berlin, in a modest gallery beneath the train station, there's an exhibit called Unbroken Light. The room is dim, but the walls live with glass, not perfect panels, not stained saints, just fragments held in handmade frames. Each piece comes from a different continent, each one donated by a refugee or their family. Next to each shard is a note carried from Aleppo in a boot, wrapped in a scarf from Sarajevo. survived the fire in Rangoon, found in a refugee camp near Lesbos. Some are clear, others still shimmer with color, but none are full. And that's the point, because exile is not about wholeness, it's about presence, despite fracture. In recent years, glassmaking has become part of trauma healing. Workshops are set up in refugee camps. Children use broken bottles, melted plastic, scraps from bombed homes. They craft tiny windows. Some hang in tents. Some are offered to volunteers. Others are taken apart and made again the next day. The act itself, therapy, heat, focus, a moment of control in a world of rupture. In one Syrian camp, a girl named Hallie made a small red sun using melted plastic wrappers and broken mirror shards. She said, "This is the sun I remember from home. T, not the one above us now. T, that one feels borrowed." Her window now hangs in a school in Sweden. Children there read her quote before class. Academic programs are now tracing diaspora glass techniques, how North African exile influenced Catalonian curves, how Ottoman fragments shaped modern Balkan styles, how Caribbean church windows hold motifs that date back to Yoruba cosmology. Each migration left more than scars. It left texture. In Montreal, a Senegalese refugee built a chapel entirely from reused storefront glass. Nothing matched. Some panes still had advertisements painted on them, but the result, a space so kaleidoscopic that people call it the memory hive. When light pours in, old languages reappear. Urdu on a bottle edge, Hebrew on a cosmetic jar, Amharic numbers on a food stall pane. The walls whisper, and the light remembers. One artist in California collects discarded windows from abandoned homes. He scrapes away dirt, finds initials, dates, small carvings. Then he reassembles them into a single, moving wall of light. It's displayed in a university hall as students walk by. The window moves slightly with air currents, not fixed, never fixed, but always glowing. He titled the work Borderless, because it doesn't matter where each piece came from, only that it found somewhere. It shined again. The UN's Cultural Heritage Program now includes displaced artisan glass as a protected technique, not because it's endangered by time, but because it's endangered by forgetting. And so, museums collect tools, catalog colors, record recipes once whispered in fear, preserving not just beauty, but resilience. And what of the future? Maybe one day, a child in a village that doesn't exist yet will hold a piece of glass, deep red and oddly curved, and ask, where did this come from? And maybe someone will answer, from a place that broke, but never vanished. From hands that wandered, but still held fire. 'Cause exile, for all its cruelty, cannot silence light, as long as someone remembers the heat, the tools, the shimmer, and the need to create. The glass will glow again. No borders, no walls, just light, remembered, refracted, and returned. The colors of medieval stained glass weren't painted. They were born in fire, not added, but embedded, atomic, permanent. And to do that, you didn't need paintbrushes. You needed alchemy. Green came from iron. Blue from cobalt, red from copper. If cooled gently, ruby, the richest red, required gold, but not just any gold. It had to be ground to dust, suspended in wine, and whispered over. The recipes were jealously guarded, passed between fathers and sons like sacred rites, never written, only spoken in the Abbey of Cluny. A monk once refused a bishop's request for a brighter red. He said, "We don't make colors, we find them." When pressed further, the monk smiled and handed the bishop a lump of black rock. Then he said, "This is red. You just don't believe hard enough yet." The bishop left confused. The monk returned to the furnace because he knew under the right heat, in the right sand, with the right patience, miracles emerged. Most glassmakers couldn't read Latin, but they memorized Mineral names by taste. They touched every powder to their tongue. Tin tasted bitter. Lead was heavy, sour. Ash from oak burned hot, perfect for soft colors. Ash from pine burned fast, useful for cooling. Every handful of sand is judged by the sound it made when ground. Between teeth. Color didn't just come from what you added. It came from what you removed. Too much air. The red burned away. Too much humidity. The green went pale. One craftsman in 13th century Rouen claimed he could feel the copper shift by smell. When asked how, said, "It's the sweat." Copper weeps differently. He was mocked, but his windows still shine in St. Juan today. Some formulas were accidents. Kill built too close to salt stores. A boy cleaning a crucible with vinegar. One night, a dog knocked over a pot of goose fat, and the fat burned in. The result, an amber hue, never replicated again. They named it Blessing Gold, but no one knew why. Word count, 900 in Venice. The recipes were treated like state secrets. Murano glazers could be executed for revealing their mixtures. They didn't use ink. They used burned parchment to encode steps, the ash pattern on the page forming a code. And sometimes they simply lied to outsiders, sold fake formulas to travelers. Some even added powdered bone just to confuse alchemists. Because in truth, color wasn't just a science, it was control. German monasteries tried to reverse engineer the blues of Chartres. They imported sand from the Seine, used Saxon cobalt. Still, they couldn't match it, because what they didn't know was the Chartres artisans added a drop of sheep's blood just before sealing the crucible. Why? No one knows, but it worked. The deeper mystery. Some colors fade, others don't, and no one knows why. Some red panes from 1240 still glow like colds. Others, made in 1500, look like ghost glass. Faint, empty. Scientists now scan atomic structures. But monks, they used prayer and timing, and maybe that's why their reds still burn, because they weren't just melting minerals, they were listening to the fire. To the sand, to the silence between sparks. In the glass guilds of the 14th century, a secret was worth more than gold, and the most guarded secrets were not about saints. They were about shades. The Venetian formula Rosso, the deepest blood red, was stored in a locked iron tube behind the altar of San Pietro, Thierry. Only 3 living men knew the ratio. They never traveled together, never dined in the same place. One died during a flood, another vanished on a trade trip, and the third went blind at 60. The recipe lost, and the windows still glow as if in protest. In Nuremberg, a master glassman named Otto kept his recipes tattooed on his back in symbols. He trained no apprentice, allowed no assistant. Each night he'd oil his spine with herbs and stand before a mirror, muttering, "Blue is for memory, yellow is for warning, red is for truth." When he died, the tattoos were buried with him. Today, the town's museum displays a reproduction, but the true ratio, ashes, even the ink in some recipe books was tricked. A French monk wrote his formulas in iron gall ink, invisible unless warmed. Another used vinegar-based pigment that disappeared in rain. Only when parchment was boiled did the recipes appear. One such book is found in the wall of a ruined cloister, revealed formulas. In reverse, each recipe was encoded as a mistake. The real ratios were buried in footnotes, and only those who had failed enough times could recognize the truth. Color had enemies. Clerics feared its power. They said, too much red distracted worshippers. Too much blue felt pagan. Some churches demanded clear windows only. Others scraped colored panes clean, burned pigments in courtyard pits. A bishop once ordered the arrest of an entire glazier team for adding purple without permission. their crime, inventing a color that suggests royalty where there is only dust. Guild protested, but quietly they responded the way only glassmakers could. They made the next window duller, muted saints, flat, light, no song of color. And when the congregation complained, the bishop finally relented. Color returned, but always, carefully. Some formulas changed hands through bribes. A Hungarian merchant bought a recipe from a dying monk for 7 sheep and 2 sacks of cloves, but he misheard one part, mistaking cool and shade for heat until smoke. The result, a new hue, an earthy violet that had never existed before. It became popular in borders and halos. They called it Mercy Purple, not because of the color, but because it had forgiven a mistake. And even now, glassmakers try to rediscover lost shades. In labs and digital models, but some hues still defy logic. The green of Chartres, the honey gold of early Cologne, the storm blue of Florence's baptistry. Each one has been scanned, mapped, replicated, but never matched. Some say the difference lies not in chemistry, but in presence, the heat of the room, the fear in the apprentice's breath, the silence of the kill before dawn. Those factors aren't in any formula, but glass remembers them, and that's why the old windows still sing, because they were made not just with minerals and ash, but with intention, and intention doesn't burn away. In a modern lab in York, a woman in a white coat heats a crucible just above 1,000 degrees Celsius in her other hand. A scroll fragment salvaged from a monastery cellar in southern France. Its ink faded, its words half burned, but the margins, they whisper numbers, ratios, temperatures. She isn't just experimenting, she's listening. Her name is Dr. Miriam Cold, and for the last 10 years, she's tried to bring back the red of Cluny. Not just red, she says. That red, the one that glows even in shadow. So far, she's come close, but never exact. Sometimes it leans toward rust. Other days, it flashes violet. One time, it vanished completely when cooled. But she keeps trying, because rediscovering color isn't just chemistry. It's a pilgrimage. Across the world, others walk similar paths in Kyoto. A glass artist grinds minerals with a mortar inherited from his grandfather, who fled Nagasaki with nothing but that tool. He mixes ash from cedar trees with sand from temple grounds. The result? A faint, pink shimmer that only shows in rain light. He doesn't name it, just calls it color that waits. In Nigeria, a group of university students reconstruct medieval furnaces using local clay. They read notes from Arab alchemists and European guild scrolls. They argue over terms like dragon's breath and angel's rest, metaphors that once meant precise heat levels. Their motto, let the mistake lead. Each failure is logged, mapped, and respected, because sometimes failed red gives birth to an unforgettable gold. Word count, 600. High 600. One archivist in Germany cataloged over 3,000 references to medieval color, names, deacons, blue pilgrims, amber, widow, green, firelight, milk. But the actual chemical identities, mostly lost, so artists now guess through glass. They don't replicate, they respond. They create with the knowledge that color is history's ghost, present, but impossible to hold. Modern stained glass revivalists now call themselves color alchemists. They gather once a year, not in labs, but in ruins, old churches, forgotten chapels, places where glass once sang. They bring shards from different centuries, melt them in new frames, let sunlight pass through a 12th century blue into a 21st century purple dot, and in that fusion, they claim to hear music. Museums have joined the effort too. The V&A in London now displays a rotating exhibit titled Unrecovered Light. Visitors enter a darkened space. One pane at a time lights up, each a recreation of a forgotten hue. None labeled, no placards, no origin stories, just color, pure, silent, waiting. One visitor, a boy of 8, stood before a green pane and whispered, "It feels like trees inside church." And maybe that's all the science you need, because color doesn't just enter the eye, it settles in the soul. And glass is how we trap it long enough to remember as the final scholars grow older. Many worry the last secrets will fade with them. Some begin training apprentices. Others encode notes into glasswork itself, swirling formulas into the lines of an abstract spiral. And some let the secrets go because they believe the fire always returns, and someone, somewhere, will listen again in a small chapel in Belgium. A new window was installed. No saints, no scenes, just one color, a red that shifts with time of day. In the morning, it burns. At dusk, it sleeps. At night, it disappears, except for a faint, pulsing heartbeat of ember. No one knows who made it or how, but etched in its corner, Clooney again.